Corum ended his year with at least one score in every single game, 56 rushing touchdowns in his career, which is the most in program history, yet 25 alone this year. Plenty of interest in the Lions coordinators with head coaching jobs open around the league. The Chargers also putting in a request to interview both Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn for their vacancy. No formal interviews can be done until after the division round of the postseason. Also this morning, right here on The Ticket, Dan Campbell says no more information yet on Sam Laporta's injury since yesterday. The next 36 hours will be huge on if he can play or not. He says we'll see, but also pumped for the playoffs because, quote, this is why you do it. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris. 248-539-9797. We'll hear from Dan Campbell at 9:35. Everybody wants to talk Michigan National Championship. People talk about asterisks. The people talking about the game. Well, we'll let you talk about anything you want, even Notre Dame fans. I'll shout you down a little bit, though, especially if you're a pompous ass like he was. Michael in Sterling Heights here, 97 on The Ticket.
Hey, fellas. Hey, John. Congratulations, man. Fellas,
Thank you.
I watched the game in the basement with about 12 guys that are, our young 60s that remember back to the 70s, man. And it was a stressful game. But let's talk about process, man. Because I'm used to, back in the 1980s when the process of the Tigers getting good, and then the Bad Boys getting good, and then the Red Wings getting good, and then going to work Pistons getting good. That makes it so sweet. When you look at that COVID year, how bad Michigan was, how bad Don Brown and that defense was just horrible, how Ohio State owned us. And to see when Harbaugh said, you know what, I got to get me some offensive, I got to get some coordinators, I got to get some young blood, I got to change it up. And to see them stop Ohio State with C.J. Strong and them great guys in 2022, and to see that defense the way it is now, what they did to that Washington team that's going to have guys in the pros, man, this was beautiful, man, because it was a process. It didn't happen overnight.
So what started what started the process?
The process was when Harbaugh learned that, you know what, I got to break my ties with Don Brown. This ain't working. If I love my university, I'm going to have to go another way. I'm tired of getting my ass beat by Ohio State. This team beat Ohio State, Penn State, our SEC nemesis. And when we were growing up, all these guys I'm in the basement with, we never could get over a passing attack from the Pac-10. And we beat the best they had to offer.
Yeah,
this was sweet, man.
Yeah. You know what? I think a big thanks from Michigan fans this morning needs to go to John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
First off, Jim swallowed some tough pills. He got rid of Don Brown. That had to happen.
Oh, yes.
He went back to his roots offensively and who he is, his identity. Run the football, pound, offensive line, the bow in him. Found a quarterback that could make some plays on his feet when that wasn't working with a decent arm. But the big thing was he went to his brother and he said, I want to have an NFL defense in college football. And he has plucked coordinators or defensive people who have been in that Raven system. And that's what they're doing.
You're right, and it's worked beautifully. 248-539-9797. Let's see. Darius has been waiting a long time. What's up, Darius?
Good morning, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller, long-time Michigan fan.
Appreciate
my
it.
guy.
Appreciate it.
That John guy, the Golden Domer. Listen, man. Rasheed Wallace is one of my good friends. We talk crap about our college teams all the time. He didn't even answer the phone. So I just think it's something. It's just something with the Golden Domers. There's too much salt on the eggs. We won't eat those. We're having maize and blueberry pancakes this morning, but it was a great time last night on campus. My lady and I watched the game at one of the bars. It was definitely packed getting in. It was so packed the elbow was blocking the door from opening to get in the bar. But we sang Mr. Brightside. It felt like you were at the stadium, but obviously you were in the bar. But just an amazing time to be a Michigan fan and just be a Michigan. Period. Last week, the offense kind of gave me a little anxiety. But it was like, the Undertaker rising up and choking Randy Orton in a WWE match the last 4 minutes of the game last week. So absolutely ecstatic. My kid's a sophomore playing defensive end at Cass Tech. So I'm glad to see that, football is around and he gets a chance to see Michigan winning and the Lions winning at the same time. So, it's great to be a Michigan Wolverine, guys. Good morning.
It is great to be a football fan in this area. Look, Michigan State, I think I think they had a great hire with Jonathan Smith. It's going to take some time, though, I believe. Steve in Rochester, you're 97 on the ticket.
Well, hey, I'm a huge Michigan State fan, but hey, I tip my hat off to anytime you win a championship. It really, it's like disgusting in my mouth, like I want to throw up, but it's okay. It's part of life. I got a lot of friends who are going to sit there and give me digs, and I got to accept it. You guys deserve it. You played a great game in the sense that you didn't allow the lights and everything to get to you. It's not your best team overall, but it was a really, really good team, and you beat good teams, and you deserve everything you get. John, I'm happy for you for the fact that you get to see your alma mater and actually be there broadcasting it. And we're a divided house. My wife was like putting her finger on my temple saying, see, I told you they were going to win. And it's just things that you just don't think about that make the season so much more special. And I don't care about all the different crap with the allegations they did this or that. You guys won it. Congratulations. John, if we ever get ice, I would like to take you ice fishing on a Lakeville Lake. It's one of the best crappie lakes that you get in the area. But, guys, enjoy. God bless and have a great day, guys.
Thanks
if
for
we
the
ever
call.
Get ice, I would love to go ice fishing with you.
That'd be. I want video of that. I need to see you ice fish.
Oh man, it is the greatest thing ever. It is. Hey, it's not for everyone. You don't have to go.
I know.
It's okay.
I would
It's
just
all
go
right.
to.
I feel the same way about golfing.
I know. I would just go to be with you. I don't have to catch anything. Let's go to Dan in Livonia. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys. I just calling to apologize on behalf of all Notre Dame fans in this country. Rob's behavior is regrettable and unfortunate because growing up here with Michigan fans all over the place, I have only known classiness from them, and we are not all like that. Rob, I don't know what his deal is, but
hey, Dan, what's funny? I went to a game there once, a Michigan Notre Dame game, and I thought the people there were so nice and respectful. And when I said to him, I said, you could call Michigan arrogant and all that, which is definitely true. There's no doubt about it. Especially if you're not a fan of theirs, they are insufferable. But Notre Dame is the exact same to those who are not Notre Dame fans.
Let's be honest. I think we can all agree that Ohio State has the worst fans in the world.
Yes.
So
yes.
Today,
Amen.
only go
Amen,
blue.
brother.
You guys deserve it. You guys could be arrogant as you want because you won the national title. No one can take that away. It's not like you guys were, I hate to say this, but you guys didn't have anybody in the stands reading signs or anything, obviously. So that's all just nonsense at this point. You beat the 14-0 Washington, and you did it the right way, too. I love the way Jim coached. I wish Notre Dame was like that, just pounding the rock all day, put them in a vice grip on defense. That was beautiful. So go Blue today.
Oh, thanks for the call.
I
Appreciate it.
dug up some stats for Rob, by the way.
Yeah.
I feel bad because we had a cordial Notre Dame fan just call in. But last three probably biggest Notre Dame games would be the national championship against Alabama, about 10, 11 years ago. And then their two playoff appearances. They allowed 103 points in those three games and gave up 1,507 yards.
Yeah. Well, that's incredible. What the caller said about Michigan and, Maryland is not ranked, but when they played them, they might have. Anyway, Michigan, their schedule sucked. We all agreed it was a joke most of the season. But the back end of the schedule, okay, they defeated, Penn State, who finishes up at the AP 13th team in the country, Ohio State 10, Alabama 5, Iowa 24, and Washington 2. That's beaten 5 really good opponents. They deserved it. You can't take anything away from it. None. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, the slippery winter season is here, unfortunately. So whether your injury is a result of an auto accident or a slip and fall during the winter months, there's only one attorney out there who can give you the personal service you need and deserve, and that's injury attorney David Femininio. I've told you before, if you're injured in Michigan, you need to call David Femininio to get David and get paid. David can be reached anytime on his website, getdavidgetpaid.com, or give him a call directly at 855-65-CRASH. That's getdavidgetpaid.com or 855-65-CRASH.
They win the national championship. The college football season is officially over. NFL is not over. Dan Campbell will join us at 9:35. One of the good things about the college football season being over is I don't have to listen to Holly Rowe ask every Harbaugh she interviews, who's got it better than you. I mean, come on. It was okay the first or second time. She kept doing it every time. All right, we know. All right, there we go. There's my little nitpick.
Things that annoy you.
It's amazing.
I know.
Stoney, that got a little much after the first time.
Yes. Thank you.
Now, should Michigan get a banner out of this?
Absolutely.
What if the wins are vacated?
That's up to the school. To me, as long as I saw them win the national championship, they can asterisk that. I don't care. Does not make a difference.
There are no banners hung in public places for Michigan football championships. They're all in Glick Fieldhouse.
Oh, okay. But they shouldn't put one up. If they decided to put one up, they wouldn't.
No, they'll put one up.
Oh, at Glick, yeah.
Yeah, they got one in Glick. They've got one for all the Big Ten championships. They got it for the national championship. A banner's going to certainly go up.
Yeah, and they won't take it down if they.
But it's not. The point is, it's like they don't put up a banner in the big house.
Right. It's the big house. We can't pollute the big house with banners.
I'm just messing.
I know. I know. Nick, you're a 97-1 the ticket. Nick.
Hey guys, sorry about.
It's okay. What's up?
Hey guys, sorry. Can you hear me? I'm here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
sorry. Hey, guys, I'm on the car right now. I'm driving at the game. From the game, we had a great time. We were in the second row behind the Michigan bench,
Wow.
and Jake Butt came up. I got his autograph. We were at the pep rally at Rice Stadium. We saw Karsh. He got a picture with me. And then I saw my main man, Jansen. He got everybody pumping at the pep rally. We was going crazy. I don't even have a voice right now. It's awesome.
It's funny, Nick. We played the audio of that yesterday, and there was not a. If John decides to get out of radio, he can just be a ringleader. He can be a pep rally guy.
Pro wrestler.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And guys, I just want to say, I just want to say one little thing is we were feeling kind of nervous, but then when Corum had that ball on his first touchdown, I hold my phone up. I go, look, when Corum had that ball, I was like, you know what? If Corum scores this touchdown, it's going to be great. And I was like, oh my God. And then he scored and the crowd went crazy. It was so loud. Like even the iPhones were like, it's very loud in here. You should turn things down.
Thanks for the call. I'm glad you had a great
It
time.
was a great place to watch a game.
It seemed loud. By the way, that's home of one of the most underrated Super Bowls. The Panthers and the Patriots. That was a very underrated good Super Bowl.
And also
Jake Delhomme.
Janet Jackson halftime.
Oh, yeah. Ruined our industry. Let's go to Marty in Oakland Township. What's up?
Hey, good morning, guys, and go Blue. I just wanted to speak about the parent in me and the kid in me. As a parent, I think it's great motivation and inspiration, right, to show the kids, hey, this is the end result of what commitment looks like, right? You can win and have greatness, but it's a lot of fun, right? And we saw that with Jim, involving the family. I thought that was great. But even the players, right? You see Blake out there going out in the community, and it means something. JJ and his smile, like it's awesome, right? As a parent, just to see that and to show your kids, like, hey, these kids are demonstrating it. This is what it looks like, and it pays off. So, in the parent in me, I thought it was great. But in the kid in me, I thought it was really special, right? Because I cut the cable, and I'm like, oh, man, I got to watch Alabama. It's on ESPN. Somehow I ended up on ESPN3, and I'm like, oh, man, this is cool. This is different. I didn't realize that they had this. But, it was you guys commentating the game, got to watch the Bama game, and then I'm like, oh, I know what I'm doing this time with the national championship. I'm going to be listening to you guys. And I don't know what the feedback is that you guys are getting from that experience, but – It's awesome, right? Because you're seeing Jim walking down the sidelines. People are giving him a piece of gum. He's hugging his brother. But then it's you guys, right? And it was just awesome. So the kid in me, I'm just happy, and for the kids out there, I'm happy for them too. So we're happy here in Oakland Township.
Yeah, you should be if you're a Michigan fan. No doubt about it.
I'm pretty sure Rob just barfed after that call.
Oh, of course. Yes, absolutely. You know what
Yeah, good for him.
Look, I am considered by many to be a Walmart Wolverine. I didn't go to Michigan. Okay?
Well, I am too, but
right, I know.
look,
I wonder if Rob is a, what do they call, Subway alumni?
whatever.
I don't care.
I don't care about. I don't think you have to go to school to.
No,
root
either do
for
I.
him and stuff. I just think the one thing there was, all right, the role model thing. Yeah, maybe the kids actually on the team and stuff, but they did do something wrong as
an organization.
Yes,
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely. There's no doubt
you
about
teach
it.
your kids everything about what Michigan.
Right. By the way, speaking of which, can we hear from Jim Harbaugh? He was asked about that after the game. Do you think, John, I mean, we'll never know, if the Stallion stuff doesn't happen, that they have the season that they had?
Yeah, I do, and you could say, well, something about it galvanized this team.
That's why I'm asking.
But I also think that the loss to TCU was very important in galvanizing this team, and the fact that they had been there against Georgia, they had been there against TCU, that there was a special effort put forth this offseason, that they paid attention to all the little details. Anything that they could change or do a little bit differently, they were already doing before any of that came out, any of those accusations mid-season.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike in Ithaca. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Appreciate
Thanks a lot for having me on. I just wanted to talk about something I think sometimes gets forgotten about, and that's the strength and conditioning coach, Ben Herbert. If you guys remember, let's say 4 or 5 years ago, Michigan was slow against top teams, seemed to get pushed around the line of scrimmage. The 2019 Wisconsin game always comes up in my mind, where it was 35-0 at halftime. Michigan was dog-tired. The Big Ten gets a bad rep for, being slow and this and that. And against Alabama and Washington, man, the corners, the secondary, they were step for step with everybody. Getting off blocks, offensive line, punishing people. I just think that guy right there has been as big of a piece, if not the biggest piece, in this transition the last few years. Can't say enough about how well-conditioned and strong those kids have gotten.
And John can attest to him in a second, but you talk about the speed. The speed of the defensive line is what, even from the big guys like Kenneth Grant. Remember earlier in the season when he chased the guy down?
Yeah,
those guys are fast, yes.
Yeah, and there's nobody that has more interaction with the players throughout the course of a year, throughout your college career, than the strength and conditioning staff. I think Ben Herbert is the best at what he does. He hires the best assistants at what they do. And I go back to my experience. Mike Gittleson, a large part of our success was because of the time that we spent with him, the training that we went through to develop us. I went from a 245-pound tight end to a 295-pound offensive lineman that had the opportunity to start for 50 games. And it was only a possibility because of my interactions with Mike Gittleson. If I wasn't trained in that manner, I would not have been the player that I was. And yes, there are tremendous things that happen with the assistant coaches in developing technique, but you've got to have that base, and that base is built, and that discipline is started with the strength staff.
Let's go to Mark in a truck. You're 97 The Ticket.
What's going on, boys?
How are you?
I'll tell you what, it's great to be a Wolverine. But hey, the point of my call, I can say a lot right now because I'm still a little hungover from last night. But
So what I wanted to say is the great thing about that game last night, especially being a Lions fan, with what we had to deal with last 2 weeks ago, is the referees let them play the game. The only calls they made were obvious, no doubt calls, whether it was false start or obvious holds. That's what you want to see in an important football game. You want to see the players play and the refs just stay out of it, do their job to an extent. And I just thought at the end of the game, after I was celebrating, that was the one thing I noticed was even to the targeting call that they reviewed and said, no, we got that wrong. I thought those refs did a great job last night. And I just wanted to point that out, especially with us dealing with, the Lions and Cowboys. I wanted to acknowledge that.
They let him play. The one I thought that was not the hold on Washington when the same play where Michigan got called for interference. I didn't think that was a real significant hold. That was like the only one. All right.
Yeah.
We'll hear from Dan Campbell coming up next. Stoney and Jansen on a Championship Tuesday. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, as good as the regular season is, there's nothing like NFL Super Wild Card Weekend. 6 games, 3 days. For these teams, it's win or go home. But you'll always have a spot in the playoffs with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up a dub, and that could be, hey, the money line, player props, same game parlays. I like the Lions, obviously, to win straight up. So take a look at that as you get closer to game time. So if you want to follow any of my picks, go to FanDuel right now. New customers get started with $150 in bonus bets, absolutely guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. And make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 and over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down 'cause I want. Is this song about cheating, by the way? Yes. Is that fitting?
I've been told that, yes.
Yeah. I'd say, did they play it last night at the stadium, John?
They did. They played it. It was about mid-fourth quarter, and the place went nuts.
And it
as you could
should.
expect. It was. Yeah, it was. I mean, this has become a stadium tradition, a fan tradition for Michigan, and they did it at the Rose Bowl. They did it again at the national championship game, and it was the Michigan fans were a little bit more vocal than the Washington fans, especially in the fourth quarter. But I think this actually happened before any of Blake Corum's touchdowns. So it was still early in the fourth quarter.
This is always the signal when I'm at the games, and if it's not like down to the wire. All right. Cindy goes, "Do you want to leave?" I said, "Let's wait for Mr. Brightside, and then we'll leave," because it's usually like end of the third, early fourth, and when they play the joke schedule, they're up by 35 points. I don't have to stay to the end to fight traffic.
It is at the earliest in the fourth quarter break.
Yes, exactly. So,
what are they doing playing this in a neutral site stadium?
Because, you know what? In Alabama, they had
that Dixie song.
I forget what it was for Alabama.
Yeah,
they had something that they sang, and
Yeah.
then there was something for Washington. I don't remember what it was. I
Probably something from
wasn't
Nirvana.
plugged into our headset. So
Yeah.
What's Notre Dame's?
Notre Dame's. They have a great fight. I don't know what
Nobody cares.
Yeah. They do have a great fight song. I do respect the program a lot. By the way, speaking of Notre Dame and the caller we had, Rob from Brighton, who's always a really good caller, and I went a little overboard with them, but I know it's all in good fun. We do have a Twitter response to that from Tommy. To the Notre Dame caller, and that would be Bob from Brighton. I've been to South Bend many times for football and for hockey, and they're pretty much our arrogant twin. But they're the selfish kid who doesn't want to share toys at daycare. But he's right. We are celebrating downriver. That's from Tommy, obviously, in downriver.
Well, Notre Dame's thing is that they really are identical to Michigan in many ways. That is my unbiased. But then they fling the Catholic card. And
Yes.
They're better.
Yeah. I mean, who's better, Touchdown Jesus or Up North Jesus?
Right.
Yeah, it's up north, Jesus, obviously.
Yeah. By the way, one other thing, like I said, I'm sick of. I'm not going to miss Holly Rowe asking every single Harbaugh who's got it better than me. You know what else I'm not? And this is, and I think this is a cool as hell, but it's like it's run its course. I don't need to see Herb Street's dog anymore. That was a cool thing.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah,
like-
I
mean, well, you're not a huge dog person, but yeah, Ben Herbstreit is great, cute, and all that. But after a while, the first few times, seeing him on a plane and then seeing him in the press box, and I guess he was on the field before the game. JJ was petting him before the game.
So you brought up Herbie.
So-
I think Herbie's lost his luster a little bit.
Oh, I don't. I think he's really
still good.
I think he's really good.
I just wonder if he had to move because the way they were treated in Columbus. Wasn't that the whole thing?
Yeah, he moved
and
to
then everybody
Nashville.
says that he's a Ohio State homer up here. And then I also think when he what was the whole thing? And he said something that he shouldn't have about Michigan.
Oh, well, he said they waved the white flag.
Yeah.
And allegedly he's the one who said that Les Miles and all that kind of stuff. When that was
that was a
happening.
while back.
Yeah,
Though. I just think he stopped being himself a little bit because he's been so
nice to Michigan.
Anytime he steps on the edge, people criticize
People
him
get
too
after
much.
him.
Yeah. I think he does a really good job. He's, to me, look, I'm biased. I love Gary Danielson when he does games, but they're the voice. They're the voices of college football to me. I mean, say what you want about Klatt and Gus. To me, it's Herbie and Gary Danielson as far as analysis goes. All right, Carson Anderson are coming up next. Doug is in studio in Houston with John. We'll hear from him shortly. Gator is in studio right here. What's up, Scott? How are you?
I'm all right.
Hey, Gator.
Oh, he doesn't have his headset on yet, John, so he can't hear your greeting to him. John said, "Hi, Gator."
Hello, John.
How you doing?
I'm just fine. Are you
good?
Have you slept?
No, I have not slept.
Are you sober?
I woke up. I am sober. I did not have anything to drink last night because I knew the morning would come early, which it did. So I woke up yesterday at 3. Yes, morning does come. Morning comes differently for different individuals. I know morning for some will come at about 9 or 10.
You missed it, John. He said morning. You said morning would.
Yeah, you said morning would come.
Oh, morning
would.
Yes.
Look, it's all right. Listen, dude, it's almost 10
morning.
o'clock. I mean, you're more than welcome to go ahead and have mimosa right now.
Yeah.
Whatever you need to do. You can
have a drink on the plane.
Yeah. Now's the time to. I mean, if you didn't celebrate, I'm sure you celebrated last night, but without imbibing. But now's the time to really get after it.
Yes, absolutely. All right, Gator. It's time for the $2 Grand Slam.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. Who do the Packers play in the first round of the NFL playoffs?
Cowboys.
Who led the Rams in receiving yardage this season?
Puka Nacua.
What is Jim Harbaugh's dad's first name?
Jack.
What Michigan county is Saline located in?
Is it Livingston?
Who played George Costanza in Seinfeld?
Jason Alexander.
Who led Michigan in receiving yardage in the national championship game last night?
Colston Loveland.
Who played MJ in Spider-Man No Way Home?
No Way Home. That's Zendaya.
Who is Michigan's defensive coordinator?
Minter.
How many Super Bowls did TJ Lang win?
1.
What is the capital of Jamaica?
Kingston.
You got 9 correct. You missed the easy one, I thought.
Oh, well.
Well.
If I missed what was the easy one?
Saline's in Washington.
I don't know, dude. I don't. That's far west. I don't care. It's on the other side of town, man.
Near Ann Arbor.
You might as well just ask the guy that went to school in East Lansing. Hey, where is Ann Arbor?
I mean, I'm not even sure what county Lansing's in, for that matter. I don't.
Is it in Ingham?
I think it is Ingham. Yes. Yeah. When you mentioned it, I can say yes, it is. And now as you say Washington, I can say yes. You're right. I should have known that.
Yes. So lots of.
I'm a big idiot. Okay. You happy?
No. Are you? Did you watch the game? Hate watching or?
I watched the game. Of course. Did I hate watch it? I mean, was I openly rooting for Washington?
Yes,
was I upset when Michael Penix reverted to being just actually a below-average quarterback last night? Yes, I was upset with that. When he missed Roma Dunze wide open, was I upset? Sure, but I can also be objective about this, and I think I've been very objective with Michigan. I don't like Michigan, but that was a superior team last night, and they were superior because of fundamental football. They blocked, they tackled extraordinarily well, which is something Washington did not do. Michigan was breaking tackles against Washington. Washington, I mean, did they break a handful of tackles in the entire game?
Mm-hmm.
Michigan, once the defensive backs got a hold of the receivers, they were done. And they did enough applying pressure that Penix was done. And then at the end, it was just a joke because, they banged him up so bad. It was just throwing the ball away for his life. And, they earned it. They flat out earned it. They knocked him down with a couple punches early. And then Washington answered the bell after the Corum run. Defensively, they did, but Washington didn't even show up offensively, and that was surprising. And it's good for Michigan because they have reason to be boastful and chesty about their defense, and they showed it last night against one of the best offenses in college football. And now, there's nothing that the haters can say really about it at this point.
All right, coming up. By the way, John,
hold on.
Safe travels.
Gator, I do. Thank you, and Gator, I want you to. You may need to ask Doug early on in the show. We had some issues in the hotel last night. There was an issue with the thermostats, and I think it was a situation where all rooms were affected. But I think Doug may need to address that as well.
Yeah.
So.
Did you guys share a room?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, we did not share a room.
All right. Did Doug imbibe last night while you did not? I'm guessing Doug got after it
Doug
last
may have had a few pops.
Yeah.
But I mean, within reason, because his morning came later.
Yeah. This is true.
All right, Carson Anderson coming up next.
Congratulations, John.
Fly safely, John. We'll see you here in
Thank
studio
you.
tomorrow. 97.1 The Ticket.
Huh. Oh, man. It's going to be the worst day ever.
Or do you mean the best day ever? Hey, I got to update you on something.
Yeah.
Dry January?
Doesn't
unsuccessful.
Dry January starts on January 9th at 5 p.m.
Dry January-ish.
Yeah.
However you want to call it.
Hey, we'll go dry February.
Oh, my
hey, look, man,
goodness.
it's your rules. Whatever you want to do, right?
That's right. That's right. I've said that in the past, and I mean it.
You should
So,
mean it. It's very meaningful.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm okay. How you?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. I see.
Yeah.
I pulled the Twitch stream up. You can follow us on with the live video stream on twitch.tv. Look for 971 The Ticket. You can also do the same thing for YouTube. And you see Doug in the bright sunshine.
It's a beautiful day here in H-Town.
Oh, is that what you're calling it now?
Doug's changed, bro.
Yeah.
Doug, you've changed.
Yeah, where's the 10-gallon hat, man?
Hey, so last night.
Do you have pants on right now, Doug?
Let me check. Oh, yeah.
No, I don't want Doug to stand up and show us either way.
Stay seated.
Yeah, please.
So we're at the stadium at the national championship game.
Oh, here we go.
And my kids, I had two kids, a couple of cousins there. And of course you couldn't get an Uber. And so they're waiting at a gas station on a corner in Houston. And the gas station was open, and my son went in and spent $19.99 on a cowboy hat. I got to see if he can send me a picture.
You spent how much?
$19.99 on an authentic Texas Houston cowboy hat. Gas station cowboy hat.
Yeah, gas station quality.
Yep. And we decided that the only thing probably his choice was that or the sushi, and he went with the hat, which was probably a good call.
Gas station sushi over a gas station hat over a gas station sushi.
Yeah.
I fully endorse that decision.
I think it was a great call.
Dad, it's made from real tumbleweeds.
Yeah, exactly. You got to
And
see
thatch.
this butte that he was wearing. I have to see if I can get a picture. Although he's on a plane right now, so.
How'd he get out of town?
So there was the kids needed to get back a little bit earlier, so they were on an 8 a.m. flight. They got delayed for an hour, and they got to fly through Huntsville, Alabama. You ever been to Huntsville, Alabama?
In a way.
Oh, you have?
Well, I mean, our trip to New Orleans, we got derailed.
Oh, did we go through Huntsville?
We kind of did, yeah. We were headed towards it. I remember that, yeah. Huntsville is like a flight capital of some kind. There's something to do with NASA or something like that.
Is it?
I mean, it's not Cape Canaveral, but I mean, I thought there was something to do with the flight.
Well, whatever it is, he's on his way there. So, how are you today?
I'm okay.
Yeah, good.
You know, I texted my friends that went to the game last night. I wished congratulations, just like I did to John during the crosstalk. To you as well.
Thank you.
You know, I think that there's a grace period here, and I hope that nobody oversteps the boundaries.
No, you're being very good. I expect you to be graceful. I would do the same, of course.
It was a hell of a game for Michigan. They dominated in most facets of the game for most of the game. You know, there was that lull where they didn't score. Washington didn't show up until Blake Corum went for 59 yards, and then their defense is like, oh, wait a minute, we need to stop them somehow. Yeah. And they did for a long period of time there. But the problem was their offense never showed up. Michael Penix just never looked right. The best thing he was doing was throwing these really quick short passes to the receivers on the sideline, these quick screens, and those were effective until the receivers started dropping a ball. And then it was just you're playing catch up the whole time, and the defensive line from Michigan was so strong and powerful, and took care of the Washington offensive line, and made life difficult for Michael Penix, where he looked below average, I dare say. I mean, there was a couple plays he left out there. Oh, that hat is. I'm looking at the hat right now on Twitch.
Yeah.
That's That's worth $20.
Yep.
That's
Gas station,
easily worth $20.
Authentic, 1999, Houston. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you can see it.
Oh man,
But
that's great.
1999 Houston gas station cowboy hat.
Not many people are going to get a
With a
good
big
fit
Ultra.
from a gas station cowboy hat, but that's a good fit right there. That's a really good fit. But anyway, I thought absolutely Michigan deserved it last night. The defense was stout, taking on that offense and rendering them, impotent really for most of the game, save for a couple of plays. It was impressive destruction by the Wolverines, and in the end, it was clear they were the best team on the field last night. I thought that going into the game, those were definitely the two best teams in the country. So clearly, Michigan's best team in the country. Congratulations to them, and congratulations to Wolverine Nation.
So, a few things about it. I'll say this, and this goes to fans everywhere. If you ever go to a championship, a specific, I think it probably, I'm not sure it rings true in the pros, but for college fans, for Michigan fans, and Michigan State fans, bowl games, Final Fours, here's my advice, and I think that this is something that everybody can take, is find out where the team hotel is. And when the game is over, if you want to go celebrate, it's an unbelievable deal. I ended up on one of the team buses coming back after the game, and the players, when they saw the hotel and the crowd, they just were amazed. And the lobby at the Hilton in downtown Houston was absolutely jam-packed. There were fans everywhere outside. The players we're never getting to our rooms. They had it roped off so they could. But, I mean, it was close to 4 a.m, and there were still people milling around. The bars had been closed for a long time.
Were people walking around with cases of beer?
Well, those
was that going
on? Those that went to gas stations waiting for an Uber also got a Venmo from their father to get $75 worth of beer, knowing what was going to happen, knowing that I could get 3 drinks at the hotel bar for $75, or 3 cases of beer from a gas station for $75.
I think you chose wisely.
Yeah, and we ended up having a bit of a party in the room, and Avant and Miller and John all made up. Do you hear what John did to me? Did you catch that?
John wanted me to ask you about the thermostat situation in the hotel. Is this the same thing, or is this something different?
Yeah, because we had 20 people up in the room. The replay of the game was going on. It was before we went downstairs, and everybody just kind of little decompress. And John went over. He was one of the last ones out of the room, and he went over to the thermostat and turned it up to 86.
What a jerk.
And so everybody left the room. We went downstairs, and it was everybody in the lobby and all that. And 2.5, 3 hours later, when we went back up to the room, it was like a sauna. And that is just, it's just Jansen.
Needed to.
It's just Jansen.
Well, no, John said it was throughout the hotel. It was a hotel issue. It wasn't wasn't a room issue.
Yeah, John's full of poi is what it is. But yeah. So look, we'll do the best to give you what it was like being down here. There's a lot to talk about on and off the field. There's what's next for Harbaugh. There's what's next for JJ. There's what's next for this team. There's the off season. There's a lot. And don't forget, we got Jared Goff. We got Jared Goff today at 10:30. From what I understand, he's the quarterback of the Lions. Somebody just asked on a scale 1 to 10, how's the brown bag flu today? 10 being the worst. I am not at a 10. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not at a 10.
You just sound tired.
Carson Anderson. I'm tired. I'm tired.
You could use a Bud Light Chelada.
Yeah. You got one?
I do.
They didn't have that at the gas station.
Well,
it's Carson Anderson. What's that?
No, I was just going to say, you spend $75 on beer. I hope you have a few left. Probably not.
And a hat.
And a hat, right. No, that's right. The hat was part of it.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket. Blake Corum following last night's 34-13 win for Michigan in the national championship game here in Houston. The Michigan crowd. So there's a few things I want to talk about here, Gator. Just people down here as best I can as what it was like. There were more Michigan fans than Washington fans. I would estimate it about 60-40. There was a report before, and I can't remember where I heard it before, because you can buy tickets for the championship game when your team qualifies for the semifinals. And then, you put the deposit down, you get your money back, that whole thing. And each school gets 20,000 tickets.
Can I stop you real quick?
Texas.
I need to stop you real quick.
All right.
I need you to look at the Twitch screen, and maybe there needs to be an adjustment made.
Yeah, what's that?
Unless,
some from the sun.
Yeah, for a minute there, that rainbow was pointed right into your pants. And that's
Is that better?
It's a little much. That's much better, actually, yes.
Okay. All right, good. You can watch on Twitch and YouTube. Okay, the show's going to be a little bit of a mess today. I'm sorry.
You're a mess today.
Thank you. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. It's been a long night.
Yeah, you're in a studio. You're not in your hotel room. I was going to say, because you're all geared up because you're cold as hell. And I'm like, well, wasn't your room just 86 degrees? And yet, obviously, you're in a studio, not in your hotel room.
Yeah, we're at the Odyssey station down here in Houston. I think it's Sports Radio 610. But they were very kind to host Jansen the last 2 mornings. I obviously did the show yesterday from the station. But, yeah, it's pretty nice here. You know, Texas is super flat. It's incredibly flat.
Yes, Doug. Yes, I did know that.
Well, it mattered. And the reason I'm bringing it up is just because yesterday there were storms, okay? And I had family outside tailgating, and you could look off to the west. And we were at level 8, so way up high. But you could walk out of our booth and directly back and see windows that looked off to the west, and that's where my family was. And I'm thinking about an hour and a half, 2 hours before kickoff, I'm looking out, and I realized there is a huge storm rolling in. And I called my family, and I said, it's time to come in the stadium. You need to come in. You're about to get just annihilated by a storm. And you could see it. You could see it rolling in across the plains. And, I mean, Texas, I don't know if this is even worth it, but I will turn the Twitch feed outside and show that how flat it is.
Show the flat horizon.
For miles. Yeah, and well, you could. I don't know if you can even see the stadium off there in the background, but that's NRG Stadium, and right next to it's the Astrodome.
So, are you looking west at this point, or you're looking east? Do you have any idea?
I think I'm actually looking south, towards the stadium. But anyway, you could see the storm rolling in, and I called my family and I said, "Get in here. You're gonna get annihilated by this storm." Well, I mean, it made sense in the moment, but and it was almost watching. It was like watching people run. It was like a movie scene, watching people run as the storm. You could just see it coming down the road. And a lot of fans made their way in and got in before it happened, but those that were outside, it was windy. The temperature dropped. You know how it is. I mean, I think it cut back on the tailgating, had people in their seats early. But nonetheless, it was cool scene, cool atmosphere, and I had my interaction with most of the Washington fans was pretty good. I talked about I'm fully confident guy yesterday, but did not see fully confident guy after the game.
Well, I mean, the team mascot is a fluffy dog that likes to play in the snow and talk. So
beautiful dog. This is my
awesome
first time
dog.
Seeing the husky. Yep. Do you know who else? Herb Street had his dog down on the field.
Yeah, well, that dog's gotten a lot of publicity lately. It's a beautiful golden retriever.
I brought it up. I brought it up to some people, and they're like, "Yeah, we hear about it, the dog." And I haven't noticed it, but apparently his dog goes everywhere with him.
Yeah, I had no idea about any of this until last week. There was a story about it. I'm like, so this is a thing, and I guess it is a thing. And I had not paid any attention to it until a week ago. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool, being a dog lover and a dog owner, and it'd be great to have the dog come with you if a certain dog were obedient enough.
Yeah,
but his dog is clearly very obedient. There's a story behind why he does it, and it's kind of cool. But Stoney's had enough. Stoney's had enough
with Herb Street's dog.
Stoney had enough with Herb Street's dog.
And Stoney's a dog guy too.
And Stoney's
right?
a dog guy, but he's like I've had enough.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he said it before he walked out of the studio. And we had a couple quick exchanges about things, and that was one of them. He's like, "I've just had enough of that dog." it's a beautiful dog, but apparently it gets
like
too much attention. I mean, that dog gets a credential for crying out loud.
It does.
You know.
Really?
They counted the dog as part of the attendance. There.
See, I think that's funny. What can I tell you? I think it's funny. But we'll talk about it out throughout the day. But we have our weekly chat with Detroit Lions quarterback Jared Goff coming up next. It's Carson Anderson, Doug Carson Houston, Gator Kang back at the 97.1 The Ticket studios. 97.1 The Ticket. Okay. Doug Karsh down in Houston. Scott the Gator Anderson back at our studios. We'll talk with Lions quarterback Jared Goff coming up in a few moments. Working on about an hour's sleep following last night's national championship game, Michigan and Washington.
An hour?
I think it was an hour, maybe a little bit more.
All right.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yep. Maybe a little bit more. But Jansen stayed up all night. He pulled the all-nighter When I left him, I think it was 4:30, and he's on the air at 6,
Mhm.
and I had to catch an Uber, about a 20-minute Uber ride from our hotel. So, but he an animal, man. That guy, he doesn't. I swear he doesn't need sleep. But he didn't, and he didn't get any.
Well, he
might have
stores
got
it in his hump. Oh, sorry, that's water in a camel. My bad.
It's quite all right. You've done one of these shows, right?
Oh
Where you were
yeah,
up
no,
all night?
I did a Lions draft day show the year that they had the 2 selections. I'd just say it was rough getting to that draft day show,
Yeah.
staying up till 6 a.m. with my friends, partying a little bit, and then having to do that show was very difficult.
And from what I understand, each year you try something like this. It's not as easy as it was the year prior, or the year prior to that, or the year prior to that. Just a little heads up. This isn't as easy as it used to be, but still. All right, let's talk to the Detroit Lions quarterback. Jared, as always, thanks for being with us. And I want to start with this. On behalf of Detroit, thank you.
Oh, thank you. No, yeah, it was a fun year, man. We're now we get to go in the playoffs. But yeah, appreciate it.
You're in the moment right now, so it might be kind of hard to do this. But can you reflect on this journey? I know it's not done, and you guys have bigger goals than this. But from the day you were traded to right now, coming to Detroit and taking this team to what for us is unprecedented heights, can you reflect on the journey?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to do right now in the midst of it. But yeah, we've come a long way and went through some hard times, obviously there early on, and now a chance to get, we're in the tournament now and we can go, win a Super Bowl if we win these next 4 games. But yeah, it's a good place to be for us. And yeah, it's been a long way from where we started.
You asked for an exit interview with Coach McVay after the trade. How important was that for you, and what were you able to take out of it moving on to the next stage of your career as a Detroit Lion?
Yeah, shoot. It's so long ago now. I don't, the details of the conversation are kind of vague, but it was a good conversation we had. It was a long conversation, and got some questions off my chest. He got some stuff off his, and yeah, it was good.
Well, that's going to be a bit of a storyline. We're going to hear about Stafford coming here, and you're going to hear about going up against McVay. Is this something that is this a thing for you, or is it just another football game, kind of a nameless, faceless opponent?
Yeah, it's so much greater than anything about me and the Rams or Matthew, obviously, in Detroit. It's such a bigger, between both teams. So it's easy to ignore for me. I mean, I'll answer the questions all week. I'll deal with it, as I'm sure they will. But it's about our team, and we've come a long way, like you mentioned, and it's our opportunity now to go make a real run. It'd be selfish of me to try to make it obviously about anything else than that. But I'm excited for our team. We've come a long way, and they're the one that's in our way now, and we got to go out and get a win.
Does your familiarity with the Rams, do you think it helps you at this point prepare, or is being 3 full years removed from that team not really provide any relevant insight at this point?
Their team's so much different now. It really is. There's so much different. There's so much turnover on their roster. I think on defense, obviously Aaron is over there, was with me, and maybe 1 or 2 other guys. But yeah, it's so much different now than it was.
Did Aaron ever hit you, like in practice? Did you ever feel
what are we in a
real
room?
Aaron Donald hit?
No, he never hit me in practice. No.
No. Okay. Home playoff game, first time in 30 years. You've been there for us. You've been there and done that, though. With these things, is there any difference in preparation than a regular season game when it comes to a playoff game?
No, I don't think so. I think your prep you've done all year and all the stuff that you've kind of put forward to get yourself here is what's important. And we're gonna do the same thing this week. Prep the right way. Dan will have us ready to go with our practice schedule and get us ready to go for this week. Yeah, obviously, there's more at stake here. It's win or go home, and we all know that, obviously. And a lot of these guys have played in big games and understand that. But yeah, it'll be really fun, man. I think it's an opportunity for us that doesn't come along all the time. And I think as I get older, you appreciate these opportunities much more, and as your career goes on.
maybe nothing changes in terms of prep week to week, playoffs or not. But what about your just life outside of the Allen Park headquarters? I mean, do you not watch TV? Do you not listen to your favorite radio hosts? Do you eat differently, or do you sleep differently? Do you deliberately change things up outside of the workplace once you get to the playoffs?
No, to be honest, no, it really doesn't. You may ignore social media a bit more just because it gets a little bit louder, but other than that, no, you don't. You do the same stuff, and I'll be still tuning in, 4 hours a day to you guys, making sure I'm updated on everything. But yeah, besides that, no, nothing changes.
Well, I'm going to try here, Jared, and I know you probably won't say anything because A, it's not your job, and B, you're not on the team medical staff, but all of Detroit is on pins and needles waiting to hear about Sam Laporta and Khalif Raymond. And have you talked to those guys? Do you get the sense that they are going to play when they talk about the playoffs and they talk about the postseason? What can you tell us about your interactions with them?
Yeah, again, I'm not a doctor, and I'm waiting equally as much as everyone else to see what the verdict will be by the end of the week. But I know they're going to try. Yeah, of course they're going to try. And I know Dan has said it. We'll see. We'll see with both of them. I don't know. It's only Tuesday. We're only 2 days away from when they got injured. So as the week goes on, we'll have a better idea.
Next man up for this team has kind of been the mantra really from day one because you guys have had to deal with all that. The players have answered the bell. Dan Skipper was called into action as a legitimate tight end, not just a tackle reporting is eligible. Can you rate his route running skills and catching ability as a tight end?
He's got good hands. He plays catch with us almost every day, so he's got good hands. His route running can use a lot of work, but that's not something he's ever working on. But yeah, he's got good enough hands where he can catch those short ones, and he turned up the field and tried to run the guy over, which is pretty funny. And but yeah, he just happened to get on that one. It was nothing that was planned. It's just the way that game worked out. Sam was injured. He kind of had to step in that extra tight end role a little bit, and happened to get the ball to him.
You've completed passes to now a tackle and a linebacker in Malcolm Rodriguez. Is Malcolm Rodriguez maybe get some reps at tight end this week?
I don't know. Again, another guy who's got pretty good natural hands for a guy who doesn't catch the ball all the time. But, yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see.
Is there a game or a point in the season or seasons past that you might reference with this team as an example of the right way to go about the business and prepare for a game? Or is there a game that you bring up and say, we can't go back to that, not up in here?
No, there's not a game that I would say we can't go back to. All the games we won this year and the games that we feel like we were right there and could have won, absolutely, you look at those as the way we handle our business and the way we do things. And throughout the course of the game, adversity is going to strike, and how do you respond and how do you overcome, and complementary football, all that stuff goes into this week. It doesn't change in that way. It's still a 60-minute game with 100 yards of field, so it's all the same stuff in that way. But the energy will be ticked up a little bit, the speed will be ticked up a little bit, and it'll be a fun, ruckus environment.
Can you tell us a little bit about, as Gator said earlier, next man up, Brock Wright and James Mitchell, the two tight ends now that more will be expected of from them?
Yeah, both guys are great and had a lot of experience at this point. And James, I thought, did a great job last week stepping in there and filling in his role. And when Brock has been down the last few weeks, he stepped in his role as well. So yeah, both those guys can do some things in their own right and will help us when they're ready.
Kind of a really cool moment that I'm sure players love to do this and love to see this happen. But Josh Reynolds getting the 600 yards and hitting a bonus. What was being said prior to that last drive to try to get him the yardage to get that bonus? And what was it like for you guys as teammates of his and see that come to fruition?
Yeah, we all knew all week what was at stake, and obviously would have liked to get him a touchdown too. We knew that was at stake as well. But really throughout the whole game, we were trying to get him the ball, and just whatever defense they were running, whatever was happening in the play, we just for whatever reason just couldn't find them. But we were trying, and towards the end of the game there, we were really trying, and threw some balls to him in the end zone that just didn't connect. And then, yeah, there at the end, we needed 25, 30 yards, whatever he needed to get it, and just kept throwing him screens, trying to get him that yardage, and ultimately he did.
One thing I like to say about a Dan Campbell coach team, Jared, is that it feels like there's less nonsense with this group. And maybe I'm just comparing it to Lions teams in the past. And what I mean by that is locker room issues, complaining in the media, off the field stuff. is that a culture that is created by the coaching staff, or is it more a reflection of the players that were brought in here?
Yeah, I think it's both. I think we have a mature team now, and I think Dan does a good job of not like leaving any doubt to what our intent is daily, and who to go to if they have any questions about anything. I think that's the biggest thing is communication. He lets us know if you have an issue, go talk to him, and he's very honest, he's very open, and that usually defeats a lot of those small problems you can come across if that isn't the case. So it's a credit to him and the rest of the coaches of having that mindset and being very open and honest with us.
Love watching the videos after you guys win, coach addressing the team in the locker room, and after you guys won on Sunday, got to see Martha Ford come in there and Sheila Hamp as well. They addressed you guys, showed a lot of gratitude. It was pretty cool, but did it feel awkward at all right after that? You're leading the team and getting them fired up, dropping F-bombs. Were the ladies out of the locker room at that point, or was it still going on?
I think Sheila and Martha are somewhat used to being in the locker room in those environments. I think they aren't too upset about that. I try to watch my language around them, but I think they're fired up as we are, and having them in the locker room is great. And I think what Sheila's done since I've been here and all the stuff that she's been involved in and having her around has been so awesome. And I'll say this: whenever we win, they're obviously in there. You guys see the videos, but they're in there when we lose too, and that's even more important.
Final thing for me, did you watch the national championship game last night?
I did. Yep. Good W.
Thoughts?
Good job, Wolverines.
Wow. All right. I wondered if you were rooting for the old Pac-12 brother there.
I
in Washington.
was split. I was split a little bit because obviously, I'm a local Michigan guy now, so it's hard for me to root against them. But I would have liked to see the Pac-12 in their final year with the national championship. Would have been kind of fun. But no, I was happy either way.
Last question for me. What are you looking forward to the most when it comes to the Sunday night matchup, whether it's the crowd or just getting back into a playoff atmosphere? What is it that you can't wait to see?
Yeah, playoff atmosphere. I mean, for me, it's been 5 years. I played in the playoffs in 2020, but the atmosphere wasn't, obviously like it will be now with the COVID year. So my last time in a real playoff atmosphere was 2018, in the Super Bowl, and prior to that, it was in New Orleans. So yeah, this will be fun, man. It'll be really fun, and I'm excited for our fans. I'm excited for our city. Them getting to experience a home playoff game. A lot of these people for the first time in their lives, and for me, it'll be a lot of fun to be there and to lead us, and hopefully come out with W.
Well, Jared, again, thank you, and as always, we appreciate your time, and we look forward to talking to you next week.
Sounds great, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Jared.
There he is, Jared Goff, quarterback of the Detroit Lions. Our weekly conversation here on 97.1 The Ticket. And Gator, I hope we do get to talk to him next week, right?
That'd be great. Yeah. Looking forward to it.
Previewing another playoff game.
That's right.
All right, we got a Michigan National Championship to talk about. We got a Lions playoff game to talk about. Man, it's a good time for Detroit Sports Talk Radio. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. J.J. McCarthy there, and Gator, he said something interesting there that I want to follow up on. He said, I was on the podium and I knew the guys who were coming back. And I don't know that he means he knew the guys that had decisions that were coming back, or he just knew what they had on the roster that kind of had to come back. Do you think he knows right now? Do you get the sense he knows right now whether he's coming back, whether Jim Harbaugh's coming back? Because, I mean, at this point, that's kind of the next page in this story.
Well, I think he would know what his decision is, and I think maybe winning a national championship is obviously it's awesome. It's pinnacle of college football. But if I were him, I'd look at that and say, I don't think I'm ready to go to the NFL yet. I think he should come back. And because of NIL situations, he'll get paid handsomely to come back if he chooses to. But I think he still has more to prove to improve his draft standing. He's a very good college quarterback, but even what we saw last night, it's not exceptional. But he's got improvement, and he can make those improvements. With Harbaugh, it's not up to Jim. It's up to the NFL. Does the NFL want to hire him? And it seems like there's a lot of smoke with teams that want to interview him. Do they want to offer him a job? Is something else? So, I mean, do I think Jim Harbaugh is going to entertain interviews? Absolutely. And should he? Absolutely. He's achieved everything he needed to achieve at Michigan. He, brought the program back to prominence, albeit with some, scars along the way that may be lingering. But in the end, wins a national championship, gets to 3 straight college football playoff appearances. Not much more he can do. So he can either stay at Michigan for the rest of his coaching career, or he can continue to chase the dream of winning a Super Bowl and be one of the select few to do both.
Yeah, so I get the sense, okay, and just talking with people, and I talked to some people throughout this entire thing that had gone back and forth, and if I had to guess right now, and it's admittedly a guess, I'm not reporting anything, and I'm not really going on, somebody with tremendous insight has a little birdie has whispered in my ear and told me anything. I'm guessing at this point, but if I had to guess, I would guess that Jim Harbaugh will be back at Michigan. But if he's not, I think he would part with at such a great time where he left the program, and maybe in some ways, I mean, when you hand it off to what would likely be the next guy, when you've developed the next guy on your staff, and Sharon Moore, which seems like he would be a logical choice at this point, that it's leaving the program in pretty good hands is my belief. If JJ decides to stay, then I think you're going to see Michigan in the coming weeks and months, because there's still time and there's spring football and all that to really get into the portal at a few positions offensively, because they'll lose Blake Corum. They will likely lose some talent on the outside. They're going to lose some guys up front. And so maybe...
Do they lose a lot on the offensive line?
Well, they lose Trevor Keegan and Zach Zinter. Drake Nugent has a decision to make. I believe Carson Barnhart is done. So that would be 3. Miles Hinton says he's coming back. He was in and out of the lineup this year. So they're going to have some guys to replace. And that offensive line performed pretty damn well at the end of the season. They didn't win the Joe Moore for the first time in 3 years, and it was the Huskies. Obviously, they had it. And look, how we talk about how you fabricate stuff to put the chip on your shoulder. I think the offensive line was like, they took our award and they wanted to go out and perform. But the what's next is going to be really interesting. But
can I make I made an observation last night watching the game because I watched the ESPN Plus broadcast with the home team radio. So I watched the game and listened to you guys the whole time.
Thank you.
Well, save for the first half hour of the game, because I forgot the game started at 7:30. I was literally watching Jeopardy, and the game's going on. It's like 8:05. Like, let's flip on some pregame coverage, and let's go. Hey, I can watch this broadcast. Okay, great. 7-0. What? Aside from the missing the first drive and a half of the game, it felt like you.
Should I ask you who won Jeopardy?
I don't remember the guy who did it, but
it was a rerun, Doug.
He came from behind to win it. He was in second place and he won it.
Trebek was still hosting.
Oh, stop it! Rest in peace.
R.I.P.
Yes.
Too soon?
Too soon. No, he's not. It was a.
I know.
It's a new episode. Just stop it. Anyway, so I made an observation. Now that you've brought this offensive line award up again, as I say it, because it felt like you took it personally last night.
Really?
That Washington had been given that bestowed that honor. You said it a few times.
Did I?
Yeah, and you like to say it. It seems like you like to. Now I have to pull a Twitch because I want to see your reaction. Because it seemed like you took it personally, and every time Michigan's defensive line mowed right through them, or maybe there was a false start or a holding call, that you like poking the bear there, or throwing a dig
That's
at the
funny,
Husky.
Because what's really interesting about that is, I didn't take it personally, and I didn't mean to overdo it, but perhaps I did. You don't realize it until the game's over, and you go back and you listen to something, and go, boy, I got a little carried away there, or that was a little much, or why did I keep hammering that? I have no idea why. I have absolutely no idea. It's funny that you say that, but I like to listen back to stuff and do it every once in a while with the talk show as well, and figure out, because I will tell you one of the things about doing these jobs, Gator, and you can attest to this, when you're sitting in the chair, what you have in your mind isn't always what's coming out of the speakers. Like what you're thinking and what you're trying to convey isn't always what's coming out of the speakers to the people. So it's funny that you say that, because I did not take it personally at all, and it was just a point. And they were really good. I mean, the story of this game was the defense, right? I mean, we were talking about the offense, but the story was the defense's ability to keep Michael Penix from doing what he does. And he's exceptionally good, man. I have a ton of respect for that kid. I have a ton of respect for Kalen DeBoer, for their team, for their program. And the fact that they had 13 points. I had the game 24-17, but every time I did it, I said, I can't believe I'm holding Washington 17 points. It was predicated on Michigan long time-consuming drives, and their touchdown drives were, the first one was time-consuming, the second one not so much, and then they didn't do much for a long time. Washington got a bunch of possessions. I'm amazed with the job the Michigan defense did last night.
Yeah, it was a special effort from them, and I think I had it, 31-27 last night. Michigan would win, but I cautioned that Washington can have problems if they're not pouring it into the end zone from like 30 yards out. If they march down the field and they get into the red zone, are they going to be able to finish the drives? Because they didn't have a healthy running back. Even though Dylan Johnson played, he clearly didn't look like Dylan Johnson. But their other running backs weren't doing anything either. They couldn't run the ball, and they didn't really have a short passing game. I mean, are you going to line up and do that wide receiver screen from the 12-yard line? Not likely, because you're hoping to break tackles and take it downfield. But everybody, the safeties are up in this situation. So that benefited Michigan's defense, and they answered it. And plus, I mean, how many times did they force Washington to punt? And they were awful punts that would roll 20 yards. And then I thought Michigan did a brilliant thing at the end by having two return guys, and it almost cost them too many men on the field towards the end there, but which would have been horrific at that time. Would have given them a first down. I think when it was still a one-score game. Alas, no penalty flag, and I think Michigan drove down for the touchdown. But to bring that second guy in there and have him 10, 15 yards north of the punt returner so that he can field the short punt, I thought was a brilliant strategy move. Not only did they outplay him on offense and on defense and on special teams, Jim Harbaugh flat out outcoached Kalen DeBoer in that game.
Yeah, well, they did some really good things, and we will get into it more, plus your phone calls. We'll talk some Lions later on. Dan Campbell highlights of what he told the morning show in the noon hour. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
We got an update on the injury to Piston star Cade Cunningham this past hour. The team says it is indeed a knee strain, and he will be reevaluated after 7 to 10 days. So he does avoid a very serious injury, but he'll likely be out tonight and then at least 3 more games. They take on the Kings tonight at home for a 7 o'clock matchup right here on 97.1. I'll be with you on the pregame at 6:35. Dan Campbell would love to replicate what Jim Harbaugh and the Wolverines just did last night. Coach made no secret that this time of year is what he lives for as a coach. Trust me, he said it. He'll try to put the Lions in the best possible position to do so.
It's what I live for as a coach.
No, he just said nothing. It was just silence for 10 seconds. Still no word on if he'll have Sam Laporta for his offense. They're still going to evaluate him over the next 36 hours, but he still has that outside chance. Campbell also says that he has confidence in his secondary, which has been a little bit shaky lately, let's say, because they have to be good. That's what he says, and he thinks he will be. By the way, if you're still interested in tickets for Sunday's home game, the first in 30 years, at minimum, you'll be dropping over $400 a seat, and that's for the nosebleeds via Ticketmaster.
Coming down.
Jim Harbaugh will take his time when it comes to his future. He says he's going to savor the win first. A 10-year deal reportedly sitting on the table in Ann Arbor still, but there's still plenty of interest in his services in the NFL. The team that got their congratulations, by the way. They got their congratulations from President Joe Biden on a X platform, who says they made every American proud who dons the maize and blue. Good for them. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott.
Home playoff game for the Lions. This is just crazy.
It's weird.
So I was calling. Yeah, I know. My hands are starting to figure something out. They're doing something.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Go Blue
Building
Gators.
gas.
Sorry. No, so I was calling. I was wondering what your Doug, who you thought your MVP was, because mine was Kenneth Grant and that defensive line. Like what they were able to do, especially in that second quarter when I don't know what was going on. They were trying to just start passing the ball when they could just run it at will. All of a sudden, they got these weird plays going, and every time they were asked, they were out there and just given everything back to the offense. When they came out of that second half and delivered that interception, that was the defensive line too. And what they were able to do against Alabama, I mean, but I was wondering who your MVP was, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, I would have gone with Blake Corum. I understand why they did what they did, and I guess they had the offensive and the defensive MVP. The one thing about Michigan that's changed this team it's different about this team, I guess. And Gator, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Was I always thought, well, the quarterbacks and the skill position players at Miami they got all the hype. The defensive line with the Hurricanes back in the day when they were the U.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought the defensive line, with Jerome Brown and Russell Maryland, they just were dominant all the time. They always had dominant defensive tackles. This is the best I remember Michigan's defensive line collectively as a group ever being, and they only had 1 sack last night. But at the end of that game, Michael Penix was chuck and duck. I mean, he got hit so much, and they made his life very difficult. And they got the ball out so quick, it's going to cut down on the number of things, the big gaudy stats you put together. But my man praising Kenneth Grant, I would, all of them up front made an impact on this game. And I think it's what is different about this Michigan team is how good Mike Elston came in from Notre Dame after 12 years being their defensive line coach there, said this group will come at you, and come at you in waves. And he was too deep at least at every position. Former player at Michigan. He's a great position coach. And I think he's spot on about the way the defensive line played in the big games this year.
Yeah, I'm now that they were able to get it done, not just at the end of the Big Ten schedule, did it against Penn State, did it against Ohio State. Not that Iowa was any big team to beat, but hey, they had a nice record to look at anyway. But people wanted to gauge it against bigger opponents.
Mm-hmm.
You go out there and you dominate the line of scrimmage against Alabama, and then you double down with that and look even more impressive against Washington. given that it was a Joe Moore award-winning offensive line. And also, it's Michael Penix, right? I mean, this guy had gotten all the accolades, runner-up in the Heisman Trophy and everything, and he is great. But I don't know what happened early in that game to rattle Penix as it was, but he was off target. He was throwing the ball high. He just wasn't throwing catchable passes, and then later in the game, it just wasn't even competitive because he was beat up. And you're right, only get sacked once, but defensive line put pressure, and he did take some hits. I was very impressed with Kenneth Grant. Big fella is incredibly athletic. Mason Graham next to him, another big fella, incredibly athletic. They're both sophomores. Are they true sophomores?
Yes.
That's scary because now what you're going to get going into next year, honestly, you're going to get the hype that Michigan fans probably want, and it's legitimate hype. They want the Georgia type feel. When everybody talked about the Georgia defensive tackles over the last couple of years, not so much this year because they didn't have those guys, but when they had Jordan Davis and when they had the other guy,
Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter. When they had both of those guys, everybody was talking about those defensive tackles and how they're can't miss guys. If either of these guys were seniors, I mean, coming out, is there any question that they would be hyped up? They should be. They're outstanding, and they're going to have a whole extra year to prove it. And it's going to be a major reason why Michigan's one of the fourth odds-on favorite to win the national championship again, because that's outstanding. That being said, Will Johnson was a difference maker last night, I thought. The interception to start off the third quarter was a fantastic job. Not only to catch it and corral it, but to keep his body in bounds the way he did. It was an excellent angle of it from the sideline angle that you saw where he's rolling on his shoulder, but that shoulder is in bounds. Just a great play. And he's a lockdown corner. And that's another guy who is a sophomore. So you got at least three guys on the defense that are super stud players, and they're definitely coming back next year.
So you mentioned Penix. I don't think Penix didn't get rattled till later in the game.
Yeah.
But when they had that fourth down in the second quarter, and he missed the open receiver downfield to the far sideline, I can't remember if it was Polk or Adunze or whomever it was. He had a guy open on fourth down, and he overthrew him. And just every once in a while, you pick a bad day to have a bad day, and Michigan contributed to it for sure. But there were a couple of throws that were there to be made that if Washington was going to win this game, they're the kind of throws that he has to make, and I expect him to make, and he didn't. And like I said, Michigan contributed to him, but even when stuff was, he missed. And Jesse Minter's game plan, the defense coordinator for Michigan, I mean, you have to be patient to keep everything inside and in front. Nobody takes more deep shots than Washington, and Penix is exceptionally good, but their throws over the top were limited. They were limited, and it felt like almost everything was quick hitter to the outside, underneath, and you just kind of wait for them to make a mistake and get behind the sticks and then get off the field, because it felt like they could dink and dunk. All that was there all night long. They didn't do much in the run game. Obviously, Michigan and Dylan Johnson's injury didn't help, but they didn't do much in the run game. And honestly, what Coach Minter dialed up and his staff worked.
Yeah, exactly. It was a great defensive game plan with great defensive players, and the offense. It's not like the offense was a well-oiled machine, but they had maybe a handful of plays, but those handful of plays were massive plays. I mean, when you look at the early box score on it, and Donovan Edwards has 2 carries for 87 yards and 2 touchdowns. Like, what the hell just happened? And Blake Corum, rips off a 59-yard run, and it's amazing. The Colston Loveland catch across the middle, I thought was such a big play and a brilliant play by him. The way that he ran the route, when he jumps to high point the ball, he's doing it in the midst of running his route as opposed to stopping the route and jumping straight up in the air. Had he done that, he would have been drilled by Hampton's right behind him, the safety, who was looking like he was all over the place in the game last night. But unfortunately making plays way downfield and not when it mattered. But he's right behind him, and he jumps straight up in the air. Meanwhile, you've got Loveland who's jumping, but he's jumping across while his hands are up in the air. So his momentum is carrying him east-west, and that momentum and the way that he runs that route and catches that football allows him not only to get past Hampton, who's jumping straight up, but avoid the linebacker who's coming underneath, who just ends up looking like he took a bad route to Loveland, and Loveland's able to get another 15 yards on the play or whatever it was. Just a brilliant play.
Hey, as good as the regular season is, there's nothing like NFL Super Wild Card Weekend. 6 games, 3 days. For these teams, it's win or go home. But you always have a spot in the playoffs with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up the W. So go to FanDuel.com right now and take advantage. New customers get started with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. I'm going to figure out where I'm going to put my dollar coming up this weekend. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Make every moment mean more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Let's get back to your phone calls. Eric Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. Hey, we can't ignore and we will not ignore the Detroit Lions. Coming up in the noon hour, Dan Campbell was on with the morning show. We'll play the best of what he had to say. So stick around for that, Lions fans. In the meantime, we've got Nick next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Nick.
Hey, hi, guys. Good morning. Go Blue.
Good morning.
Hey, I wanted to say, first of all, Doug, I can't even imagine how much fun you must have had yesterday calling that game. It's just, you'll live with that for the rest of your life. You'll never forget that. It was, congratulations. Honestly, that was awesome.
Thank you very much. I will tell you, it was a wild day because I got to the stadium at about 8:30 in the morning to do the talk show. And Gator, we had talked about it on the air about whether or not I would go back, and I decided to stick around. So we had about 3.5 hours to kill. I explored all of NRG Stadium. I went over and checked out the Astrodome, which is still standing next to it, and then got a lot of game prep done. But wild day, incredible day, and I'm very fortunate to have had a chance to be a part of it.
Well, there was a lot of great calls, but I tell you, regarding the game, Washington took our best punch. I give Washington a lot of credit. I'll tell you what, lesser teams could have folded after those two long runs, and then Corum ripped off that one. They hung in there and actually took in my opinion, really took momentum of that game, the play of the game in my eyes. When I saw we're pinned back at our own 6 or 7 yard line, third down, and JJ rips off 22, I looked at my buds and said, that was it. That was the game winner right there. We flipped the field. It resulted in a punt. But to me, that's the drive of the game. We don't flip that field. We punt from our own end zone. We're giving them a short field. It's a tie game, and anything can happen. I was worried, really worried.
It's funny because the final score was 34-13, right? It was a lot. It felt a lot closer than that. It was. It
was a one-score game for the longest time. I mean, he's right. Blake Corum goes for 59 yards, and Michigan ends, and then Washington says we're going to play defense. They hold it to a field goal after that. It's 17-3. They're able to score before halftime to make it 17-10. It's a one-score game, and they get the ball back to start the second half. And what happens? Interception. And then it's just a back and forth of punting because neither team could do anything offensively for a long, long time. Both defenses shined. Obviously, Michigan shined throughout the game, but Washington's defense really picked it up after that Corum run, and then they just lost it. I don't know if they were just spent or whatever, but it was ineptitude in some parts of Michael Penix in that offense because they just weren't hooking up. Guys are open, and he's not able to hit them, and Michigan's defense was just pummeling guys too. I was so impressed with Michigan's tackling ability because there were no yards after catch. Guys would catch the ball, it'd be 2nd and 8, throw the screen pass. He's got it for a 2-yard gain, needs to make a guy miss, and they never made a guy miss. Michigan was so short; they were short-handed with their tackles on the outside. It was impressive.
I mean, this is a one-score game. It's one of the most explosive offenses in the country. Part of me couldn't believe that they were able to slow down Washington. Again, you go back to what Nick just said about how the respect for Washington. Yeah, I have a ton of respect for Washington, Gator. I know you do as well. This was a tight football game that there were a couple of plays that broke it open, flipping the field after that JJ run. Gator, you already mentioned the Colston Loveland catch, which really started to open the floodgates, and then the knockout punch was Mikey Sandristel's 85-yard interception return. But this was a very, very close football game that the score doesn't reflect that. But, like I always say, when you get to the postseason, you should and will play very good opponents. And all you got to do is try and find a way to win the game, and they found a way to win the game. 248-539-9797. Tom is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Morning, gentlemen. What a great day to be a Michigan Wolverine, huh? Very nice.
Yeah,
a couple quick observations. First of all, Doug, congratulations on doing such a great job with the announcing all season long. I've really enjoyed listening to you.
I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, no problem. We appreciate you. But I wanted to point out how incredible it is to me how this team went from a 2-4 COVID year where they didn't play the Ohio State game that year, and we probably would have got run right off the field if we did. And Harbaugh may not have even survived that season, especially if we would have taken an Ohio State beatdown. To go from 2-4 to 40-3 the last 3 years is just amazing to me. And the other thing is, just to point out, is that you realize we won a national championship with only 2 5-star athletes on the field. That is completely unprecedented when you look at the previous champions and all of the 5 stars they've rolled out on that field, from Clemson to Georgia, Alabama, LSU. It's just amazing how much this team has done with the level of recruiting that they have achieved.
Well, not everything's based on stars, but they've done a heck of a job, without a doubt.
I think something that we can talk about here a little bit is the formula of getting kids to stay, and is Michigan's formula sustainable? I don't know if it is. It's way too early. But what they appear to have done, and they don't recruit at the level that Georgia does and the level that even Ohio State does, but they recruit well, but they're not in the Alabama category. But is it using NIL money to keep your 3- and 4-star guys that have developed? And is Michigan winning with 22 and 23-year-olds or 21 and 22-year-olds, 3 stars and 4 stars that have developed, that are beating your 4-star and 5-star 18 and 19-year-olds? If that's the case, it's really encouraging for everybody not named Alabama and Ohio State, that maybe this is another way to get it done. And to an extent, and there's going to be very few people, this kind of happens in college hockey, where some of these other programs, the Quinnipiacs of the world, are getting kids that stay forever, while some of the big boys are getting guys that are one and done and recruiting at an elite level, but their 18-year-olds are losing to 22 and 23-year-olds when you get to the postseason.
In a way, it's like college basketball with some of the blue bloods, and well, how is it that Kentucky doesn't win every year? Well, because there might be recruiting fantastically, but these guys are 18-year-olds. But the other thing Michigan has done extraordinarily well over the last couple of years that kind of goes under the radar, but is also a plan for teams that want to compete at a high level, is that when they go to the portal, they're not looking for depth guys in the portal. They're looking for starters. And when they add a guy, it's an improvement over what they had. And they've done that to the offensive line the last couple of years. They've done that with other positions. Having Varner as an extra tight end, I mean, when you lose Eric All but you're adding this kid, that helps. And it's a model that other teams are going to look at. It's great. Hey, we added 15 guys in the portal. Oh, what'd you get? And 8 of them are 4 stars. Well, if they're 4-star or 5-star players from programs where those guys couldn't see the field, what are you really getting? But if you get a guy who wants to transfer from, say, Virginia, but they were a starter at Virginia and they were first team all ACC as an offensive lineman, and you add that to your team, that's an add. Adding a 5-star defensive lineman from Texas A&M who was disappointing doesn't mean anything. So they played the portal game well.
Yeah, I mean, they got a lot of contributions. It's like they used it as free agency when they figured out after recruiting is done. All right, where are we still coming up with shortcomings? But it's an interesting development. The game is changing rapidly. I don't know what the future holds and what the right way to do it is. And Michigan, using NIL money not to get the recruits but to keep the kids on the roster seems worked this year. And like I said, it's too early to know if this is the formula, but is it sustainable? More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Dan Campbell, what he told the morning show in the noon hour. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It's Blake Corum following Michigan's 34-14 win over Washington last night. I can report here from Houston that dry January was unsuccessful, and I've had very little sleep. But, Gator, I appreciate you helping me along through the day today on a very late night here in Houston. 248-539-9797.
Was it late?
It was late. It was late. Man. And I reiterate what I said earlier. If you ever go to one of these things, bowl game, and this goes for Michigan State fans, you go to a Final Four, find the team hotel, and after a win, go to the team hotel. It is it's an absolute party.
I had my friends that went to the hotel on Sunday night. Actually went to both team hotels to kind of check it out, and they she said it was awesome just to see humanity of people just there to check it out. Had a great time.
By the Houston Convention Center, there's like kind of a big square, like a park area. And the team hotels are at opposite sides of it, and you can see them from one another. And there was a lot of intermingling of the fans, and I'm guessing a lot of intermingling of the teams. At the Washington team hotel, I'm going to assume it's Craig Biggio's place, a place called Biggio's.
Look at you.
It's a
Detective Doug.
Yeah, I'm pretty sharp, even on 70 minutes sleep. So we went over there. That's where we watched the Lions game. Saw our boy Bob Gator from 24 Seconds.
Yeah, Bob sent me a picture. Yeah,
that was the Washington team hotel, and it was just across the square. And I was wondering in the back of my mind, is this the greatest idea to have the team so close to one another? But
rumble.
By all accounts, there were no issues. Michigan and Washington. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls here on Carson Anderson. We go to Lisa next here on 97.1. Hello, Lisa.
Hey, good morning. Doug, your voice doesn't sound too bad for being in Houston and all that talking and cheering and yelling.
Well, I'm glad it survived. I thought I was going to lose it late in the game, but we're hanging in there.
Yeah, so I had just a couple of quick comments. One, that defense yesterday. I thought that the 97 defense was the greatest defense that Michigan had. I got to give these guys props. There was Woodson back there in 97. The defensive line and the linebackers were great. This group, I think, in my opinion, completely tops that.
I think you might be right, and I don't know that the personnel is better. This is a really, really cohesive unit, and this is, they spent much of the year putting up gaudy stats and starters not playing in the fourth quarter, and they had more pick sixes than opposing quarterbacks had touchdown passes and all that, but they were playing a weak schedule. And then when they got into the biggest games of the season and had a chance to prove themselves, they really did. Against. Penn State wasn't a great offense, but they were good enough. Maryland is a very good offense, but they shoot themselves in the foot. Ohio State taking care of them. Alabama in the bowl game coming off a win over Georgia, and then this. I mean, I thought Washington was the best offense in the country, and they probably still are. It was just on that night. Penix didn't have a great night, and boy, did Michigan make his night more difficult.
Yeah, I thought Washington had one of the best offenses in the country. I think it's safe to say top 5. And maybe a couple others are from that same conference. It was, explosive at times, and you could see even last night, it doesn't take them long to get downfield. They had chances to do it and drop passes, or you had a holding call on one that called back a big play for them, and then just missed opportunities. Players dropping the football. Washington's kicking themselves today because it was a one-score game for the longest time, and they could not get the equalizer. They just couldn't do it. They either were shooting themselves in the foot, or Michigan stepped up and made an outstanding play on defense. And every one of those guys on defense had a hand in it. That's what was impressive about it. So when Lisa says might be a better defense than the 97 team, I mean, Woodson's one of the greatest players in the history of football, not just college football, but the NFL. Charles Woodson was amazing. I don't remember the defense from that team as well outside of Woodson, but this team seems like it's got a very high floor, to say the least. Like the weakest link is not weak. You know what I mean? And these players, the fact that you're bringing back at least 3 guys that are true sophomores that are outstanding players means that ceiling goes even higher and higher and higher. And I really have no doubt that this team, that next year, next season, they're going to be talked about like Georgia's defense will be.
Yeah, they're going to need some portal additions, and they're also going to need to figure out who's staying, who's going. But they have a chance. They have a chance, to be really, really good. But they're going to have a good off season, and heck, we got to figure out what's happening with the coach. 248-539-9797. Tom is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Tom.
Good morning. Yes, I appreciate your shows. You guys do a great job. Say, watched Michigan all year long. Watching JJ, I love him. He's a nice young man. They broadcasted last night that he was kind of ranked 5th on the quarterback coming out this year. But watching him, I believe another year would do him wonders. I think if he could come back for another year, they have a good team, and I think it'd really raise his standard in the draft. What's your opinion?
Well, you got to think about, all right, is he – I kind of think if you're a first or second rounder, like if you get a second round grade, there's a belief in the NFL that you're going to go in the first round because teams want to take you with that extra year on a rookie contract. And so it's almost as if you're a first or second rounder. You can go somewhere in the first round, but there's a lot of variables at play here, right? It's, what do you want to play for one of those teams at the end of the first round where you're going to get a chance to sit and develop, which might become a more desirable thing as time goes on, as opposed to quarterbacks being thrown into the fire. Bryce Young, struggled. CJ Stroud took off. And, so the question is, do you want to be one of those late? Because JJ probably be if he decides to make the leap to the NFL. Gator, what do you think? Late first round, mid to late first round is his ceiling?
I don't look at him as being a first round quarterback, but which is probably another reason why I think he should go back to school. He's got more to prove for sure. I mean, he didn't have. I mean, these other guys that are ahead of him. Drake May from North Carolina has been. People thought about him last year if he came out how great he'd be. Caleb Williams, the Heisman Trophy winner. Jaden Daniels, Heisman Trophy winner. Michael Penix, we know throwing for 9,000 yards in 2 years. Those are the 4 guys that are ranked ahead of him, according to Mel Kiper. Mm-hmm. And then there's J.J. McCarthy at 5. And I think there's a big gap between that. And McCarthy can close that gap, but I think he needs another year. Right behind him is Bo Nix on this list. I love Bo Nix from Oregon. Thought he did great. But then after that, then it gets a little wonky with Spencer Rattler. Then you got a quarterback from Tulane, Jordan Travis from Florida State, Joe Milton, the former Michigan quarterback. It rounds out the top 10 for Kiper's rankings. But I think there's no doubt that the first 3 quarterbacks on that list are first-round picks. Did last night's game hurt Michael Penix? I think it hurts him a little bit, but then in the grand scheme of things, probably not too much. I think teams already have a pretty good idea of where he is. Bad game against a really good defense, right? Mm-hmm. How much are you going to be downgraded for that once you get to the underwear Olympics with the combine? I don't know if it gets downgraded too much.
I wouldn't downgrade him at all.
I mean, he's got a great arm. I think he really is a great quarterback, and the injury history is something to be concerned with, and that's the only thing I can see that keeps him out of the first round if he does get out of the first round. But I don't see McCarthy being a first round pick. I could be completely wrong on that.
Yeah, and then there's what kind of NIL package is going to be thrown his direction, right? Because that's the new. Well, it's the new world order of college football.
You want to win another championship, you need to bring them back. I mean, no offense to the guys that are behind him on the depth chart, whether it's Orji or whoever the other guys are.
Jack Tuttle.
Yeah, but J.J. McCarthy's the best quarterback on that roster. If you want to compete for a national championship, you do everything you can to bring him back. The tough thing, with the playoffs expanding to 12 teams, is definitely going to help. their chances of getting back into a college football playoff. The schedule, however, changes quite dramatically with bringing these teams in, and then you got the non-conference schedule playing Texas. So it's interesting.
Texas, USC, Washington, Oregon.
Now, a lot of these teams they're reloading, right? You know, Oregon's reloading their quarterback.
Reloading,
Washington's reloading their quarterback. Ohio State's got to get a new quarterback. So in Texas, I guess Ewers is coming back. So we'll see. But if Michigan brings their quarterback back, look at what an advantage that is.
Yep. Rev up the new year with a brand new Chevy truck or SUV from Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. As the #1 Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights right now has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado or the award-winning Equinox that are ready for you to test drive and take home today. So hurry into Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights today and get 2024 off to a great start. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, 17.5, and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. That's SAYSERRA.com. Together, let's drive. It's Jim Harbaugh. Gator, I got a question for you.
Yep.
Are you in one of these people that believes no sleep is better than like an hour of sleep?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I've tried both,
Mm-hmm.
and no sleep is better.
No sleep is better than an hour of sleep.
Yeah.
Well, right now, I am gauging the hour of sleep decision as opposed. It was closer to 70 minutes, as opposed because Jansen didn't.
Oh, you didn't tell
sleep.
me 70 minutes.
It was 70.
Oh, that's
70.
completely the same. Yeah, if you've been if you were drinking the night before, 1 hour is awful. That's just 70 minutes. It's a horrible mistake. I think anything less than 3 hours and trying to do that is a horrible mistake unless you're just going to flat out power through without sleep. That's probably the better thing because you can do things like, drink coffee or Mountain Dew or have a Celsius, whatever it is that you drink to keep caffeinated and stay awake.
Yeah.
You can do things like that. When you decide to put yourself down for 70 minutes and then you wake up, you're like, did I even go to sleep? And you realize I was asleep for 70 minutes and like, that's not enough. And it's painful.
Yep.
Yeah, we've been through this before as a team, though. I remember
know.
some Traverse City trips.
Yep.
The planter, the infamous planter in the lobby that you were eyeballing.
Let me be clear about what happened there.
Yeah.
Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
No, nothing ended up happening, but you were just cozying up to the planter in case something was going to happen. In case there was a reversal of fortune, it was there, for support. But you didn't need it. You didn't need it. You powered through.
I didn't need it.
Yeah.
No, that was a fun night.
Yeah,
if I recall correctly.
I'm expecting what you're going through now isn't on par with that because I don't think the alcohol consumption from last night compares to what it was, 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, no, you're right about that.
Yeah.
But
you're just tired.
I am tired. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. Let's go. Oh, my bad. I'm Ariel, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Ariel. Ariel. You there?
Not. So let's put him back on hold.
All right, we'll go to David. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, David.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right.
Okay.
Hey, well, one of you. I'm sorry. Hey, two points or two questions. First of all, do you think the showing last night hurt Penix's draft stock? And then second, real quick, did Martha give a slight dig to the old man when she was in the locker room by saying, hey, we haven't had a winner like this in 50, 60, some years. We own this. So I was just curious. Thanks.
I'll tackle the second part first. And Doug, you can handle the Penix question if you like. I don't know if you saw the video with Martha.
You can handle them both.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead. I did not see.
With Martha and Sheila in the locker room, was it a dig at that? I don't know if it was a dig. I don't think it was a dig. I just like seeing those ladies in the locker room because those two, I think, showed that the team meant more to them than perhaps her husband. And it just, I was really happy with some of the decisions that Martha Ford made. And not happy with a couple of decisions she made, but they moved off them quickly. And then since Sheila's taken over, everything has changed in this organization, and it's great. But do I think it was a dig at her husband? No, I don't think it was. I think it was just, reality. And I think at one point she's like, Martha was speaking. She said, "It's been 50 years?" And then Sheila's like 60. She's, oh yeah, 60 something years. Okay, here we go. But Martha Ford's in her 90s, and It's kind of impressive doing what she does, but I love what Sheila had to say and what she's done. And as far as Penix is concerned, I don't think it's hurt his draft standing all that much. You've got a whole resume to look at of the last couple of years playing against great competition, and he stepped up. Last night, I think it was a combination of him missing on some passes, his receivers dropping some passes, and having a hell of a defense to go against. It was the best defense in college football.
I look at the totality of his work and just think when you stack it all up, he's an elite quarterback prospect. And for me, it wouldn't change my opinion of him as an NFL prospect. I still think any team would be fortunate to have him. 248-539-9797. Bill, you are next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Bill.
Hello, Doug and Scott.
Hey, Bill.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Doug, Gator, you may have to step in. Doug, we would understand. No one's going to be mad at you.
He's got this.
Man.
He's fine.
He's got this? Okay, Gator. All right.
I've been with him when he's been far worse, Bill. He's fine.
All right.
I'll make it.
Well,
I'll make it.
Okay. All right. No, that was a classic. But you could handle both of them. That was a good one. But I know I've been there, dude. But anyway, yeah, I think even like you said, Doug, it was a closer game than the score. And in the end, we do have to. I do have to give Washington's defense some credit because I think a lot of us thought because Michigan does not have receivers like Washington does, but we all thought that they were going to be able to work the middle of the field with Barner and close to Lovin, and I think Washington was taking that away. I think they knew the same thing. That's what it looked like to me, anyway. And then finally he got that big play to Loveland that kind of like really got the momentum going again, and led to that was the big play that kind of led to the sort of avalanche at the end there. And
well, looking back at the game when it was winding down and it was clear that Michigan was going to win, and I was thinking about where the tide turned. There were a couple of plays, but I thought the dam kind of burst on that pass to Colston Loveland. Gator, you mentioned it earlier, and Bill, you mentioned it. That was a huge play in the game, and it feels like he's JJ's favorite target. Although Roman Wilson caught all the touchdowns, but Colston Loveland is such a weapon, and to get him over the middle and get him in the open field, I think you're right. I think that was the moment that the kind of started to break Washington's back.
Yeah, I mean, it was big play after big play that did it, and it's amazing. You have like 5 or 6 big plays and then nothing really the rest of the game, and it doesn't matter because those big plays were so big. 2 40-yard touchdown runs from Donovan Edwards, a 59-yard run from Blake Corum sets up a field goal. The 41-yard play to Colston Loveland. Roman Wilson had a 37-yard play. I mean, that's 5 plays of 37 yards or more for a team that only threw the ball for 140 yards, and ran the ball for an 8-yard average because of all those big plays. I mean, 300 yards in the ground is special. 2 running backs going over 100 yards, basically having that at halftime. Very impressive with what they did, and we talked about it. Is this going to be old smash mouth football where they're going to try to run the ball? You mentioned yesterday when we talked about it on the air. Do you think it's going to be more Blake Corum, 25-yard rushing Blake Corum as opposed to 14 carry Blake Corum? And I agree with you. They were smart. They tried to veer away from that a little bit and get the passing game going. Kang was upset. He texted me last night like, "What are they doing? They're running the ball. Why not keep running it?" I agreed with him. Just keep running the ball. You're gashing them right at the gut. And then they got back to it, and they obviously salted it away.
Blake did finish with 21 carries in the game, but it's funny. I made the comment in the broadcast in the fourth quarter. It's probably not what they're trying to do, but the question is, can they make this 7-point lead hold? Because it felt like the offense wasn't going to do anything, but just like the Rose Bowl, it was a quiet third quarter, and then the fourth quarter. When they needed to make plays, they did offensively and came up with some important fourth quarter drives. 248-539-9797. Ariel, next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Ariel.
Good morning. I am on cloud 9 right now. Oh my goodness. I never thought. I mean, it's been almost 30 years since they last won one with the way things were going in 2000. I'm not. I wasn't sure if we were ever going to see another national championship. in my lifetime, but we are here, and the way they did it was outstanding. Personally, I never thought that a team would surpass 97, but I think this team has. They're a lot more balanced than 97, and I think their offense is a lot more versatile than it was 97, because back in 97, all Lloyd Carr would want to do was run, and you know how stubborn Lloyd Carr was. Jim Harbaugh, he wants it 50-50, and I think that we have better quarterback play.
Well, it wasn't 50-50 last night. I'll tell you for sure, Ariel. 18 passes to 38 runs. It's what's working in the game is what's going to work in the game. You got to be able to adjust to it, and I don't think his plan going into it was probably 50-50. It was probably be more run heavy, and because you could run against Washington, and they did.
And the 97 guys that I talked to are really, really fired up to be able to have somebody else, win another national championship there at Michigan. 248-539-9797. There are other things to talk about because it is playoff week in Detroit on 97.1 The Ticket, brought to you by Amish Direct Furniture and Gator. Dan Campbell is the head coach of the Lions, and he joined the morning show, and we like to play the best of what the coach told the guys in the morning. We will get to that next hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Doug Karsh down in Houston. Scott the Gator Anderson back in our 97.1 The Ticket compound. I'll be back tomorrow, fly out after the show here. And Gator, Michigan wins a national championship 34-13 last night, beating Washington at NRG Stadium here in Houston. It was a late night for me. I didn't fulfill my dry January. Dry January starts, let's go with today. We'll start it today. But...
Well, technically, you'd have to start it tomorrow. I mean, you went to
I
bed
guess technically that's true. Today's already out the window.
Yeah.
But Michigan, impressive ground game. Donovan Edwards, Blake Corum early, and then a couple of fourth quarter plays to seal it away. One was a pass to Colston Loveland, the other a Mikey Sainristil 85-yard interception return that set up a Blake Corum touchdown run, and Michigan blows a close game wide open in the fourth quarter, and it really was a close, tense game. Taking calls at 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell, 1220. We'll get to the best of what he told the morning show here on Playoff Week on 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit. Let's get back to your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Brandon is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
All right.
Okay.
So, Karsh, one thing I want to know, are you going to wear that cowboy hat on the airplane?
Oh.
So it wasn't mine. It was my son's authentic Houston gas station 1999 cowboy hat that he has taken with him. Cowboy hats are not a great thing to buy when you're about to fly. And I don't know what's going to happen with said cowboy hat.
What do you mean?
Let
You
me
just
see if they've made
tilt it down over your fence and get some shut eye.
Like,
Yeah,
I know you probably are driving yourself home from the airport, but imagine if your family came to pick you up and your son showed up with the cowboy hat and you showed up matching cowboy hats.
You really should consider that,
You're right
Doug.
about that.
Maybe you need to consider going back to the gas station.
Go get my version of the cowboy hat.
I'm glad you. But one thing I wanted to talk about is I know that. So yesterday you were like, "Oh, there's two things. This is a big week for Michigan. This is a big week for the Lions." And even though it's in the same week, it's a week apart. But Michigan accomplished that. So we're 1-for-1 so far. I know the Lions haven't played yet, but we're off to a good start.
Well, look, I started thinking about, like, these trips, they're a ton of fun. And, Gator, you've been on trips like this before, right?
Yep.
They're exhausting.
Yep.
They really, really are exhausting.
Need to plan.
There has been some discussion of what may happen if this run goes a bit of a way. And, Gator, I won't be the only one that's doing the show exhausted if that's the case. I can't even imagine what it would be like to get a chance for the Lions to go on a run as well. I don't even want to talk about what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Let's get through Sunday night. Let's get the
through
W.
Sunday night, one game at a time. But
send the Staffords
also,
packing.
Suffice it to say, to make things work, if everything goes right, you have to start planning way ahead of time, and there's been some planning.
Oh, my.
Things could get crazy at the ticket. So if Brandon, they could go on a bit of a run. 248-539-9797. Greg is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Greg?
Oh, man, you know what's up. I just want to make two comments, and I'm going to get out of your way, and I hope you get better soon. There's something about the college football world when there's a Michigan Wolverine, those iconic helmets, that iconic uniform. There's just something, I don't know if I'm biased, but it's just something about that uniform playing for the national championship that just makes everything complete. Is it me?
Yes,
but I just think it's
you're
something
biased.
about.
You're 100% biased.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Well, it's just something about that uniform playing for the national championship, that helmet. And then this is a comment, I'm going to get out of your way. The only thing that game was missing was Keith Jackson commentating.
Yeah.
That's the only thing, but it was just a beautiful thing. All right, guys. Appreciate you so much.
I mean, Keith Jackson is like number one. He's the guy. He's the
number
GOAT.
1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, and
He was
the the Rose Bowl, the press box, I think it's the Keith Jackson broadcast level, and there's pictures of him everywhere. And I guess he lived in Pasadena in a house that overlooked the Rose Bowl. And
did you ever meet him?
I never did.
I didn't get a chance to meet him either. That would have been a fun one, right? I mean, going back in life, share a beer with somebody. Keith Jackson would have been a pretty good one to do, right?
Yep. But his voice just reeked of college football. There's something about play-by-play announcer. I don't have it, but when you got that Southern drawl, it's that to me is sort of the classic play-by-play college football voice.
Look out for a bevo on the sideline. Here he comes, rumbling up on the sideline, all buttoned up and ready to go.
And you look back at some of those Wide World of Sports, and you've got Keith Jackson doing like bowling. It's just so funny.
We'll go to our sideline reporter, Chris Schenkel. Chris, what's going on? Well, Keith Earl Anthony is staring down a 7-10 split for the fourth time. I mean, the amount of production they put in to bowling was awesome.
I think I saw Keith Jackson. There was like some sort of high diving thing where, cliff
like Acapulco
diving.
Cliff diving. Yep.
Keith Jackson's doing it. It's just so great and making it great.
I got to tell you, the kind of wedgie you get from the water from that high up is something fierce. And a man from a bass to a soprano just like that.
All right, so we do have the Lions, and Dan Campbell is the coach of the Lions, as most people know, and he joined the morning show. We'll play the best of what he had to say starting at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, I want to tell you about revving up the new year with a brand new Chevy truck or SUV from Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, as the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights right now has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado or the award-winning Equinox that are ready for you to test drive and take home today. So hurry into Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights today and get 2024 off to a great start. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. That's 87-SAYSERRA, or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Be back in studio, back in Detroit tomorrow. Some travel a little bit later today. Kids flying back. They've made it safely to Huntsville, Scott. They're in
That's
beautiful
good.
Huntsville, Alabama right now. So
all three of your kids there, or just two?
Just two of them. High school basketball schedule.
Gotcha.
Yep. But I should check on the hat, see how the hat's holding up in transit. Buying a cowboy hat on the road, I don't think is a good idea when you got to fly.
I think it's a
Unless
great
you get a
idea.
hat box. When's the last time you saw somebody walking around with a hat box, Scott?
It's been a couple weeks. It's been a while. Yeah.
It's been a minute.
No, but that's a hat. That's a hat that you hang on to because it's a keepsake. It's a memento of the great night that you guys had, and nights to come with that hat. I mean, that's a party hat now.
He was rocking it.
Did you ever play the game Three Man, the drinking game Three Man?
Yeah, I have vague memories of Three Man. I couldn't tell you the rules, but
It was
I remember
with
playing
dice.
Three Man. Yep.
And something, depending on what you rolled with the dice, the person left you, person right you, person across me, or community drink or whatever. You make yourself drink. Whatever. It was a stupid drinking game, right? But when we used to play with my friends, we had a hat. Like, depending on whose house you played at, you had to have, there was a certain hat that you had to wear or whatever. This would be a great 3-man hat. So whoever was the 3-man would have to wear the hat.
Yeah.
Pretty great. I think that cowboy hat would be right up there. The one hat that I remember we had that we used was actually kind of cool. One of those fighter pilot skull caps.
Nice.
With the goggles.
Nice.
Yeah. That was a good one.
You wouldn't think you'd be able to get a hat of that quality from a gas station.
You wouldn't.
No.
And yet, there it is.
Yeah.
1995. They just make things bigger and better in Texas.
That is correct. All right, we promised it. Let's get to it. Dan Campbell, Lions head coach, joined the morning show. We like to play the best of what we heard, and starts with an update on the injury to tight end Sam Laporta. Here's what the Lion coach had to say. So, in talking with John Jansen about the term bone bruise, Gator, have you ever been diagnosed with a bone bruise?
Yes.
Have you?
The meniscus story.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
That was actually legitimate. It wasn't a regular old bruise. It was a bone bruise.
Well, I mean, they when I hurt myself in the practice, when I collided with Grava, our tight end, in practice as a pulling tackle, and Brad was a couple inches taller than me, still is, by the way. His knee happened to catch me just above my knee. And I went down like a ton of bricks, went to see the trainer, and hobbled over there. And that's when the coach famously came, "Is it the meniscus?" And our trainer, Tom Gumbleton, at the time said, "No, I think it's just a bruise." "It's not the meniscus." "No, I think it's a bruise." "It's just a bruise." "Andy, it's just a bruise." But yeah, I believe the word bone bruise was maybe have been used at that time because it did. I couldn't walk for 2 days without use of a cane. I mean, my leg honestly swelled up. You hear exaggerations, but it's my knee swelled up like a cantaloupe. It was massive for 2 days, and this was on a Monday practice. So by Thursday, I was able to come back because the swelling had gone down, but I went to practice without really being able to do a whole lot. And the coaches expected me to participate in the practice. I'm like, I can't get into a stance right now.
Right.
And there was other stories with that. But when the game time came for Friday night, I wasn't expecting to play, and they put me into the game. And normally as a defensive lineman, I was in a 4-point stance, but I couldn't get into a 4-point stance. There was too much pressure for my leg. So I ended up being in a 3-point or even a 2-point as a defensive end, which I actually preferred because I was lazy. But nonetheless, I was able to play 4 days after hurting it. And I didn't play very well. A couple more days certainly would have helped me out. And it's not like we had the same training tables that they have in the NFL.
Sure.
I'm encouraged that Laporta might be able to play. I'm not counting on it. But, there could be I guess the point of me retelling that story is I think that there is potential to feel significantly better in a matter of days. When Dan Campbell says, 36 hours from now, we'll know a lot more. Yeah, I think you will. You'll know a lot more when you get closer to Thursday and Friday. Unfortunately, it's a Sunday night game, so you got all Sunday to get treatment as well.
Well, Jansen said they're not all created equal, but a bone bruise can be incredibly painful. And I've never had one. So, the idea of playing football on one is something I've never even, had the opportunity to even consider, obviously. But you having suffered apparently a bone bruise, it's encouraging, man. I was. We'll see. We'll see if he can go. I mean, is he going to go and be effective, or is he going to go and be a little bit like Dylan Johnson was last night for Washington?
It's interesting. You said we talked about it yesterday on the show. What's the best news to come out of it? And best news to come out of it is that the swelling has gone down, the pain isn't as severe, and maybe there's a window. And it's exactly what happened. I mean, it's
right?
kind of thank you. Let's hope that it continues in a positive way. Obviously, Sam Laporta is a massive part of the success for this offense. If you're going to get Brock Wright back, which it looks like, that's great to get Brock Wright back, but Brock Wright doesn't have the same versatility that Sam Laporta does. Sam's a different kind of – he's a pass-catching tight end who can block very well also. Brock Wright can catch some passes, but I don't know if he's the swiftest of route runners that you would – not in comparison to Sam Laporta. Laporta is one of the top 5 route-running tight ends in the league.
I reminded myself yesterday in that 4.5 hour window of time that I was hanging out in NRG Stadium. I reminded myself that the Detroit Lions got 0 catches and 0 yards from Sam Laporta last season and still had one of the best offenses in the NFL.
True.
So, and this year they're probably better in the backfield and they're probably better on the outside. Mix in Sam Laporta and they're even that much better, but I don't want to say, oh, you can't beat the Rams without Sam Laporta, because of course you can beat the Rams without Sam Laporta.
I mean, look what happened last year. Halfway through the season, they trade Hawkinson, and people were like, okay, well, the tight end position's done. And it wasn't. They had 3 guys combined for a bunch of touchdowns in the second half of the season. They were a big reason why the team went 8-2 down the stretch. And, obviously narrowly missed the playoffs, but a 9-8 record, which would get you in the playoffs this year, because that's what the Rams have. And the Rams have basically done this year what the Lions did last year. I think the Rams have won 7 of their last 8 games. I mean, it's very similar. But, yeah, just go back to last year and think they got it done with Brock Wright and with Mitchell, and I forget who the third tight end was at the time, but they got it done.
So Shane Zylstra?
Zylstra, that sounds right, yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, more from Lions head coach Dan Campbell. That was on Sam Laporta. What do you see from the first-round playoff opponent, the Los Angeles Rams? Interesting. So it's really weird because we're gonna obviously get inundated with the storyline that I don't want to do, which is Stafford's return to Detroit. But just Stafford as a football player, you start thinking about if he gets the football late, on a must-score drive. We saw him do it so many times in Detroit. Now will be the team trying to defend Matthew Stafford under those situations. And he was always a quarterback that needed help, but he is very accurate. He is very strong-armed, and you just try and get him off his spot, make him try and throw on the run or whatever you can do, because he's not bad at throwing off platform. But it's something that'll be a point of emphasis this week.
No, he's got help for sure. He's got two excellent receivers to work with there. He's got a tight end in Higbee that's pretty good. Kyron Williams had a hell of a season this year running the football, and they've done a decent job of protecting him as well. That being said, overall, Stafford's season was okay. I mean, didn't have the quarterback rating that our quarterback did. Didn't throw for anywhere near as many yards. They obviously took the last game off. He is not mobile, which I think is another big thing in the Lions' favor. They're not taking on a quarterback that can slip the pocket and take off and get an 8 or 10 yard first down if necessary. Or I don't think he's going to be frustrating the defensive line, the pass rush, because he's able just to maneuver away from it. He is more mobile than Jared Goff in that regard, but I'm not terribly concerned about that. I'm feeling reasonably chesty about this game. I think the Rams are playing awfully good football right now, but so are the Lions. And the Lions are playing at home. And that atmosphere is going to be at a different level than we have seen. And we've seen it at a high level. I cannot wait for Sunday night. I might get to the game several hours early and just really enjoy downtown for a little bit and then head into the game a couple hours before kickoff and just soak it all in, because I think it's going to be a special evening in Detroit.
Without question. 248-539-9797. More from the Lions head coach Dan Campbell, the best of what he told the morning show. When we continue, plus your open line calls, it's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It's Carson Anderson. Spent a good portion of the show talking about Michigan's win to get the Natty last night over Washington, 34-13. Now shifted gears here a little bit to the Lions. But, of course, we have open lines, 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell joined the morning show, and we like to replay the best of what he had to say. So, next cut. What's your confidence level in the secondary to slow down their wide receivers, Cooper Kupp and Nacua? Here is what Dan Campbell had to say. So a few things there. One is he went all coach. It's what it's going to take, and they're going to do it. Like he's, I think that's one of the reasons why his players love him is he shows his belief in them. And the other thing is talking about how the defense has played better. It was pretty much from the Packer game on Thanksgiving on, where this defense, they haven't been like elite or anything, but I feel like they're putting out a unit on the field now that either makes you work or gives you problems.
Yeah, I think that they've done a nice job in adding players and also players just developing. It's player development all over on both sides of the football. And some guys have developed faster than you thought. I mean, Sam Laporta is stepping right in, doing what he does has been impressive. And Brian Branch and Jack Campbell have been impressive. Melon Fonwu taking a couple years, but now that he's healthy and he's getting his chance, here we go. And then there have been some guys that take a little bit longer to develop, like Jamison Williams, and you could even throw Melon Fonwu in that mix as well. But it's not like Melon Fonwu came into this with, such high praise that this guy's a second-round pick. And no, I mean, it takes some time. But they've done a really nice job of sticking with the guys they drafted and seeing what they can do and giving them more and giving the opportunity to prove themselves, and they have.
Yeah, the Melon Fonwu story is so encouraging. Like, it is really encouraging because the irony is he was one of the pieces that they got back in the Stafford trade. It came with a third-round pick that they got from the Rams. And, it was like, okay, he's a nice backup player, maybe a special teamer when it's all said and done. And you need guys like that. But to see him turn into a guy that's pressing for playing time and getting his opportunity, it's not a small deal. It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
He's tied for third on the team in sacks.
Is he really?
He is. He played most of the season as a special teamer. He doesn't have many defensive snaps under his belt, but he's got 3 quarterback sacks, which is tied for third with Anzalone. He's been a playmaker. I think he's second on the team in passes defended, or third on the team in passes defended, behind Branch and Kirby Joseph. This is Melon Fonwu. This is the impact he's made in just a few short weeks. It's really incredible. And the 2 interceptions he's got as well, the forced fumble. I mean, all this, it feels like it all happened really quickly. I don't have his snap numbers in front of me, the snap count, what he's had game by game, but am I wrong? Doesn't it feel like he's only seen real snaps on defense for 3 or 4 weeks?
Yes. You know what it sounds like to me? This sounds to me like one of those things that we look back at and we read it off at the end of the year. It was a bold-ass prediction. Fatu Melifonwu will emerge as a force in the secondary midway through the season and finish second on the Lions in sacks and passes defended. Like, it sounds like a bold-ass prediction that we would have accepted, but, it's actually happening for them. And maybe somebody did that. Maybe we'll find that somebody made a bold-ass prediction like that because it would have been bold-ass, right? I mean, this is a bold-ass development.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. There are times this year and last year I wasn't even sure he was on the team. Like this is we joke maybe last week was it, Doug, that he's basically like a mix of Ronnie Lott and Ed Reed now. All of a sudden, like where did this guy come from? He's unbelievable. He's played unbelievable since he's come into the lineup. He was behind Tracy Walker when CD Ducey went down. It was Tracy Walker, not Iffy Melifonwu. So I don't even know if the coaching staff knew that he had this in him until he actually got out there because Tracy wasn't playing well, and he got a shot, and he knows when to blitz, that his timing. He's got great ball skills. He's always intercepting the ball, or it seems like he always is now. And it's to the point where Gardner Johnson, they're gonna have to mix the three because it's not like he just gets the job back. You know?
mean, I'm looking at the snap count right now. I have it in front of me, and he had 399 snaps on defense this year. That ranks behind in terms of the secondary. He's behind Cam Sutton, Jerry Jacobs, behind Brian Branch, behind Kirby Joseph, and Tracy Walker. And yet, third on passes defended with 8. Had a couple picks in there. He's been an impact guy for a few weeks here. It feels like he put up all those numbers in the last few weeks, even if he had more snaps earlier in the season. So it's what he's done in the second half. Is it on par with what Houston did last year in the second half?
Kind of is. It kind of is. I mean, obviously different positions and different points in their career, but it's something to remind ourselves, moving forward, because I feel like we might have a team that's going to compete for a minute here, and it could be a fun run, but it's, players can develop. There are solutions potentially in-house. The defense has gotten better. Fatu Melifonwu is perhaps one of the bigger reasons as to why, and it was an in-house solution. So 248-539-9797. More from Dan Campbell with the morning show as he talked with the guys about the storylines, as he prepared and talked with Jared Goff about the storylines going up against Sean McVay, going up against, if you will, Matt Stafford. Here's what Dan Campbell told the morning show. I'll talk about changing the subject. Jared Goff is a veteran guy, and he's not going to let anything he doesn't want to talk about distract him. We asked him about it earlier, and he skillfully used a lot of words in the English language, but didn't really say anything, which is perfectly fine. You can answer the question however you want, but why create a storyline that he, takes away from what Jared Goff is all about, which is team success?
Well, he is absolutely all about team success. This guy's the ultimate team player for this team. He's a professional on and off the field, and it's been a fantastic transition going from the franchise quarterback. You trade him away, get draft picks, Jared Goff in return. A bit of a rough start when he got here, and then settled down. Coach calls him out in public halfway through the season, says, "You got to be better," and he was markedly better in the last 7-8 games of that season in the first year here. And he parlayed that into a fantastic year last year and hasn't missed much of a beat. Now, obviously, he had that huge stretch of 360 passes, whatever it was, where he didn't throw a pick. But his numbers overall, very similar last year and this year. And 30 touchdown passes is a nice milestone to hit.
All right, more with Dan Campbell coming up, plus your phone calls and big name in the NFL. Fired. And we'll get to that today at 11:50. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. For those of you watching on the stream, I apologize. I know you've been watching me struggle today. Working on 70 minutes of sleep.
Well, you don't look it. I mean, you've got a rug on your face. That's not 5 o'clock shadow. That's like an actual rug.
Yeah, I brought the razor. I did not bring shaving cream, so I'm not going to do the dry shave.
I wouldn't recommend that.
No. So looking forward to getting some shut eye on the flight back. I've never been good about sleeping
you need the
on
cowboy
planes.
hat then.
I'm going to just pull this one down over the eyes, and I've never been good at sleeping on planes. So hopefully today is the day I have a bit of a breakthrough. All right, I mentioned before the break, Mike Vrabel fired as the head coach of the Tennessee Titans. What's your first thought when you heard that Mike Vrabel's fired by the Titans?
My first thought is if the Lions lose Aaron Glenn to a head coaching gig and Mike Vrabel doesn't get one, he'd be a great defensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions.
My first thought is ask Ohio State fans who they'd rather have running their program, Ryan Day or Mike Vrabel.
Wow. Well, would Vrabel rather take an Ohio State job or would he rather take the Patriots job?
It's a great question. I don't know how everybody's wired. I think it's probably a personal question. And would he look at the template laid down by the guy at that team up north that just won a national championship and think I'll go do it in Columbus? Would Columbus think we'll do that? I mean, look, I think Ryan Day, in all seriousness, is a really, really good offensive coordinator. And you know, the idea of running a program, it's a different challenge. And I understand why Ohio State fans are questioning him, but his record is excellent. But I didn't say I would hire Vrabel over Day, although I'm a big Vrabel fan.
Yes, you are.
I just said, what would Ohio State fans want?
It's really hard to put your mind in the head of an Ohio State fan.
Excellent point.
Right now, I think they're very bitter, and anything as an alternative would look better.
You're probably right. Okay, so one more from Dan Campbell from the morning show. Going into the playoffs, games can get close, can come right down to the end. What is his level of confidence in the Lions kicker, Michael Badgley? Here is what Dan Campbell told the morning show.
Is there?
I don't know, man. I mean, unless you have
one of the other 25 kickers that's reliable in the
I was
National
about
Football
to say,
League.
there are a lot of reliable kickers in the league anymore. It's the kind of thing that we never thought it would matter last year, and then they started playing games that mattered, and now a year later they checked a ton of boxes, but the kicker thing is still, I think, makes Detroiters uneasy. And I'm not mad at anybody. They seem to have used their resources to make themselves a 12-5 football team, which is perfectly acceptable. But this might be a hold our breath moment throughout the postseason.
Well, this is why it's critical to get touchdowns instead of field goals. When you get to the red zone, get 7, right?
Yep.
Don't leave it on the foot of a kicker at the end of the game. Although, look, he's won a couple games. You know, the Chargers game, he was able to kick the field goal at the end and win it. So, I forget if it was him or Patterson at that point. I'm not even sure when you go back and think about it. But
It was Riley Patterson, wasn't
yeah,
it? It was Riley Patterson, right? They hit the field goal to beat the Chargers.
Oh, you mean when he was with the Jags? Yeah, it was Patterson.
No, I'm talking about this year.
This year when they beat the Chargers. Yeah, I forget if it was Patterson or Patterson. It doesn't even matter.
So that's funny.
The point is, score touchdowns.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not realistic, Gator. They're gonna have to kick a field goal at some point.
Right, I know, and it's nerve wracking because you just, I guess it's nerve-wracking beyond like 45. Like inside of 45, we have a pretty good confidence.
Well, in Patterson, you did. Badgley, the story is, right? Badgley was better from deep. Patterson was more accurate on the inside. But apparently, when they made the switch, Badgley had been beating Patterson consistently in practice for what it's worth. We'll see. I mean, this is... And you're right, Doug. With the kicking situation, they were able to put together a 12-5 year, which is fantastic. In the postseason, you can't lose. So they got to go undefeated, right? And only one team's going to go undefeated. I get that. So, I mean, we're going to be in pins and needles. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. When he goes out there, what's your confidence level? I don't even care if it's a 35-yarder. I mean, an extra point is like 35 yards.
I mean, I'm nervous anytime it's left up to the kicker, I guess. Lately, I mean, when we had Prater, I wasn't all that nervous about it. Clearly, with Hansen, we weren't nervous about it. But this latest crew, I am a little more nervy about it. There was that soundbite a couple weeks ago from the Fipper, which was really strange. He was addressing the media, and they were talking about Badgley. He's like, I'm surprised you guys didn't follow up when we talked about the competition before. As if to say, I was ready to tell you what the deal was and why we went with this guy or this guy, but nobody asked me, which was kind of strange, and then they revealed that it was an actual competition every day after practice or during practice, and clearly Badgley won out.
Yeah, I only worry about the kicker when he's kicking. And that's
it.
Pretty much it. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jim next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jim?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
All right, Jim.
I'm tired.
The Doug's tired.
You are, and fantastic call last night, by the way. I had to listen to the game on the radio. But I've been a fan since my grandfather took me to a game in like 1972. I have never seen a coaching staff develop our youth the way these guys are. It's incredible. You got Holmes finding the talent, and they just keep developing these kids. And I am so happy and so proud of this team right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's amazing what Brad Holmes has done in terms of drafting. And like you said, the coaching staff able to develop these guys, and it's throughout the entire, whether it's first-round picks or seventh-round picks or undrafted free agents, they've gotten the juice out of the lemon. They've done a lot of squeezing, and they've done a great job.
They've done good. And, we've always had a good player here, good player there, but collectively you just got a group of guys, and whatever little talent the coaching staff just seems to squeeze it out of them to make a complete team. It's been awesome to watch, and thank you. I love you guys' show.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Jim. 248-539-9797. Don, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Don.
Hey, Don.
Don, you got to keep your radio down.
Donnie.
Yeah.
All right, I'll put Don back on hold.
Yeah. 248-539-9797.
You don't think that was Don Yee, do you?
No. Oh, Harbaugh's agent? Do you think he was calling us with breaking news?
Based on what he's going to say, no. I don't think it was.
No.
Okay.
But as far as developing talent, I've thought in my mind, is it a combination of great coaching to take whatever they're given and develop it, or are they doing a better job of identifying talent that some blossoms right away, like Sam Laporta, and others take a little time and some seasoning, like Ifeatu Melifonwu? And I think probably like everything, it's always a combination. But I gotta tell you, watching these young players, and there's a lot of young players develop right in front of our eyes, is so encouraging, because this doesn't feel like it's now good. It feels like it's now good and tomorrow good, and the next day good, right?
Yeah, this is 3 years of drafting that have panned out with not just one guy, but multiple players in each draft. And this year we saw, all the first and second round players, the first 4 picks were just, they're great selections when you look at it. And they've got players taken after that you have, you can't wait to see. I can't wait to see what Hendon Hooker develops into. Can't wait to see what Broderick Martin turns into, because they were really excited about Broderick Martin. And if it's just a coaching aspect of getting him ready before he can play, but they think that they can mold him, I now have confidence that, okay, I'm fine with it. He doesn't have to play. He'll play when he's ready to play, because that's what this coaching staff does. I wanted to see James Houston. Well, he wasn't ready. Then they put him in there. And you know what? He was ready. Melifonwu wasn't ready. You know what? Now he's ready. I can go ahead and look at Broderick Martin and say that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, what they've done, they deserve the benefit of the doubt now when it comes to players that you question. You're like, well, hold up. They've got a track record now. And I do think it's definitely a combination like what you said, but I think in large part it is the person that they are looking at, the player that they're looking at. They definitely have a formula of what they want from a player. And then it's like, okay, if they find the character that they want, then you're looking at the talent, because everybody says everybody's got talent, right? But can you coach it out of them? Well, I think they look at it a different way. They look at the character of the guy first, knowing that the player has talent, and then they can see the talent after that.
More of your phone calls when we continue here from Lions quarterback Jared Goff at 1:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. Lions getting set for their playoff game against the Rams. That is coming up on Sunday night. Gator, isn't Tuesday, and Kang, maybe you can help me on this one as well, isn't Tuesday typically the day that we hear about tryouts? Like they'll have guys come in and work out?
Yeah.
So we expecting a Zach Ertz sighting? Has there been any discussion of that, or did Campbell shut that down? Do we know where that stands?
Campbell said yesterday that they were not looking into any other tight ends right now. So, I mean, the thing is, so Sunday, they only had 2 active tight ends anyways, right? It was James Mitchell and Laporta. If Brock Wright's fine, it's going to be Mitchell and Brock Wright.
Yeah.
If Laporta can't go.
Well, they have Skipper.
Of course, obviously. But he's got to report eligible first.
Yes. Or they just give him different.
Every single snap.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, as far as that is concerned, apparently not. So.
I would feel a little more comfortable if they at least brought Zach Ertz in. Kick the tires, see how is he? Is he physically ready to play? You know? I don't think you can have too many good players.
I'm just trying to think of what's the downside, right? I mean, that if you bring a guy in, decide not to sign him, so what?
Well, that's the thing, right? If he's not what you're looking for, let him go. But if he is, then the downside is that you have to waive somebody.
Yeah.
So there's that.
I guess. And I think they value tremendously every last position on the roster way more than we do.
Yes.
We are quick to say, "I'll just cut this guy or cut that guy," but that's not quite how it operates.
Because if, let's just say for sake of argument, you go ahead and you sign Zach Ertz, okay? What's his versatility? Is he only a tight end capable? Because I don't think he's somebody you want to put on special teams. Whereas someone like, say, Jason Kabinda, who might be sacrificed because of adding someone like that, he gives you value as a special teams player, which might be a reason why you don't want to bring anybody in at this point.
Yep. 248-539-9797. All right, Doug Karsh down in Houston, and I wouldn't say I'm fighting off a hangover because I didn't exactly get carried away on that front, but I was up most of the night working on just over an hour's sleep. If you heard Jansen this morning, he did not sleep at all. And
he didn't drink, but he sounded drunk.
Yeah.
He may have been punch drunk, because of lack of sleep. That may have been that. But he sounded a lot jollier than you have today.
Well, I was good at the beginning, and it's getting to the point where I've nearly dozed off a couple times here, but I'll fight through as one would do.
Yeah, don't pull a Francesa on me. You got to stay awake.
He actually did fall asleep on the air, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Mike Francesa.
Unbelievable. But
not Doug Karsh. Not up in here.
Not up in here. No, not up in here. Michigan's defense got the job done. Really the headline on a close football game. The final score doesn't reflect how close that game was, as Washington had the football several times, down a touchdown with a chance to tie it, and Michigan was able to avoid. I mean, going into the game, I still have a ton of respect for Washington's offense. And I don't want to say I was surprised because I thought Michigan's defense would have some success, but I thought it was going to be more of a low possession game than it was. And Washington had the ball 13 times, I believe. And I thought Michigan was going to try and make it a 9-10 possession game, one of those,
Yeah.
But they had it 13 times, scored 13 points. I would not have guessed that it would have gone that way.
Yeah, I think the 13-point total is lower than anybody predicted. I think that Penix not being sharp for long stretches of the game, that to me was a little shocking. At the end, I get it. He's getting banged up and hit, and he was dealing with what looked like a rib injury, and that can't be fun. But he was, from the get-go, he wasn't on the same page. He missed a Dunze wide open early in the game, and I don't know if that was a miscommunication with Roma Dunze. Dunze gets past and realizes he's going to be in the free, puts his hand up in the air, and Penix throws it to the outside. Now, maybe that was where the intended route was supposed to be. You're supposed to go outside, and maybe that's where the mix-up is. But, hey, you got to still run the route, even though you're wide open. Don't deviate from what the route is. I don't know. But when they missed that play, they missed a lot. And then they had a couple passes that were just dropped. They had a huge gain that was called back on a holding call. It wasn't Washington's night, man. That offensive line, they looked shaken at some point. And not that they were, when I say shaken, I mean they weren't doing things that you would expect an award-winning offensive line to do, like
Joe Moore, award-winning.
Thank you, Kang. Like they were jumpy, right? I mean, how many false start calls were there in the second half? And then it led into a bunch of holding calls because they hand on hips. These guys tired and they're not getting the job done. And Michigan can rotate two totally different defensive lines in whenever they want to, and they were just dominant. And they were dominated by sophomores in the defensive line, sophomore at one of the cornerback positions. I mean, those three guys were spectacular for Michigan's defense. And then Sainristil doing what Sainristil does, comes up with a big play at the end of the game that seals it.
His sixth pick of the season, and he almost took it back, which would have been his third touchdown of the year. But yeah, what was your feeling at half? Because at half, it felt like all the momentum was in the Washington locker room.
Yeah, I mean, Kang and I were texting a little bit back and forth, and we both agreed it was imperative that they scored at the end of the first half to make it a one-score game so that you could come into the second half and come out firing. I was expecting to see Washington's offense kicking into high gear. I didn't expect that Washington's defense was going to keep playing the way that they did and stop Michigan for basically the entire third quarter, but they did. But the offense was nowhere. First play, they throw a pick.
Yep.
On a sideline. It's just, I mean, I think it was a deflected pass. It looked like right from the.
Well, it was Mason
tipped.
Graham.
Yeah.
Mason Graham pushed the guard back into Penix.
Well, that was part of it. And I thought the replay made it look like that a hand had come up and also had tipped the pass slightly. But nonetheless, great play. Here comes Will Johnson and to make that play, and he does. It's a great interception for him. Staying in bounds, making sure he secures the catch, both hands underneath it, looking at every angle, and it was a great pick. And that's a momentum killer. And it was one of those things where you could feel the air being taken out of the Washington balloon.
You know what's funny about it is Jansen was so mad that they didn't get a touchdown after that turnover.
Well, that was another thing. Again, credit to Washington's defense that kept up the pressure. But the more pressure they were putting on the Michigan offense, the more pressure was going on the Washington offense. I didn't think that we were going to have this much of a problem with Washington moving down the field. 300 yards in offense is really what they ended up with. 300 yards.
Yeah.
And for Penix to throw the ball up in the air 51 times and have 255 yards passing, it's shocking, frankly.
248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback. You want to keep talking Wolverines and Huskies national championship game last night. Lions getting set for this game against the Rams. And, of course, the storylines that will come with all of that. Here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. I hope you're doing well. I know Michigan fans are doing great following their win last night in the college football playoff championship game. And now we enter the offseason, Gator, and questions that will swirl around what's next for the head coach, Jim Harbaugh. There's an investigation that needs to play itself out, whether or not there's any suspension, whether or not he will be the coach, whether or not Sharon Moore will be the coach, whether or not J.J. McCarthy is coming back, who they're going to go after in the portal, who may choose to go to the NFL, who may choose to come back. All that news cycle will start. I'm going to guess, though, we aren't going to hear anything until next week, given the fact that you've got likely a parade. I'm hearing Saturday, and I'm going to think that nobody will want to announce anything prior to that, is my guess. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
What is it, like a 5-day period or something?
What's that?
The portal stuff, declaring, or
I don't know. I haven't been following the portal calendar. I apologize.
Well, it changes depending on how far you get in the season.
Yeah, and it also opens up. It opens up during the spring, spring practice and all that, as it should, right? You go to spring ball and you find out that you will or won't. It isn't, or is not going to be what you expect it to be. But one thing about God, remember the parade for the Pistons where they happened to have the expansion draft the day of the parade?
It was the worst, and
I was so mad.
Yeah,
I was so stinking mad. Not that really has anything to do with anything. I guess I would hope that the portal would be open beyond the parade, but it's not up to the NCAA to check with everybody when they might hold a parade if they win a championship.
Look, and things could change anyway beyond that because of Jim Harbaugh's situation. If he decides to go to the NFL, or if an NFL team decides that they want to hire him and he accepts, then I think there's a whole other portal period that could open up because the coach just left. So
think about this too. We right now have official requests in to speak to both coordinators with the Lions, interested in the Michigan head coach. I mean, we're at a point where
Michigan State just changed over the entire staff.
Yeah, they just brought in a guy there was a market for Jonathan Smith.
Yeah.
This is like it's really going well.
Football
for us football wise. I mean, you don't want to lose anybody, but
No.
the fact that they are losing people, is a sign of how well things are going.
Yeah, I just, this is the first time in a long time that the Lions have had to deal with a distraction in a playoff. I don't like it.
Yeah,
I don't like it at all. I don't want to hear about any of this. I'm sure it's going on, but let's just keep it on the down low down, no doubt, until the run's over, and then go ahead. Open up the floodgates. But right now, I don't like it at all. I want Ben Johnson to be concentrated solely on the game plan against the Rams. I want Aaron Glenn to be concentrated solely on stopping Stafford and that offense, because it's a really good offense that they have. And I think the Lions are up to the task. They've faced good offenses all season long. But, here we go with another team that's got, a tandem of receivers and a good running game. And obviously there's all the other intrigue with the quarterback returning back here. And he, who's got more to prove and this and that. And I'm here for all of it. I don't want the drama with the coordinators, though. I don't want to hear about it. And yet we're going to have to.
Yeah, well, and I mean, the thing is, that's why you have an agent, right? You let the agent sort those things out. We all know that Ben Johnson's asking price is $15 million.
It's the price of success.
Yeah, his agent came out and said that was bogus information, which tells you it must really be bogus information, because why would you ever say that report is – if you're an agent, right, you want – if somebody thinks if somebody's going to pay my guy $15 million, I'll let him pay him $15 million. But suffice it to say, Ben Johnson's been a hot name for a couple of years. We kind of got away with sneaking another year out of having Ben Johnson. Aaron Glenn, Aaron Glenn's done one hell of a job. And I think Aaron Glenn, do you think I overplay his press conferences? Because I freaking love his press conferences.
Aaron Glenn's?
Yeah.
Well, I think he's a guy that players would like to play for. He's honest, he's upfront, he's blunt, and I think we like that.
Yep. That player poll that came out, he ranked the highest by his players of any coordinator, defensive coordinator in the NFL, speaks volumes. So we'll see how it plays itself out.
With a lot, and putting the cart before the horse, and again, I don't even like discussing this stuff, right? But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that some team decides to hire Aaron Glenn as a head coach.
Yeah.
Lions get a compensatory pick about that, don't they?
Oh, I think they do. Yeah, I think they do. That's a good point. It wouldn't be in this coming draft, though, right? It would be in the following draft.
I'm not sure how that works, but I
Yeah.
thought that there's a compensatory pick that comes their way.
Well, I like giving Brad Holmes more draft picks.
Silver linings, man.
Yeah. That's a pretty good job by you. Now, Vrabel, him being on the open market, I haven't seen the early scuttlebutt. Is there any discussion of
New England?
Is that what it is?
Yeah. But obviously New England has to make a decision on Belichick. It's very prickly right now to think of that situation. And Tennessee's getting some criticism for not waiting this out a little bit, because if the Patriots do move on from Belichick, then maybe they could have worked a trade Vrabel to New England. That could have been in the works, but Tennessee didn't want to wait around. They wanted to have a clean break at this point.
Is this the connection just because he played for the Patriots?
And the fact that everyone thinks Belichick's gone.
Yeah.
Right. I know, but does it really matter? I mean, I don't know. Does it really matter? I feel like that stuff matters in the
It matters if the owner really
matter to
liked
Bob
him.
Kraft.
Yeah, that's who it matters to. If he loved Vrabel as a player and all that, then yeah, it matters. I mean, look what Jim Irsay did for Jeff Saturday. The dude grabbed him from the set of ESPN and said, "Will you coach my team?" I don't know why he's not Jerry Jones, but that sounds like it. Right? I mean, he just grabbed him off the set and was like, "You want to coach?"
I mean, I want you to coach, but here's what I need you to do also. I need you to sign, get Peyton Manning to sign this jersey so I can frame it and put it in my office with my other memorabilia. But I want you to coach.
Yeah.
So
That's
yeah,
funny.
if an owner becomes, just loves a former player or whatever, yeah, that's always. But we know Vrabel's a good coach, though. This guy's not coming off the set of ESPN with no coaching experience. And in fact, if you look at most of the media guys, they've ranked him number one right now as a possible head coach, above Ben Johnson. So that may be a good thing, but there's so many jobs available. I think I've seen a ranking so far that has I think Vrabel, Harbaugh, and then Ben Johnson as the top three candidates.
A lot of people think that there's still going to be that connection with Ben Johnson in Carolina.
They've already requested.
Obviously, yeah, there's that. Harbaugh and the Raiders, Harbaugh and the Chargers. So, I mean, there's gigs out there. The Commanders' gig is open. And the Raiders might close their gig by letting Antonio Pierce be the guy. We'll see.
We're not doing Tennessee radio, but if we were doing Tennessee radio, I would be probably doing the "Will they rue the day" topic, because I think they will rue the day. I think it's hard to find a coach that good.
They're going to go through a
but I'm
transition
big
here. You are a big fan, and I like Vrabel too. I think Vrabel's a good coach.
I don't want him at Ohio State, but that was my first thought.
It is a transition period there now. I mean, at the end of the game on Sunday, I mean, Derrick Henry's walking off the field and he's being interviewed, and they turn the microphone on for the entire stadium to hear, and Derrick Henry was basically thanking the fans and making it seem like he's done. He's done with Tennessee, and he'll move on. And to think about that, I mean, Derrick Henry's been a mainstay with the Titans. And if they're moving on from him and they're going to move on from Vrabel, it's a whole new beginning there. And whoever takes over, you got Will Levis to work with and see who else you have to work with. But it's going to be a big rebuild over there.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you, I mean, maybe Vrabel didn't want to go through it, or I don't know. They didn't see eye to eye. Do you think there was a flashpoint moment there? I still am shocked he got fired.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised too. But then again, I think I thought I saw something say 6-18 in his last 24 games, something like that.
Yeah.
That's not going to get it done. And it's not like your stellar 28-1 record as an announcer. Play-by-play for Michigan. You're 28-1, man.
I know.
Played a huge role.
I'm very, very, very fortunate to have gotten to do a whole bunch of wins, and also the TCU game. But
it's crazy. That's crazy.
That's the one loss.
That's unbelievable.
It is crazy.
What a start, man.
Well,
what a start. Doug
Doug
Harsh,
Johnson
John
was like-
Jansen, and Jason Avant are 28-1 as a crew. That's amazing.
They're like, our college football season is always this long?
JJ's 27-1 because he didn't start the first game. My first game, Cade McNamara got the start.
That's right.
JJ started the second game.
You'll always be one better.
This is true. This is true.
Well, it's the start of the season goes awry, and then hey, if JJ goes pro and it's not his fault, then hey,
Yeah.
records
Yeah.
change.
As soon as they lose a game or two next year, and if JJ leaves, that's a hell of a winning percentage for him.
28.
The crazy thing about it is, people love him. The NFL's got their eyes on him, and last night was a typical JJ game where he threw for 140 yards.
Yeah,
You know?
it was a this year JJ game. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why I think he needs to come back for another year. And I think coming back to that defense is already set up to be successful, to keep you in every single game because of who they've got. Who knows if any of the juniors decide to go into the draft or not.
Yep.
But you could have, Junior Colston's a junior, right? And some of these other players in the secondary are still young in their careers. You could have an outstanding defense coming back, and then it's about the offense. Can you reload through the portal to keep the offensive line going? Donovan Edwards comes back, likely. You've got running backs in the stable ready to get their opportunities.
I think people are clamoring to see more Kalel Mullings.
Yeah. Well, he shows something. People like Alex Orji, and is it kind of a change-up when he got into the game yesterday, his first carry? You see that raw speed, that raw talent. That was good. Receiver-wise, I don't know what they have coming back, but that's another area. Maybe you improve in the portal and get a top guy if they're out there. And
Depends if the guys want to use their COVID shirt, but yeah, they probably have to go to the portal for that. Hey, having a new Connecticut water softener installed by CGC Water has so many health benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com and save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase Connecticut Premier Softener. Special financing options available with approved credit. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Need plumbing? CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will take care of your plumbing needs quickly and efficiently. CGC Water, your authorized, independent Connecticut dealer. but still. All right, let's talk to the Detroit Lions quarterback. Jared, as always, thanks for being with us. And I want to start with this. On behalf of Detroit, thank you.
No, thank you. No, yeah, it was a fun year, man. We're now we get to go in the playoffs. But yeah, appreciate it.
You're in the moment right now, so it might be kind of hard to do this. But can you reflect on this journey? I know it's not done, and you guys have bigger goals than this. But from the day you were traded to right now, coming to Detroit and taking this team to what for us is unprecedented heights, can you reflect on the journey?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to do right now in the midst of it. But yeah, we've come a long way and went through some hard times, obviously there early on, and now a chance to get, we're in the tournament now and we can go, win a Super Bowl if we win these next 4 games. But yeah, it's a good place to be for us. And yeah, it's been a long way from where we started.
You asked for an exit interview with Coach McVay after the trade. How important was that for you, and what were you able to take out of it moving on to the next stage of your career as a Detroit Lion?
Yeah, shoot. It's so long ago now. I don't, the details of the conversation are kind of vague, but it was a good conversation we had. It was a long conversation, and got some questions off my chest. He got some stuff off his, and yeah, it was good.
Well, that's going to be a bit of a storyline. We're going to hear about Stafford coming here, and you're going to hear about going up against McVay. Is this something that you have? Is this a thing for you, or is it just another football game, kind of a nameless, faceless opponent?
Yeah, it's so much greater than anything about me and the Rams or Matthew, obviously, in Detroit. It's such a bigger, between both teams. So it's easy to ignore for me. I mean, I'll answer the questions all week. I'll deal with it, as I'm sure they will. But it's about our team, and we've come a long way, like you mentioned, and it's our opportunity now to go make a real run. It'd be selfish of me to try to make it obviously about anything else than that. But I'm excited for our team. We've come a long way, and they're the one that's in our way now, and we got to go out and get a win.
Does your familiarity with the Rams, do you think it helps you at this point prepare, or is being 3 full years removed from that team not really provide any relevant insight at this point?
Their team's so much different now. It really is. There's so much different. There's so much turnover on their roster. I think on defense, obviously Aaron is over there, was with me, and maybe 1 or 2 other guys. But yeah, it's so much different now than it was.
Did Aaron ever hit you like in practice? Did you ever feel
what are we in
a real Aaron Donald hit?
No, he never hit me in practice. No.
No. Okay. Home playoff game, first time in 30 years. You've been there for us. You've been there and done that, though. With these things, is there any difference in preparation than a regular season game when it comes to a playoff game?
No, I don't think so. I think your prep you've done all year and all the stuff that you've kind of put forward to get yourself here is what's important. And we're gonna do the same thing this week. Prep the right way. Dan will have us ready to go with our practice schedule and get us ready to go for this week. Yeah, obviously, there's more at stake here. It's win or go home, and we all know that, obviously. And a lot of these guys have played in big games and understand that. But yeah, it'll be really fun, man. I think it's an opportunity for us that doesn't come along all the time. And I think as I get older, you appreciate these opportunities much more, and as your career goes on.
Maybe nothing changes in terms of prep week to week, playoffs or not. But what about your just life outside of the Allen Park headquarters? I mean, do you not watch TV? Do you not listen to your favorite radio hosts? Do you eat differently, or do you sleep differently? Do you deliberately change things up outside of the workplace once you get to the playoffs?
No, to be honest, no, it really doesn't. You may ignore social media a bit more just because it gets a little bit louder, but other than that, no, you don't. You do the same stuff, and I'll be still tuning in, 4 hours a day to you guys, making sure I'm updated on everything. But yeah, besides that, no, nothing changes.
Well, I'm going to try here, Jared, and I know you probably won't say anything because A, it's not your job, and B, you're not on the team medical staff, but all of Detroit is on pins and needles waiting to hear about Sam Laporta and Khalif Raymond. And have you talked to those guys? Do you get the sense that they are going to play when they talk about the playoffs and they talk about the postseason? What can you tell us about your interactions with them?
Yeah, again, I'm not a doctor, and I'm waiting equally as much as everyone else to see what the verdict will be by the end of the week. But I know they're going to try. Yeah, of course they're going to try. And I know Dan has said it. We'll see. We'll see with both of them. I don't know. It's only Tuesday. We're only 2 days away from when they got injured. So as the week goes on, we'll have a better idea.
Next man up for this team has kind of been the mantra really from day one because you guys have had to deal with all that. The players have answered the bell. Dan Skipper was called into action as a legitimate tight end, not just a tackle reporting is eligible. Can you rate his route running skills and catching ability as a tight end?
He's got good hands. He plays catch with us almost every day, so he's got good hands. His route running can use a lot of work, but that's not something he's ever working on. But yeah, he's got good enough hands where he can catch those short ones, and he turned up the field and tried to run the guy over, which is pretty funny. And but yeah, he just happened to get on that one. It was nothing that was planned. It's just the way that game worked out. Sam was injured. He kind of had to step in that extra tight end role a little bit, and happened to get the ball to him.
You've completed passes to now a tackle and a linebacker in Malcolm Rodriguez. Is Malcolm Rodriguez maybe get some reps at tight end this week?
I don't know. Again, another guy who's got pretty good natural hands for a guy who doesn't catch the ball all the time. But, yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see.
Is there a game or a point in the season or seasons past that you might reference with this team as an example of the right way to go about the business and prepare for a game? Or is there a game that you bring up and say, we can't go back to that, not up in here?
No, there's not a game that I would say we can't go back to. All the games we won this year and the games that we feel like we were right there and could have won, absolutely. You look at those as the way we handle our business and the way we do things. And throughout the course of the game, adversity is going to strike, and how do you respond and how do you overcome, and complementary football, all that stuff goes into this week. It doesn't change in that way. It's still a 60-minute game with 100 yards of field, so it's all the same stuff in that way. But the energy will be ticked up a little bit, the speed will be ticked up a little bit, and it'll be a fun, raucous environment.
Can you tell us a little bit about, as Gator said earlier, next man up, Brock Wright and James Mitchell, the two tight ends now that more will be expected of from them?
Yeah, both guys are great and had a lot of experience at this point. And James, I thought, did a great job last week stepping in there and filling in his role. And when Brock has been down the last few weeks, he stepped in his role as well. So yeah, both those guys can do some things in their own right and will help us when they're ready.
Kind of a really cool moment that I'm sure players love to do this and love to see this happen. But Josh Reynolds getting the 600 yards and hitting a bonus. What was being said prior to that last drive to try to get him the yardage to get that bonus? And what was it like for you guys as teammates of his and see that come to fruition?
Yeah, we all knew all week what was at stake, and obviously would have liked to get him a touchdown too. We knew that was at stake as well, but you really throughout the whole game we were trying to get him the ball, and just whatever defense they were running, whatever was happening in the play, we just for whatever reason just couldn't find them. But we were trying, and towards the end of the game there, we were really trying, and threw some balls to him in the end zone that just didn't connect. And then, there at the end, we needed 25, 30 yards, whatever he needed to get it, and just kept throwing him screens, trying to get him that yardage, and ultimately he did.
One thing I like to say about a Dan Campbell coach team, Jared, is that it feels like there's less nonsense with this group. And maybe I'm just comparing it to Lions teams in the past. And what I mean by that is locker room issues, complaining in the media, off the field stuff. Is that a culture that is created by the coaching staff, or is it more a reflection of the players that were brought in here?
Yeah, I think it's both. I think we have a mature team now, and I think Dan does a good job of not leaving any doubt to what our intent is daily, and who to go to if they have any questions about anything. I think that's the biggest thing is communication. He lets us know if you have an issue, go talk to him, and he's very honest, he's very open, and that usually defeats a lot of those small problems you can come across if that isn't the case. So it's a credit to him and the rest of the coaches of having that mindset and being very open and honest with us.
Love watching the videos after you guys win, coach addressing the team in the locker room, and after you guys won on Sunday, got to see Martha Ford come in there and Sheila Hamp as well. They addressed you guys, showed a lot of gratitude. It was pretty cool, but did it feel awkward at all right after that? you're leading a team and getting them fired up, dropping F-bombs. Were the ladies out of the locker room at that point, or was it still going on?
I think Sheila and Martha are somewhat used to being in the locker room in those environments. I think they aren't too upset about that. I try to watch my language around them, but I think they're fired up as we are, and having them in the locker room is great. And I think what Sheila's done since I've been here and all the stuff that she's been involved in and having her around has been so awesome. And I'll say this: whenever we win, they're obviously in there. You guys see the videos, but they're in there when we lose too, and that's even more important.
Final thing for me: did you watch the national championship game last night?
I did. Yep. Good
Any
W.
thoughts?
Good job, Wolverines.
Wow. All right. I wondered if you were rooting for the old Pac-12 brother there
I
in
was
Washington.
split. I was split a little bit because obviously, I'm a local Michigan guy now, so it's hard for me to root against them. But I would have liked to see the Pac-12 in their final year with the national championship. Would have been kind of fun. But no, I was happy either way.
Last question for me. What are you looking forward to the most when it comes to the Sunday night matchup, whether it's the crowd or just getting back into a playoff atmosphere? What is it that you can't wait to see?
Yeah, playoff atmosphere. I mean, for me, it's been 5 years. I played in the playoffs in 2020, but the atmosphere wasn't, obviously like it will be now with the COVID year. So my last time in a real playoff atmosphere was 2018. In the Super Bowl, and prior to that, it was in New Orleans. So yeah, this will be fun, man. It'll be really fun, and I'm excited for our fans. I'm excited for our city. Them getting to experience a home playoff game. A lot of these people for the first time in their lives, and for me, it'll be a lot of fun to be there and to lead us, and hopefully come out with W.
Well, Jared, again, thank you. And as always, we appreciate your time, and we look forward to talking to you next week.
Sounds great, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Jared.
There he is, Jared Goff, quarterback of the Detroit Lions. Our weekly conversation here on 97.1 The Ticket. And Gator, I hope we do get to talk to him next week, right?
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah. Looking forward to it.
Previewing another playoff game. But still. All right, let's talk to the Detroit Lions quarterback.
Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here at 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls 248-539-9797. Same number to text. Been quite a day unpacking the Michigan win over Washington last night, securing the national championship, their first solo national championship in forever. But the first one they've won, they shared it with Nebraska in 97. And this is just an awesome destruction last night. If you're a Michigan fan, you're loving it. And you should. The defense was spectacular last night. The offense was good in spurts when they needed to. They had a handful of plays, but those plays were just monster plays. You know, these plays were 37 yards, 41 yards, 47 yards, another 41-yard play, I think it was a 59-yard play. I mean, it was amazing that Washington was just giving up these big plays, and yet they were still in the game. But their offense could do nothing against Michigan's defense. And I think there was some skepticism about just how good is Michigan's defense going into that game because of who they played. It's not like the Big Ten is a juggernaut of offensive talent here. It's not, clearly. And the non-conference schedule didn't show much either. But in the end, they played a team that had good offensive ability in Ohio State. They withstood that challenge. I'm sure that Alabama is absolutely kicking themselves for missed opportunities in the game against Michigan in the semifinal. Michigan did enough. They win that game and shut down Jalen Milroe and really shut down Bama's offense. And again, people were still skeptical. Well, again, it's not the Bama offense we've seen in years past. No, it wasn't, but it was still a damn good Alabama team to beat Georgia. And then you get Washington 14-0 going into it, and you know this offensive machine that was just rolling all season long, and then they get stopped in their tracks last night. Michael Penix did not look himself, and credit Michigan's defense to making him not look himself. There were some misfires for sure, a couple of drop passes, but the pressure that Michigan's defensive front put on that offensive line was really, really something. So congratulations to Wolverine Nation. You get your national championship, and now we wait to see what happens next. Is Jim Harbaugh going to is he going to pursue the NFL jobs? I assume by hiring an agent with NFL ties like a month ago, I'm assuming he's looking into the world of the National Football League, and there will be opportunities. You get the Chargers job, the Raiders job. I think those are two that might suit him just fine, King.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan fans can all celebrate and all that stuff. I know you're not a Michigan fan, so you don't have to. You're done. You can talk about what's next, right?
I'll be patient. I'll be
let them celebrate.
Courteous. Yep. But don't throw it in my face.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, what's next? Jim Harbaugh, obviously, we know all the times that he's flirted with the NFL. He was a coach in the NFL, of course. Is this Don Yee agent thing just a leverage power move, or is he serious about looking into all these NFL jobs? Another one just opens up in Tennessee today.
Yep.
That's a one that he could be involved with. I mean, the Falcons the other day. Who knows what happens with the Patriots? That could be opening up if Vrabel doesn't get that. So there's a lot of openings, a lot of interest from the NFL, probably at least to reach out to Harbaugh and see and interview him. I bet you What do you think he takes an interview or not? Because if he takes an interview, like he allegedly did with the Vikings a couple of years ago, but he ended up coming back because they didn't offer him the job.
Right. I think, this is something this is why it was in the works weeks ago that he hired his agent. I think they do the behind the scenes stuff and say, okay, look, Jim's only kind of come in if you want him as the coach. You know what his resume is. He was a hell of an NFL coach, got to 3 straight NFC championship games, went to a Super Bowl, lost to his brother famously in New Orleans, goes to Michigan, and has this incredible coaching record there. Yeah, there's some black marks on there as well. And if he leaves behind some landmines there. They're still to be detonated by the NCAA over the next few months. But we'll see how that plays out. Nonetheless, they won the national championship. They went to the college football playoff 3 years in a row. And that's enough of a resume, I would think, that pro teams would take notice of a college coach. But the fact that this guy was successful as an NFL coach, that's what puts it over the top. Because college coaches, the failure rate in the NFL is high. It's quite high. But Jim Harbaugh is different because he does have the pedigree of being an NFL head coach prior with his stint with the Niners. I don't know. That to me is the most intriguing thing of what happens. That and of course J.J. McCarthy, and what his decision's going to be. If I were to advise J.J. McCarthy, I know he's not going to listen to what I have to say, but I would say go back to school. NIL is going to be there for you. Enjoy another year there, and you're going to come back with a really good football team. Your defense is basically coming back with the star players on defense that they're going to keep you in every single game possible. You've got so much change in the landscape of college football because of portal entries and all this, and what's happening with Washington and their quarterback situation. Ohio State, okay, they've changed quarterbacks, but the guy they're getting isn't exactly all that exciting. Oregon's changed things up. Now they're getting Dylan Gabriel from Oklahoma.
Yeah, but the thing is, J.J. McCarthy, right now, as we speak right now, he's considered a first-round draft pick, right? He's up there.
Yeah.
So he's considered a first-round pick. That's hard to turn down,
It is
especially
hard to
when
turn
you know.
It's guaranteed money.
Yeah, even if you or I or anybody else thinks he's got things to work on, because he does have things to work on, first round, I mean, that could change instantly. How many times we used to look at mock drafts? Remember those days? And
it's been a while, man.
Right? Because we
It's been a minute.
we got a good football team now. We
Yeah.
don't have to. But when we used to look at mock drafts, we would look at them a year or 2 years ahead, whenever during the season. Guys that were projected to be first-round picks, those guys disappeared during the year. And that can happen to JJ. It happened to, Brad Kaya from Miami was considered one of the...
Ended up being a 7th-round
Yeah,
pick by
exactly.
the Lions.
So
yeah.
these things change.
Spencer Rattler was supposed to be a
Sam
big
Howell,
guy.
so it's hard to turn that down if it's almost definitive, hey, you're going to get drafted in the first round.
Well-
And then you can work on those things with NFL coaches, the things that you need to improve on.
But this is also January 9th.
Exactly. I speak now.
Everything changes as you get closer and closer, and I would imagine that as we get closer, you start to scrutinize over, what he's done. And statistically, the only impressive number there's a couple things that are impressive. I don't want to make it seem like he's a really good college quarterback right now. What I'm impressed by with J.J. McCarthy is his accuracy for the most part, although last night, lacked a little bit. But completing over 70% of your passes, and for most of the season, he was up close to 80. That's impressive. The touchdown to interception ratio is very impressive with what he's done. And yet, one of the bugaboos about J.J. McCarthy has been, he turns the ball over. He's done that in a couple of big games, but didn't do it last night and secured the win for his team. Again, I think it's probably, when all is said and done, I don't look at him as a first-round guy this year. Go back to school.
But I
compete
think-
for another national championship and see what you got.
The TV draft evaluators got him as a first-round guy. And the only thing that matters is if NFL scouts have him as a first-round guy. So I don't know what's going to happen with JJ, and clearly he has things to work on. They're drafting prospects based on ceiling and potential. Can they reach that ceiling? Can they reach that potential? And I think that's why JJ is projected in the first round. So do I think he needs to go back and work on things? Absolutely. But also, if they're telling you, a bunch of people saying, hey, you're going to go in the first round, that's hard to turn down.
It is hard to turn down if that's the case. Rico Beard joins us today.
There's no way he should go. He should go right back to school.
But if you get a first round grade, like Kang says, hard to turn down the 5-year contract.
Yeah, there's a lot of times where people get the first round grade, and the next thing they know, they're sitting there in the green room, and it's in the second round. And what happened? Because you don't have to hold, you can't hold somebody to that grade and say, well, you promised me I'm going to the
you
first
look
round.
at Will Levis' situation last year.
If I'm him, there was nothing special about him last night. They won, but first round grade, man, that guy is him. They had a great running game last night. Wasn't him. He should go back to school.
No, they
improve his draft stock, and then come out next year.
Well, and if he does go back, I mean, that's huge for Michigan because the experience is massive for them. They don't need to have all these explosive plays that you see by these great offenses. Just keep doing what you're doing. They'll be able to run the ball next year.
I think that Sharon Moore, as head coach, will then dial up an offense that will really benefit JJ.
So what's coming up?
We'll talk about the game. We'll talk about Michigan's championship. But just, know that not everybody's happy about it. If you call up if you want to be excited, be excited. I mean, you won the Natty. But if you call up and say, you got to respect us, let's just leave it on the field.
Well,
not like your coach saying we were innocent.
Well, that was a little ridiculous. For what it's worth, not one call was throwing it in my face, which I appreciated.
Well, they like you, Gator.
I am a likable guy.
You are.
This is true.
Was it the meniscus?
It was not the meniscus at the time. It was just a bruise.
I love when I hear that story. I was driving around.
It was painful for a few days, man. Mike and Rico coming up next year, 97.1 The Ticket.
Business finished. It's been declared Wolverine Day across the state as Michigan celebrates a perfect 15-0 season and their first natty since 1997. Of course, the attention now shifts to Jim Harbaugh's future, and as Peter King told us this morning, the NFL is calling. Meantime, the national champion Wolverines are not the favorites to do it again. FanDuel has got Georgia, Alabama, also Ohio State as the top 3 favorites for next season. Michigan, they come in at 5. There are now 6 head coaching vacancies in the NFL after the Titans fired Mike Vrabel this morning. Those other openings are the Chargers, Raiders, Falcons, Panthers, and Commanders. Lions head coach Dan Campbell told Stoney and Jansen this morning there's no update on Sam Laporta's knee injury. He does say, though, that we should know more in the next 36 hours or so. Khalif Raymond, he's in a similar position, while Jameson Williams will be back at practice this week. Detroit, they're 3.5-point favorites over the Rams. And the Pistons look to snap a 4-game losing streak against the Kings tonight at Little Caesars Arena. They will have to do it, though, without Cade Cunningham. Mike, he's out the next 7 to 10 days with a knee strain. Tip off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, welcome one, welcome all.
That's pretty funny.
What a blessed Tuesday. David is in his butter sweatshirt.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I got to tell you, before Rico says anything, before we do anything on a national championship Tuesday, I want to just tell you how Kenny is celebrating the Wolverines' 15-0 season. He was pounding mott sticks. Kenny is in his feelings bad. But, David, my attention turns to you. Before we start and before Rico goes on a soliloquy, I have to ask you the question. Rico, work with me.
Okay.
David, in the dimly lit den at the Hatchet Man Estate last night, right around 11 p.m., I'm sure the kids were allowed to stay up a little later, but Daddy was in his office. You may have been wearing the same butter-colored sweatshirt. The clock's running down, and you know you had Fowler and Herb Street. I know Fowler delivered a line. I know a lot of Wolverines didn't like. A lot of people may consider it tarnished.
Right up there with Tirico's line at the end of the Kansas City game.
But David, just because cheating or not, my team's never winning one. Just tell me what it felt like.
That's what it felt like. It was amazing last night. It really was.
Or as Lomas Brown said during the Lions pregame, priming that pump. David, just take Rico and I through it. Our team's never going to win one, cheating or not. What was it like in the moment? Did the kids all get along?
No, they did not get along. They did not get along. My middle son didn't even want to watch the game with us. He came towards the end to see what the score was. My oldest tried to get a high five from him, and he said, "Get out of my face."
Which
I expected that to happen.
And that's why the oldest one's going to be living with him one day, because he'll be homeless.
Oh, no, we celebrated. The two of us celebrated. He will not be homeless.
We've been on the air for 2 minutes. Rico's gone after one of David's children.
No, the middle child is going to be the successful child. The older one will be the ne'er-do-well of the family.
We had fun last night. I'll just say we
That's
had fun
good for him.
last night.
David, how satisfying?
I sat back for a second, for a long time, and I said, wow, I never thought this would happen. Jim Harbaugh was 0 for whatever against Ohio State and never made it to Indy. I thought it was over. I wanted him gone. And he finally turned it around. Now, I'm not going to talk about how he turned it around, but he turned it around.
I'll say this, Kenny, for about 2 weeks in September, you're going to have to take over the producer's role.
Nope, we're
That's
good.
how happy David was.
Are we making the announcement? David, did you?
No, we're good.
Did you get your swerve on last night?
We're good.
David?
Honey, we the national champs. Kids, here's $20. Get the hell out the house.
Hold my trophy.
Do you like the names JJ, Donovan, or Blake?
Baby Houston is on the way.
Hey, you may want to get the name of the lead official. Give him a consideration, too. But listen, Rico, what I want to do, look, everything is available today. Make no mistake about it. Now, there's only one thing you can do where you're going to play stupid games and win stupid prizes. So here's the only ground rule I put out there. You don't get to do what your coach did on that podium.
Give yourself absolution.
Don't come up here with the whole we're innocent routine. Jim, I hate to tell you, your school disagrees. They bopped you the first 3 games of the year. Oh, and by the way, your amicus brief got thrown out of court. So Jim, God bless. We could talk the football and talk the natty. And I got one Wolverine, but I have 2. I only texted 1. The other's kind of a nut. But the one, we texted, totally friendly. There's no problem. He went to the school. We're good. I've known him for 20 years.
Mike, I did the same. I texted a few Wolverine friends. One, I may have encouraged his son to go ahead and leave a year early and just try out the XFL because he doesn't need to come back because he may or may not have won the Defensive Player of the Year.
Okay.
Defensive Player of the Game last night.
All right.
So Will doesn't need to come back.
Just don't do what Harbaugh did. No, because that was just straight clown behavior. But that's what he is. It's fine. But Rico, I think you have made an admission, and I think it's a good one. And it is the ultimate example of both things are true.
Yeah.
Rico Beard to the main stage.
Well, after watching the game last night,
your experience was a little different than David's?
It was a little different than David. Yes, it was. On the 4th and 2 play when Odunze got overthrown.
Live look at Rico's Barca Lounger.
TV out the window, 2nd floor. I'll buy another one. But after watching the game, you realize, man, Michigan had the season. They went through the Big Ten. They beat Ohio State. They beat Bama. Bama's going to always be the gold standard of college football. And then they went out there and they beat the best quarterback in the nation in Michael Penix. Had a horrible game last night. And they win a natty. And the whole time you're thinking, why'd you have to cheat? Why did you have to do what you did? Because you didn't need to do that. You tarnished your own leg. This would have been a really special season. You were Barry Bonds. You were the Houston Astros. You were the New England Patriots in their heyday. You were good enough to do this all on your own. That I can't separate the two, but I can appreciate what happened and the season that this team had, because there was no, well, you didn't play this team or you didn't go through this. You had the easy path. They had a difficult path, and they went through it all. But you didn't need to do what you had to do, because that, to me, it takes away from it. I can't separate it, and I'll always look at it as, man, that was so unnecessary. You were good enough to do this all on your own. You knocked off Alabama. You went out there and you beat Michael Penix, who I thought should have won the Heisman Trophy. You thought Jaden Daniels? Mikey had a bad game.
But yeah, you know what?
Mikey had a bad game. He had a bad game.
Enjoy the second round.
He had a bad game.
Enjoy the second round. I had to listen about how good Penix was all
He
year.
was.
And then the night America needed him, he bleeped down his leg.
He did.
In a ski mask.
He did. No, he didn't have on. He did. I'm not going to sit here and make excuses.
I hold you responsible.
Okay. You know what? I feel responsible.
What I'm excited about,
because I told you he was a lot better, and I'm like,
David, you know what I'm pumped up about? Do you remember how hard he fought me about state cheating and getting the Omar Shobar fan section?
Yes.
You know
I
what?
hope Jonathan Smith cheats his wiener off.
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, just
let's roll.
Straight up the U. I want parties. What you want to drink?
I'm going to hire Nevin Shapiro.
You need some vitamin C? What you need? Because we're going to get it for you. We want you to go to this school because
before a team meeting, whatever you need.
There's no boundaries. There are no boundaries, because if you do something, you know what it's going to get called? Adversity.
I like it. Distractions
and adversities. You made it through all of that, even if it's self-imposed.
But
I
you know
want
what?
Jonathan Smith to go out there. Mike, we're going to bring your booty lounge. We're
It's
kicking the
the-
handicapped out. Booty lounge is going in.
Omar Shobar in the team facility. We're going to have a strip club in the facility.
Yep.
It's going to be outstanding.
Yep.
What Rico's saying, though, David, he's right. He's right. You were good enough to do this, and you still did the dirt. So I just say thank you, because it makes today easy.
Yeah.
If you had done this in a pristine manner, oh, no, today would have been like, oh, God.
I would have hurt. It would have been
But,
painful.
I mean, the fact is, you're Kansas basketball. And I don't know. Maybe nothing will happen to you like Kansas basketball. But you know what everyone in the sport knows? You're Kansas basketball.
Yeah, they were very sloppy with the way they did this.
It was egregious.
Yeah.
It was
David.
silly. Because look at how good you were against Penn State. Look how good you were against Ohio State. You had the dramatic Rose Bowl win. And last night, look, I don't take pleasure in being right about it because it hurts Rico. Washington didn't belong on the same field as you. That's
Washington
ridiculous.
belong on the same field, but you know who showed up? Hadn't been there all season long?
I got you. I'll tell you what was sexy,
What is
too.
going on? Like
Was
2
the-
runs, 2 touchdowns.
And 2 egregious non-called holdings.
Oh, well, yeah, that happened too.
My bad. Listen.
As
a better
Herbstreit
team.
said, they're just letting them play out there.
So you know what's going to be awesome is the amount of idiots that are going to call this show and violate my one rule. So that's fine because I'm here till 6. You don't get to say you didn't cheat.
I mean,
you can have everything
think about
else.
Did you really need to go and dress up on the Central Michigan sideline to beat MSU this year?
No,
you
no,
didn't,
no.
but you did.
But you did. So we could talk about the Natty because if you didn't have fun last night, you need your head checked. It doesn't matter what's coming. It doesn't matter if Harbaugh's here or not. It doesn't matter if Ward disappears. It doesn't matter if the NCAA takes away wins. You got the memory. You got the moment. If you're calling a radio show to try to get the one thing you can't have, that's a YP, not an MP. That's on you. And there must be something behind it that hits home. Otherwise, why would you call and hold? Because I got news for you. You can call whatever other radio show at this station you like. They may give you what you want. I'm not. I don't have a Block M on my paycheck. So I don't have to give you anything.
You don't have a motivational seminar?
I don't, but I love the one that we do. Like, reality is they were probably good enough to do this on their own.
They were.
Which is why I would be annoyed as a fan that they ever did it. Because this team had the one thing that you can't really put into a stat. The cheating helped them in this regard, that while they didn't cheat to beat OSU or Bama or Washington, it was the scandal that united them.
Mm-hmm.
I said this for weeks. I don't have to respect how you arrived at this weird Voltron unity.
And I'll say this.
But man, is it a powerful tool.
Here's the one thing that I do respect that they did legally. And I'm surprised other teams had to. The internship they got with the Baltimore Ravens and bringing in the Ravens guy to architect that defense and make, man. Mentor, and I forgot the guy you had before.
Mike McDonald.
Yeah. That's brilliant. Now that, legal, smart, all credit. Because you're playing professional defenses and most college players don't know what to do with that. The way you can manipulate and just make everybody look bad, that's a brilliant move.
I think the other thing, in 248-539-9797, we had a moron drop off the line. I figured it would happen if I just gave the disclaimer.
You should have just went to him first.
Oh, I will. There'll be plenty of morons. They're not in short supply in that fan base. But my point is, the other thing that's really interesting, Ohio State winning the first playoff and you winning the last. But it's how you won it. Jim Harbaugh was brought back here, right? Leave out all the outside noise. Harbaugh was brought back here to return Michigan to what you felt was A, playing Michigan football, and B, this mythical, rightful place in college football, right? It was a circuitous route, and it took 9 years. But he did it. It's partially why I think he's walking out the door. But he did it. You played Michigan football. That front seven is so good and so active. And that team and the togetherness and the way they play offensively, it's not always pretty. Lord knows, I don't know why they asked JJ to do a whole lot last night. He was terrible.
But he didn't do much.
But they tried, and through not doing much, it allowed UW to stay in that game at 17-10. If they just pounded the rock.
Yeah, when he went full Dan Gamble on a couple of those fourth down plays, I'm like,
yeah,
Jim, you're up. You're dominating defense. Punt the ball. The clock and time are your friends. David, I don't want to speak for you and Michigan fans, but I'm sitting there thinking, why are you doing this? Don't give Penix the ball back with half the field.
Just run for 500 yards and get the hell up out of here.
Right.
Just punt the ball.
No, it worked.
Keep it going. Yeah.
All right. So we've established the baseline. We got a lot to do. David's in the butter shirt. Everybody's having a good time with it. You should. I've never asked you not to. Just don't bleep on my head and tell me it's raining. Now, if you choose to do that, well, that's on you. 248-539-9797. We get your calls. We got blitzes. David's got an all too early top 25 for next year that we're going to do. My head's going to explode. Rico, tell them all about it.
All right, the new year is 9 days in. You promised yourself you're going to get in better shape, and Planet Fitness is here. They heard your cry, and they are saying, you know what? Walk into any local Planet Fitness, and for less than a quarter, 24 cents to get started, you can get a membership at Planet Fitness. Home of the Judgment Free Zone, 24 cents down, just $10 a month. Planet Fitness, many of the locations have all new cardio equipment. Some have new strength equipment. They have it all at Planet Fitness. And if you say you don't have time, they have the 30-minute circuit where you can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes. And all memberships include a fitness training. So you get all of this for just 24 cents down and $10 a month. No commitment, but it's now through January 12th. So get into your local Planet Fitness today. 24 cents down and then $10 a month after that. Or you can just simply go online at
All right, winter is here, and whether you've been injured as a result of an auto accident or slip and fall in the winter months, there's one attorney you need to call. It's David Femininio. We've told you if you're injured in Michigan, you need to call David Femininio. Go to Get David. Get paid and get what's rightfully yours. David can be reached anytime on his website, getdavid.getpaid.com, or call him direct at 855-65-CRASH. All right, David, glistening in that margarine-colored sweatshirt, the afterglow of a natty.
It took 12 hours, but I sent David a congratulatory text.
And possibly David impregnating his wife again. It has
Possibly.
been a banner. Well, we know what took place after the game. I just don't know if, he found the mark. And I just would like to say Michael's a very masculine name. Or Rico. Rico Hull.
Yeah. Meet me at the trail. It's going down.
Okay, all right then. What about Stallions Hull?
Oh.
David, some ticket text and we go to the callers.
I'll invite him to the baby shower. I am a Michigan fan, and we are 100% the post-Deflategate Patriots. When Brady was suspended for 4 games, Michigan equals the Patriots, and I will gladly own that villain role. Jacob in Grand Blanc.
I have no issue with Jacob because Jacob didn't try to play pretend.
And you know
Enjoy.
what? Yeah, and somebody told me, they texted me and said that Michigan may be playing the role of the villain because college football needs that villain team. It's always been Bama. Georgia, nobody really hated Georgia. Georgia just won games, but it was still Bama that was that team that you hated. Michigan defeats Bama, they become the new villain.
The last I checked, I haven't seen Nick Saban suspended for 6 games of any season they've won a title. No. Kirby Smart, same deal. But Michigan's in a different place. And look.
But Mike, they all cheat.
No, they don't. Sorry. No one's ever seen what y'all did. Carry on.
The ESPN 30 for 30 on this Michigan team is going to be crazy. What if I told you cheaters always win and winners always cheat?
I don't think they'll do one.
No.
It would require ESPN to do the dirt. I don't think they want to do it.
It would require ESPN to actually get both sides because you're going to get a bunch of people say it was no big deal. And then you need some people to be like, it actually was. And here are the receipts. Here's what's going to – yeah, remember, we were going to block the injunction to the temporary restraining order. This is not going to happen until the judge was like, don't do this because this is not going to work. So, yeah, just sit it out.
Kristen Hartland says, conspiracy theory, Jimmy got caught cheating on purpose to motivate and unify the team. Okay.
I can't go there.
All righty.
I don't think they ever had designs on what took place.
That is strong. Harbaugh will head out like Pete Carroll, someone says. He will be the sacrifice so the school won't get punished.
Feels right.
Harbaugh will be in the NFL.
It feels right. Yeah. The NCAA will claim we got our man, right? They've had a hard-on for him for how long?
Because I don't see how that punishment goes over to the NFL because
that's absurd. That's the
dumbest thing.
I don't care what they get Harbaugh on. It should never follow him to the NFL. It's a completely different sport. It's an absurd conversation. Go ahead.
The Wolverines proved that the whole Stallion sign-stealing advantage was a bunch of BS.
Nope, wrong. You're just stupid, and that's fine. Guys, listen. If you cheated for 3/4 of a marathon, but then played it straight for the last quarter, stop. Just please. Right. Okay? Come and live in the real world. Enjoy your trophy. Shake your ass. Do whatever you want. You ever watched the movie Waiting? Give everybody a bat wing. Do whatever you like. Don't play pretend.
Mm-hmm.
You want to do that, leave that for mornings or middays. Don't do that.
Do we finally have the answer on who gets back first, Michigan or Tennessee? I don't think
I'll
it's
say
around
Texas. How about Texas, his faulty answer being back before?
That's a long-term receipt right
yes,
there.
That is.
We have the answer, indeed. And you know what? You won the last of what we deem to be the pure Final Four, where you needed to be 12-0 or 13-0 or 12-1 to make it.
I think now what you're going to see next year, I know you're not going to be that happy. And if I
don't like the sport anymore.
I was about to say, if I still like college football, I may enjoy it.
You do not let the Wolverines take your joy. You still love this sport, Rico.
Okay, no. The other shoe that won't fall.
What?
The NCAA won't do anything.
What do you mean?
They won't. Like Michigan will get hit with, you know what? Upon further review, you're going to lose 3 scholarships this year, and that's your punishment.
Who cares?
No, I'm just saying, because at that point, it's like, okay, unless you're going to go out and do what Michigan did, go hire an analyst to go scour the sidelines and do all of that other stuff, get your booty lounge out there, then I don't care anymore.
Oh, you do. You
No,
do.
I said, Mike, that's
You
why
do.
I said if I still do. So I'm,
Okay,
you know what?
I know you're emotionally hurting.
I'm going to give it a couple of days.
I don't want to. Do not turn this into a drop. I know the emotions are still very raw for him.
Very strong emotions right
just
now.
breathe. You're gonna be okay.
It's
You don't. I don't believe you.
I said if.
This is like someone saying their Lions free. That's what you're saying right
Rico
now.
is Spartans free.
College football, not
Oh.
Spartans. This is
Woo.
like, what did I watch? Because it
Relax.
It almost angered me because I'm like, you didn't need to do this.
Well,
You
because
were
they're
good-
actually really
you were
good.
Good enough. Like, okay, strip away all of that cheating and counter styles and all. You were just good enough to do all of this on your own merit. You
Correct.
had the best offensive coordinator and defensive coordinators. You had some of the best players out on the field. You should have just done this on your own.
Yeah, well, they didn't. Oh well. Jackson 97.1. What's up, Jackson?
Hey, Mike. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Surprisingly decent. What do we have? How are you? More importantly.
Right. Yeah. I was going to say, hopefully, you got some money from last night because of the win.
When villains can be profitable, indeed.
Yep. Yeah. I was just going to say, being a Michigan fan, I think you're right that we can no longer, or we can never really be the high and mighty program we once were. You know, the bastion of integrity. I think that's something that died this year. I think at least the whole world saw it. At least.
Yeah. And guess what? If the bargain for me as a radio host is we get to ditch your fan base playing pretend with a bunch of sales pitches, and the cost of admission is you winning a natty once every quarter of a century, yeah, I'll make that deal. I'm good with it.
Right. Yep. Is it okay though for me to also feel like we're just like we're scumbags, but we're scumbags a bunch of
No, you're fine.
among a bunch of other scumbags.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
because
I've
college
always
football
said
is
that.
Sports is scumbaggery. Yeah.
I just had a friend who was at the game text me. I am thrilled for him. He got to go and experience it and enjoy it. But there's no playing pretend with him. He doesn't think they're a bastion of integrity. He doesn't care about all the school's nonsense. He wants to win, which is what I've always said. But I don't play pretend. Georgia doesn't play pretend. Alabama doesn't. Jackson, you're 100% right to feel the way you feel.
Right.
The only people
There's
I have
no
a problem
smugness
with
those
are
schools.
those who still want to preserve all this crap. Please, you're a horse's ass. Stop that. No, Jackson, you're 100% in the right.
But no, you much respect and hey, congratulations. Enjoy your natty, Jackson.
You going to buy the little leather-bound book from SI? I mean, how are we celebrating?
Yeah, man. Apparently at a Dick's Sporting Goods they were selling shirts at like 2:00 in the morning. I'm like, man, probably for like $100. That'd be crazy.
Yeah,
Probably
I'd wait
have to
about a
wait a little
week
bit.
and you'll get that same shirt.
I'm not
Good birthday
big.
present.
I'm not big on championship gear. I have to tell you that.
It gets dated really fast.
You kind of look like a hardo. You know, I would celebrate your team winning a natty. Just buy a nice piece of team apparel. I don't like the championship stuff. Like, ooh, do you have a giant Super Bowl hat?
No, because Mike, it becomes because I'm cleaning out, and after State won the Rose Bowl, I got a T-shirt, and it's like I'm not wearing a T-shirt from a 10-year-old game.
You might be surprised at how I feel about it.
You wear everything, David.
I'm not buying one.
What?
I would only get one for those that went to the university. Is that okay?
Oh, that's on you. Leave me out of that. I ain't doing that argument today. I ain't doing that.
David just pulling a pin and tossing a grenade in
The
the
pastor
studio.
just asked his parish a loaded question.
He did.
Hungry Howie's. There's nothing better than some pepperoni pizza. Listen, maybe you're a Spartan who needs some heavy copium today, all right? How about a pepperoni duo? You're a Wolverine. You've just won a natty. Eat pizza for a week. Do whatever you like. Okay, Hungry Howie's. Rico can leave now. Pepperoni duo, the spicy, the standard, double the pep, $9.99. Whether you're a national champion or you're just the rest of us whose team stinks, Hungry Howie's has a pizza for you. Limited time only on that. The mix and match deal, $6.99. They got it all. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza. Limited time only on the Pepperoni Duo. All right, so listen, I want to do something. We're going to bump football today. We got a ton of callers. Talking national championship. The Harbaugh stuff is there too, and we can get to it later. Was it his last game? Was it not? It's hard for me to change my position because I've said it since summer, and I don't have a reason to back away from it that I think it'll be his last game. I think it'd be a mistake to leave. I think he's got a machine rolling. He's got a great life there. Allegedly 10 at 125. I'd probably stick around.
See, this whole year, Mike, and it had that Last Dance vibe to it, where
yes,
I'll be damned. I'll answer everything when we're done, but right now we are laser focused. We got one job to do.
And we have lost the caller I wanted to go to. That breaks my heart.
No.
We had a caller named Robin. Was that male or female? Because that name has some
female.
Okay, so that female Robin. I'm sick of you, I'm assuming it was me, beating a dead horse about cheating. Robin, why do you listen? I mean, I don't know. Are you at Guantanamo? Does someone have like a gun to your head? No. Robin, you know what you're sick of? You're sick of the truth. You're sick that I'm not bought and paid for. And you're sick that I am always going to hit you in the face with the one thing you don't like. The truth. I can respect the wins. I can tell you I think you have a hell of a good football program, but you did the dirt, Robin.
Robin also listens because one day she hopes that you walk on here and say, you know what, that really doesn't matter anymore, and let's move on like a lot in the media have done.
No,
and just simply said it was distractions.
And may I add, Robin, since this is like posthumously, like when you hang up, it's like you die. Like, Robin, the cover of sports websites yesterday were all about the backdrop of your cheating as we headed into the Natty. I didn't do that. I'm not the website designer of ESPN or Yahoo Sports. Hey, by the way, did you hear the broadcast talk about it? Did you hear it on the pregame? I don't make those shows. And when Chris Fowler announced you as national champions, he announced that many will think it's tarnished. So if you're mad at me for beating a dead horse, that's a YP, not an MP. That's your problem.
Yep.
I'll give you your propers by telling you you were good enough that you didn't have to do it.
Yeah.
But sadly you did.
And it may be a dead horse, but you brought the horse to the party. So
damn, Robin, we were going to come to you. I was going to bump you to the front of the line, too.
We skipped a segment just for you.
I skipped football today for Robin. Kenny!
Get Robin back on.
How angry?
Turn those machines
back on! Kenny, how angry was Robin?
Robin was very angry. She was talking to me like this in a very pointed voice, saying she's tired of you beating the dead horse and she's sick of it.
Well, then stop
So, Kenny, you
cheating.
felt like it was just any other night at home.
I don't have a penalty in it. There it is. You know what's funny? David holding that flag, it looked like he bought it as a matching set for that sweatshirt.
Look at that.
Oh, wow. It's perfect. David, you buy whatever you like when you win a national title. Good for you. Let's go to Mario, 97.1. Mario, how you doing, buddy?
Hi, Mike and Rico. How are you guys doing?
Good, Mario. What's up?
3 quick comments, and then I'll listen to you guys because you guys definitely know a lot more about this stuff than me. First comment, happy about the win yesterday by Michigan. Will not be disappointed if Harbaugh leaves. I do not like the drama that these players had to put up with this year. I'm hoping that, Sharon Moore or whoever will coach this team next year. I don't think this team needs this much drama. First comment. Second comment to Mike. Yesterday, I believe you made a comment regarding Sam Laporta. Yes, it is a major loss, but in my opinion, the Lions will move on through the playoffs based on how their secondary plays. They got torched badly the past 3 weeks, twice by Justin Jefferson and, of course, by CeeDee Lamb. If they can't fix what's going on in the secondary, we will not advance past the Rams.
That's my biggest concern, and it is recency bias, but seeing Nick Mullins with his little face squished into his helmet throw for like 8 million yards in 2 games.
And you know what didn't help me feel any better is listening to the coach this morning on the morning show. I'm just going to tell these guys they're going to do better, and they're going to do better. Well, why didn't you do that for the last 3 games?
Yeah. And one more comment, sorry, Rico, to you yesterday. I know you took the position about the starters not playing. Well, one of the things that we did benefit from, even though it was a long shot to get the 2nd seed, but one of the things that we did benefit by winning the game with the starters is the fact that Philly lost. If by chance Dallas loses, we end up taking the 2nd seed, and then we end up getting that home field advantage as if we had won the 2nd seed in the first place. If we end up playing Philly, we play Philly at home. So to me, there was a benefit there by having the starters play.
Well, if Philly had won, you would have just gotten Dallas here.
Correct. No, I get that.
Yeah.
Look, Rico's point stands. You had very low odds of getting the 2 seed. I will own it, Mario. I said I wanted them to play, and if people are going to be upset, you can be upset with me. Because Laporta got hurt, and apparently I have to take blame for that. But Rico and people like him get to say it was a mistake because they said it Friday. We'll get to Lions stuff primarily tomorrow and moving on. Today, I want to keep it on the Wolverines. I think that's very fair. David, yes. You look like you were about to speak. You look disgusted.
I just want to talk Michigan. That's all. That guy bringing in Lions, I don't want that today.
Hold on. Ready? Kenny. That's one. No, he made 3 points. Let's be fair. Come on now.
I'm just having fun.
Let's go to Nate, 97.1. Nathan, how are you?
Mikey, hey, it's been a while. I know I haven't talked to you in a minute.
It's good to hear from you, brother. Good to see you're still with us. All right. What's going on?
Yeah, I know. I haven't abandoned you guys. If you give me a moment, you brought up satisfaction in your intro, and I'm going to circle back to that. Now, I know that there's no way that you can know that the veracity of what I'm about to say is true, but trust me, Scout's honor. I was convinced about this regular season that because of Harbaugh's arrogance, confidence, cockiness, and what they had on defense and how down the Big Ten was this year, play good defense, run the football. They had a regular season playbook and they had a postseason playbook. And all that confusion in that Alabama first half, that was something that they didn't see on film at all, the different packages. Even if it was running a play the same way, just out of a different look and shifting at those last moments, I think that's when they understood, like, hey, listen, guys, it's cool to run the ball, and we can, but we have JJ, we have other dudes that can play. And what really is what makes it so satisfying and why I'm so pissed about the gosh damn cheating stuff is that they didn't have to do it because we were physically dominant.
There it is.
Nate,
I have never seen it.
There it is.
No, Nate, that's at the end of the game in the fourth quarter, that was the realization that I hit. Was like,
Right.
wow.
Right.
You
Dude,
were
they
just
didn't
better
need to
than
do it.
everybody.
Everybody. They beat the hell out of people up front. Football is still football. I don't care how many times you throw the ball, Michael Pennis. You're no good. Your offensive line's no good. I mean, they beat the hell out of them. It was beautiful. I was laughing, Mike. I wasn't cheering. I was laughing.
You can do whatever the hell you want when you win it all. That's where Nate, as long as people don't play pretend, I've said it since late October. I don't have a problem with people who live in reality, but it's the people who want to try to defend themselves to the end for no reason. You won. Who cares?
I know, right? Right?
Yeah.
Right. Go. I mean, we just went. I mean, gosh. Oh, man. But
I remember when I got crushed.
Nate, take a deep breath.
No, but Nate, you have to understand the perspective I come from. Like, I got crushed back in like 2008 when it had been a minute for my basketball program to get anywhere.
Right.
I'm like, you know what, man?
Yeah.
After seeing John Calipari get Memphis where he got him and knowing how he got him there, you know what? Izzo's got to cheat. Oh my God,
Let's
Spartan
go.
fans killed me. The reality is Kansas basketball is you. Nothing really big happened to them except they've got to wear the necklace.
Right.
They're cheaters.
Yeah, Bill Self
Who
got
cares?
hit with like a 4-game suspension.
Do you think Kansas fans care? They don't care.
right. And can I just one more point about with this is
Sure.
that it would be one thing if it led, it just did not need to happen, and the people who don't understand. But also, do you think that with the money being introduced to these kids and the pressures and stuff, with the amount of money that's going in and how much is generated, do you think that this is not a natural progression, but was something like this with the pressures that these schools, these institutions, these coaches have on them to win and produce?
100%. Listen.
But see, I think it was
cheating-
before the money, Nate, because the alums and the boosters wanted. They've been
right.
The McDonald's bags has been out for a while.
Nate, here's the bottom line. All right. Jim Harbaugh lost half his money and was about to get thrown out on his ass. And that's when this all started. It directly coincides with it. And the numbers are the numbers. Now, the bottom line is you were able to help attempt to exonerate yourself by winning some games in the aftermath of this. It doesn't absolve you. It just helps you in that at least we know you had a good team on surface. Well, guess what? We all knew that anyways.
There you go, beating that dead horse again.
Oh, Robin. 248-539-9797. I mean, Rico, here's the deal. Fair is my favorite F word. I don't see how I'm not fair.
It's your second favorite F word. Let's be real.
Truth. Hey, Moran Buick GMC, where they make car buying and certified car service a breeze. You can celebrate the start of 24 and your national championship with a new vehicle from Moran Buick GMC. Head on down there. 24 Terrain, all-wheel drive. They got the Acadia seating up to 7. Denali's are in stock. And they'll even give you a little custom Mason blue paint job for you. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. MoranExpress.com for any certified service. Moran Buick GMC on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at moranexpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. All right, we are going to get right back to your Michigan calls. It is a national title Tuesday. David adorned in the margarine glow of his Michigan sweatshirt. And a lot of it is just, where does it rank in your all-time bucket list? Obviously, there's one ground rule. You don't get to call up and say you're innocent like your coach did, which was a fool-ass move. Celebrate it, enjoy it, as long as you're willing to admit what you did. I don't think that's an unfair deal. And frankly, you don't have to care. Never asked you to care. It's about winning. I'm a win-at-all-cost person. But if you get caught, you pay. Now, when I said I wish to deny it, I wish State would cheat. Oh, Michigan State fans killed me. Well, you know what, guys? I wonder how you feel about it now. So we're going to get back to it. But what I'm have to do. What's up, buddy?
I'm all for it.
Oh, well, now for sure. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start sending Rico to games in spyglasses and see how long it takes people to catch up. Actually, Harlan Barnett's unemployed. Could we get Harlan to do it? Harlan Stallions.
Why does Harlan got to catch a stray?
Because he's terrible. So
the man held it all together. He didn't do things in a hotel room.
Okay, all right, okay. Hey, listen, you're emotional, and I need you to calm down.
First it was Harlan, now it's Penix. Now what is going on?
I might have 4 college basketball plays on the board. Are you prepared?
I am, because I have one for you.
Hey, Butterboy, hit the button. All right, I'm going to give you my favorite play of the day, and then the rest of them are far secondary.
Can we do the Kenny Cott hockey thing? Because I think I know.
The mind meld.
Yeah.
Go, yeah.
Because I wonder, is this the system that's not a system that is a system? But are we going to Ames, Iowa?
Yeah. Yes. They call it Hilton Magic. Hilton Coliseum. Once or twice a year, ISU drops a bomb on a highly ranked team, and they could be total ass. Tonight, number 2 Houston, who's 14-0, arrives at the Hilton Coliseum, and they're only laying 2.5? Iowa State or pass. Number 1 play today for me. You just got to blind fire it. Okay. Here were a couple others. Thumbs up, thumbs down. And I want to start with both sides of the Duke-Notre Dame game from the other day.
Okay.
Duke, wicked upset. They go on the road now to much improved Pitt. Devils number 5.5. Any interest in the Panthers plus 5.5? Duke is a very inconsistent team.
No.
Okay. The other side of it would be Notre Dame. Biggest win in 5 years for Notre Dame basketball. Their reward, go on the road to take on Georgia Tech and Damon Stoudemire's Ramblin' Wreck. Why is it relevant? They collapsed against Boston College and got absolutely screwed by the officials. A 70-67 game. The next 9 points were scored by BC at the free throw line. Everything. Hook and hold and hook, technical foul on you, technical foul on you. You looked at me wrong. Your mom's a hoe. It was unbelievable. So Georgia Tech's pissed. Notre Dame, it's back rubs and bubble baths. G-Tech laying 6 at home.
Take it. Take it, because you know why?
Yes.
When you beat Duke, you're still celebrating.
Atta baby. All right. Those are, there's one more. One more, and then I'm done. I'm sorry. It's a big night in college hoops. Kansas State, pretty good, right? Not bad. They travel to West Virginia, who the only thing worse than the dental care is their basketball team, 5-9. Yet Kansas State's only laying 1.5. Do we blind fire the Mountaineers?
I think so.
On a rat line?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Because that was another one that your system. So you mean you're not going to go ahead and the Eastern Michigan, Central Michigan game?
No. Okay. CMU program should be shut down. The only one that would remotely qualify as a system, not a system, and it doesn't qualify because it's not a losing record, would be this line stinks like last week's garbage, the Iowa State game. Gotcha. I would go there. Gotcha. What do you got?
No, it was the Iowa State game. So that's why I said I have one for you.
Go.
It was that.
I do like that.
Yeah.
Hilton Magic, baby.
Yeah.
Shout out Dedrick Willoughby.
And I wonder if that's the case, Mike. Do you I know you like your vitamins, but do you just take Iowa State?
Nope.
On the money line.
Nope.
No?
No. You're out of order, sir.
Okay. I'm just saying.
You take the points. They are your vitamins.
Okay. Right.
Let me ask you a question. Do you brush your teeth?
Yes.
Then you take your points. Okay. That's how it works. It's just a part of your daily thing.
I thought this was a West Virginia joke.
Well, you would have to have teeth to brush.
But yeah, I was going with that. So okay.
Mr. Kenny Cott.
There are a bunch of games on. Mike, do you want to try Mind Meld 2.0?
No, I'm exhausted after that college basketball presentation.
So we're going to run it back with Vancouver. They did win. They did cover that money line. So we're going to do it again. Even money against the Islanders.
Not at UBS Arena.
Too bad. Your opinion's revoked. I'm 5 in a row now. And then we're going to do something potentially irresponsible, but all of my nerdy metrics make up for it. It's going to be Arizona at home. Boston comes into town. They're plus 135 home dogs. And they've been playing really, really good hockey. Boston, on the other hand, has not. So I'm going to take Arizona here plus 135.
I do not like your Vancouver bet.
I hit 5 bets in a row, Mike.
You're taking a team on a back-to-back. It's recency bias. I don't.
They've been playing terrific hockey. The Islanders have
Okay.
not.
All right. Fine. David, the only national champion on the show.
So here's the deal. No Cade Cunningham tonight for the Detroit Pistons. We all know how bad they already are.
How long is he out?
He's going to be out. He's going to be out a week,
Yeah.
and then they're going to reevaluate it.
Yeah, but it may not be as bad as what they thought. But this game will be as bad as what you thought.
No.
So I'm going to go
don't do it.
I'm going to go minus.
No, David, don't do it. David, I beg you,
I'm
and I
going with
know
the spread.
I am a feeble man who doesn't have a national title, but David, you do not lay double digits in the National Basketball Association.
Yes, you do.
Oh, David.
Okay, well then if you don't want to do that, do the under 240. You can do that if you want as well.
Why don't you ever select what I have given you, which is it's a step from undefeated?
Because right now, Mike, he can do whatever he wants.
You're right. David, player combo, points plus rebounds, Jalen Duren over 24.5. All this kid does is get between 26 and 32 points plus rebounds.
He's the new DeAndre Ayton.
He is.
Very true.
How I used to make money off of Ayton?
14 and 12,
Yeah.
11 and 15. Like, he just does it, David. All right, you do whatever you like.
Hey, they got 3 national titles behind the glass. We got none.
No, I have no argument.
David, whatever you want to bet. Today is your day. Matter of fact, if Jazzy Cat Nicole wants to do the 3 o'clock hour, Mike and I
So
will
what
answer
you're saying
calls.
is, go ahead, David, lose money.
David, after you win a natty, does it matter?
Well,
May
you know
not.
what? You do have a new mouth to feed pretty soon, so.
Little Houston.
Wow. Okay, then. That's on the board. Your calls next, 97.1. NFL Super Wild Card Weekend. 6 games, 3 days, and it's all one and done. It is one of the best betting weekends of the year. FanDuel has it all. And look, sides and totals are my deal, but I can't lie to you. I indulged in a same-game parlay last weekend with Mr. Cookies. And you know the sad part? We hit every leg of it except the side. We went deep in the menu. And then Shane Steichen said, F you, I'm taking Jonathan Taylor off the field on a critical 4th and inches. The whole point is FanDuel's going to give you some of that parlay insurance this weekend. They could have saved us last weekend. Basically, you need to bet at least a 3-leg parlay. You fall 1 leg short, you get a refund. So give it a shot this weekend. It's NFL Wildcard Weekend. FanDuel, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. There's no shortage of storylines as the Lions get ready to host Matthew Stafford and the Rams for their first home playoff game since 1994. Quarterback Jared Goff could have revenge on his mind facing the man who traded him away, Sean McVay. Head coach Dan Campbell, though, says he's not even close to being distracted. Campbell told us this morning there's no update on Sam Laporta's knee injury. He does say, though, that we should know more in about the next 36 hours. Detroit 3.5-point favorites over the Rams. And staying in the NFL this afternoon, there are now 6 head coaching vacancies after the Titans fired Mike Vrabel this morning. Those other openings, the Chargers, Raiders, Falcons, Panthers, and Commanders. It's been declared Wolverine Day across the state as Michigan celebrates a perfect 15-0 season and their first natty since 1997. The Wolverines, though, they're not the favorite to do it again next season. FanDuel's got Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State as the top 3 favorites for next season. Michigan, they come in at 5. And the Pistons look to snap a 4-game losing streak against the Kings at LCA tonight. They'll have to do it, though, without Cade Cunningham. He's out the next 7 to 10 days with a knee strain. Tip off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Which baby, David? The one that's on the way after last night's natty? Honey, hold my trophy. All right, so listen.
John Jansen is a motivator.
Indeed. David, the ticket text. And again, we don't really have any rules today. We've got a couple of topics. There's one. That's it. You don't get to do what your coach did on that podium. We're innocent. Really? Your own school didn't think you were. Stop it. Just don't do that. I'm not asking you to care about the cheating, but you have to acknowledge it. Just celebrate and enjoy yourselves. I have said for years, I want to win so bad, I'd root for Satan. See, it was never about the cheating. It's just if you get caught, you got to pay. Well, I don't need you to care. I don't need you to clutch your pearls. I told you, go win the natty. Whatever happens next happens. And David is in the afterglow. Only one of us is a national champion. Kenny's not. His has-been conference, the SEC. The Big Ten runs college football now, Kenny. Kenny, that gesture's very inappropriate.
Cameras,
oh, my.
Cameras, Kenny. Cameras.
Oh, my.
He actually meant that towards me, not you guys. So sorry.
I brought that up pre-show to Kenny, and he looked at me like, just leave my cubicle.
I thought, honestly.
We won 2 back-to-back, okay? We're not dirt.
David, I thought that's what you were doing to the referees last night. My goodness.
They got good calls, so.
Well, you know, better to be lucky than good. David, some ticket texts, and let's go to the people. The takeaway, though, sad reality, you didn't need to cheat.
There it is.
You didn't need to do it. And that would just annoy me as a fan because you're really good. And you went through, you beat OSU in dramatic fashion, you beat Alabama in dramatic fashion, and then you did what I think America needed to see, which was beat Rico's fraudulent Huskies and ridiculous old man at quarterback.
Stop. Okay? You don't get to do that.
I'll do whatever I want. If Michigan football's taught me anything, I can do whatever I want. You're not the boss of me, mister.
You win. You win.
Dave.
I'm just sad. I told people to watch this game. And
yeah.
You let me down.
Why? So we could see Michael Penix's ass? Why don't you sail another ball? David,
the disdain that I have for you right now. It's like you and Michigan fan.
Oh, wow.
And now let's go to the national title update desk
okay,
with
just David, read something.
NCAA will inevitably do nothing. History will remember these Wolverines as the dominant team they were, leaders and best, boys.
Yeah, no, sorry. You're a moron. You can go back to your basement. See, this is the thing you have to leave behind. You don't get to say leaders and best anymore. Don't do it.
Just best. You can just say best.
You could say best.
You could say best.
You can say bet.
Yeah.
You don't get to pretend you're not
Well,
utter.
you know what? Actually,
you are
no,
now
no.
gutter trash,
No.
just like Kenny's program.
No, maybe you are leaders in best. No. You may be leaders in best, David, because you found new and innovative ways to cheat.
Yeah, to get caught, though.
But it doesn't matter.
David, you won the natty.
No.
Yes, we
Think
did.
about that.
Yes.
When you can cheat so much and then just pull the Eddie Murphy, it wasn't me, and it works, that's what you did.
Listen, nothing really
Wasn't that your assistant coach on the sideline? No, wasn't us.
Nothing really
Wasn't him.
happened to Kansas basketball. We
Correct.
all know who they are and what they are. So, hey, listen, it's like his little cartoon movie. Did you get it? Yes. What did it cost you? Everything.
It cost everything.
But you got it.
Sure did.
Look, now you're grilling a sad burger on the planet Nebular like Thanos. But you did it. You got your
Close
glove.
enough, Mike.
Now to the national championship update desk with David.
3 years of cheating is the reason Michigan was able to acquire all of this talent to go on this run. You can't tell me they didn't benefit from cheating these last few games.
Yes, that's how you land. I firmly believe that's part of the reason you desperately and illegally met with JJ Cheeseburger amidst COVID. I mean, it could be traced all the way back to that, and that's a level 1 violation. But you won it. And after the penalties come down, JJ will be meditating in an NFL town somewhere, which, by the way, I would never draft him in the first round.
I was about to say,
Sorry.
maybe for the Panthers.
No, I'm saying
Michigan Panthers.
David, let me ask you this question. Knowing he makes 7 figures at Michigan, right? Wouldn't you just stay to throw 400 passes next year and show, like, I can be drafted in the top 10? Where would you draft him this year? Like, you're a Steelers fan. What if they
No.
drafted JJ in the first round?
No, I don't want him.
You don't?
No.
Okay. What if you're the Vikings?
No.
Okay, so what would you do? Would you go back?
If I'm him and you're getting that in NIL, yeah, you stay because you know that's guaranteed. You go to the NFL, you're going to have to fight for a job because you're not going to be the next franchise quarterback.
I think the thing I always go back to is if it's schemed up for him and that first read is there, he can cut it loose, throws a beautiful ball.
But that's not the NFL.
But you know what? But
and
here's the thing.
occasionally he'll scramble and he'll have a like that ball he threw to Cornelius Johnson in the Rose Bowl. Beautiful. But on a play-in, play-out basis, look at last night. What did he throw? 17 passes?
18. But yeah.
And he was largely the reason they weren't converting on these third downs.
Yeah, he was 10 of 18 for 140, 0 touchdowns and no interception.
You want to know
That's
something?
not special.
Hey, no disrespect. Well, one thing that definitely changed after Captain Kangaroo left the program, his numbers went in the tank.
Oh, yeah, you think back to what? Ohio State last year and what he did in that game alone.
Post Stallions, I think JJ's visited the end zone like once. I'm just saying, man. Like,
If you're JJ,
yikes.
you go back to college. And depending on what happens at Michigan, David, you've already won the Natty. Does he put his services up for auction?
No.
And go someplace else?
No. You stay at Michigan.
But if Michigan can't do anything next year.
No, they're going to be just fine. Relax.
Okay.
Yeah, you stay
Everybody
at
just
Michigan.
calm
Oh, no,
down.
no. I told you. The NCAA is not going to do anything to Michigan.
Oh, no, I don't think they're going to be like what? Okay, banned from a bowl?
It's not going to happen that
I'd be
soon.
surprised.
Not that soon.
Nothing. You stand there, and I'm going to throw some paper at you. There you go. That's your punishment.
I don't. Okay, you know what? You're emotional.
No,
I'm just going to allow it. You're emotional.
I don't think any. Mike, history is says.
Okay, Rico, the damage is already done.
All I'll say is Rutgers better not do anything because they'll get punished and we won't.
No, I'm waiting for CMU's program to get the death
now,
penalty.
CMU will never see a bowl game for 10 years.
I actually, out of spite for Jim Costa, hope his program gets shut down.
How dare you put him on the sidelines? But Michigan, you can use his stuff to cheat. No big deal.
Poor Jim.
If you would have just told him no, none of this would have happened.
How about Jim? How about Jim taking Washington last night? I tried to talk him out of it. I'm like, what are you doing? Michigan's going to steamroll these frauds. I couldn't believe Cookies did it. You poisoned him, didn't you?
No. He just stood up to the man.
And he lost his money in the process. Let's go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? How y'all doing today?
Good, Jay. What's up?
So, want to speak about the Michigan championship last night. Feel a whole bunch of different emotions. Happy, haven't really set in yet. But to think about it, I'm a realist, a Michigan fan as well. Like, I do know they cheated, right? You stealing signs. It happened. But to the Michigan fans out there that wants to, slander yours and Rico's name, just let it go. It happened. People do that in sports. Michigan is now part of the SEC. You are no different from Bama, Georgia, or even Ohio State. Just live with it. Love that they won the championship and enjoy it.
And I have no problem with it, Jay. I have friends who feel that way. I just don't get people who play pretend. It's such a weird thing.
It is, exactly. And Ohio State has done things. I'm pretty sure everybody does their fair share of dirt. You just got caught. You can't speed doing 80 on the highway, then when the sheriff's hop behind you, you say, well, that car in front of me was speeding too. You got caught. So you won the national championship. Even though Michigan was still in signs, Blake Corum is still good. You have a great secondary, a great defense, number one in the country, by the way. You stopped everybody that came in your path. Just enjoy it. 15-0. We've never seen this from the Michigan,
and you know
from
what's
the University
nice?
of Michigan ever.
I'll tell you what I like about it. And maybe you disagree. I think it's going to be harder to do what you did than the 12-team playoff, because year in, year out, if you're a brand, you can lose 3 games and still get in. To even qualify for this playoff, you generally have to be 13-0 or 12-1. And you got it done in the last year of the purest format.
But Jay, and hold on, Jay, Mike, I'll say this. When it comes to this playoffs, here's the problem that you get playing the extra games is the injury factor. Where all of a sudden, because if losing Dylan Johnson, you saw what a difference that was, Washington probably wouldn't have made it to the title game. And so, you now have to play 3 games instead of 2 or maybe 4 games. That's going to be what makes it so much harder to win, I think.
Right, exactly. And this is the end of the era. So, Michigan fans, enjoy it. You won, we won. Celebrate it. Celebrate it like there's no tomorrow. Like this won't happen for another 27 years. Thank you for having me on, guys.
Of course. Thanks for hanging, Jay. Hell yeah, celebrate it. You don't owe anyone anything.
No.
I just can't believe how offended people get that at least one show on this station has standards. You just don't get to come in here and lie. It's ridiculous.
No, you're right. Still wondering where in the world was Donovan Edwards all year. He showed up last night like he crashed the party. He kicked the door down, David.
Well, the Washington defense has something to do with that, because his first one, he ran into his own lineman. He wasn't even looking. And then it happened to open up.
Right, and the second one, it was just like, because he had been relegated to the third-string running back.
You're right. Mullins was getting more run than he was. Yes.
Heck, Orgy was getting more run.
Yes, he was.
And then all of a sudden, he was like, no.
David, I know with the amount of children you have, the answer is probably yes, but are you ready for the orgy era? Are you prepared? David, when you win a natty, you get to do whatever you want.
I don't know if I can do that.
David, as your counsel, I advise you not to answer that question at all. David, there's nothing that you can say.
Oh, you should answer it.
That won't get played back to your wife. Don't answer that question.
No, David, answer it. I mean, think about
Mike,
it. You're going to have an orgy weekly.
David, don't answer. Mike, take us to church.
Special packages, David?
Shut your mic off, David. Kenny, grab the mic. Don't let him talk.
Okay, then.
He just told me he's ready for the orgy era.
Oh, there it is. Every Saturday at noon, David does. Perfect temperature to sleep, 68.
Ain't no sleeping.
You know, David won't get a lot of use out of Acerta as a national champion. But you might. The High Comfort Eco, supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored, or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made here in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, straight to the people. If you're looking for Lions, it's going to be tomorrow. Also, a programming note, and I am in utter disbelief we couldn't find a solution for this, but here we've arrived at. Because of Michigan basketball, man, we don't have anywhere to put the Pistons.
Well,
which means Monday, we're not on the air. And then I offered to do middays, and I told Jimmy, I go, listen, you don't need to put this on Rico.
You and Gator?
No. I said, tell those two jackaloons to stay home. I'll do the damn show. And then he made a good point. You wouldn't be earning the ratings for yourself. And I'm like, well, all hell, I'd be giving Doug and Scott ratings. I don't want to do that. Not that, I mean, they're already successful on their own accord.
So I was getting a day off? I don't know how I feel about that.
I didn't want you to have to do anything.
What would Dr. King say about all of that?
He would say, come in and talk Lions.
Would he?
He'd be like, get off your ass and get in here.
Free at last, go talk Lions.
It's not about the content of a man's character. It's about will he work on MLK Day to talk Lions.
It's not there. It's whether he played in a meaningless game or not. I have been to the mountaintop.
Okay. Yep. We're just going to go ahead. Let's go to Michael, 97.1. Mike, thank you for the patience. What's going on?
Hey, Mike Rigo. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir. Mike? Thanks for hanging. What's up?
I just wanted to ask you a question, but first I wanted to say something. I've been a Michigan and a Browns fan my entire life. I'm 25 years old. I live in Columbus, Ohio. And if we had to cheat, if this is the we have to be with the devil to do the business, then I have no problem with it because this feeling is nothing better right now.
And I have no problem with you because you're not bleeping on my head and telling me it's raining. So we're good.
Yeah. Mike, enjoy everything. Bask in this moment.
Michael, you know what you're really going to enjoy? Let me just tell you something. Tell you something. Saturday afternoon, you're going to settle in and you're going to enjoy the Cleveland Browns going on the road and winning a playoff game. You're beating Houston. I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're ready.
I don't know. I mean, I'm nervous right now. I kind of feel like that Joker meme with Dustin Hopkins being listed out, and
you should feel nervous.
You're winning.
Okay. You know what?
It's
Michael. Listen to this, Mike, because apparently I can't pick a winner.
It's Michael's year. Wolverines win the Natty and the
Browns Super Bowl.
No, but they're going to beat Houston. Now carry on, Michael.
The question I wanted to ask you though is that do you think that the winning the national title has any effect on what the NCAA is going to do to Michigan in the offseason? Like if they had lost right after Stallions left the team, I think the punishment would be a lot more severe because then it would prove that all we needed to do was cheat to win. But I just wanted to see, do you think the severity of the punishment had any effect with last night's result?
I think the severity of the punishment is going to come down to where is Harbaugh. If Harbaugh is there,
I don't have a bell.
If Harbaugh's still there, yes. If he's gone, because the NCAA wants Jim. They don't necessarily want you.
They have an
want
obsession.
Jim. Yeah. He's wagged his finger at them for the longest over the cheeseburger thing and now over this, and then coming out last night and saying we're innocent. So, yeah, they're taking receipts.
So, yeah, Mike, I think Rico nailed it. I don't want to be repetitive. But in the end, who cares? If you told me Michigan State football could win a national title next year and then they disappear for 2, 3, 4 years, I'd sign up today. But I'd be willing to pay
a lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be willing to pay the price. I'd be willing to. I wouldn't play pretend with people, and
you'd be the Rams in the NFL.
F them picks.
Yeah,
100%. See, I'm more nervous about the Rams coming here than I would be about the Browns going to Houston.
Really?
I'm nervous. The Laporta thing makes me nervous.
You're not a D'Amico fan?
I love Captain Miko, but they had no business winning that Colts game.
They did.
No, they did not. You know what? You're emotional. I'm going to leave you alone.
Oh, no, I like the Texans.
I'm going to leave you alone. Oh, good. Now I know I'm winning. 248-539.
You know what? I'm back. I'm back. We're betting.
248-539-9797.
I'll get you an ugly brown hoodie.
I don't want Browns. I don't want Browns gear. I definitely do not. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kevin, how are you?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to make a couple of statements, and I don't even need to rebut or anything like that. And hopefully you guys will let me finish. I believe this. This is my belief. I believe that most powerhouses do cheat. And when you have a dynasty and you have a powerhouse, then most do cheat. And most of these powerhouses didn't need to cheat either. Once you get to a certain level, you don't need to cheat. Okay, so yes, Michigan got caught. They should pay the price. They should pay it. I think there's also a false narrative that most Michigan fans are these rabid fans that are saying that Michigan didn't cheat. And I'm with Mike. And I think most fans, Michigan fans, are with Mike. We don't really care. We are glad we got the natty. I think that's most fans. Now, the rabid ones that call and say it's things off the wall, but that's not representative of most of us. Secondly, I heard Rico say this earlier. I don't know if Mike said it, but you dogged out Michael Penix Jr., said he pissed on himself, whatever else. Okay, but listen here. Michael Penix Jr., Kyle McCord, and Jason Melrose, they all did the exact same thing against this Michigan defense. Don't you think that the Michigan defense had something to do, if not just a little bit to do, why all these guys sucked in the big game?
No, Mike. I mean, Kevin, I'll say this. I think this is one where both can be true. I think that Penix got nervous. He took the check down an awful lot. Now, here's why I can't give you.
Who made him nervous?
No.
Who made him nervous?
Kevin, I'm giving you your flowers right now.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Who made him nervous, Rico?
It was mentoring the boys. They went out there. Now, here's the other side of that coin is he just missed wide open receivers that your defense weren't defending. So, yes, you put the pressure on him that he was missing wide open throws and just not seeing guys. So I think this is one where both can be true. He had a bad game, and you caused a lot of that bad game.
So did Melrose, and so did Kyle McCord. But and so I think
but I can't put him in the same category as those two. But I understand where you're coming from.
What's that?
I can't put Penix in the same category as the other two quarterbacks. That's why last night I really thought, man, this was a special year. I hate that you did what you did because you actually went out there, you beat the gold standard team in Alabama, and then you beat the best quarterback in college football in Michael Penix. That team was special. You didn't need to do all of this stuff. It's like for the history buffs, it was Richard Nixon and Watergate. You were going to win that election anyway. You didn't need to break into that hotel.
That's how it goes, though, Rico. Most of these teams in these powerhouses, most of them don't need to cheat, but they do.
Yeah.
Call it what you want. They do.
Yeah.
And I would also say, I would add to this, and many people don't agree with this, but I do. In this environment, especially today in the NCAA, when it comes to football, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
I was asked not to speak during the call. Is it okay if I speak now? Are we okay? Well, no, he said he didn't want a rebuttal, so I just wanted to be quiet.
I'm sorry. You got it.
He's fired up, and he thought we were going to come after him. That's why I said, I was like, hey, Kevin, we saying the same thing.
Yeah, no. And I'm good with it. Here's all I would say, Kevin. First of all, congratulations on your natty. There's cheating, and then there's what you did. There's speeding, and then there's
there's pushing the boundaries of the rules, and then there's flat out cheating.
There's
there's getting caught doing 78, and there's
what's
getting
it called
caught
if
doing,
you get caught going 50 over? Like what's that? Was that reckless driving?
That's reckless driving.
Okay, there's cheating, and then there's
right. And you know what you get
cheating.
with reckless driving? You get a brand new pair of bracelets.
Bet.
Silver bracelets. And you get chauffeured.
And you can tell the cops as they haul you off that you're innocent.
Right.
It don't make you innocent.
I wasn't doing it. Everybody's speeding. They weren't doing 50 over, sir.
Bet. 248-539-9797. David, how's the afterglow? Still feeling good here as we cruise along?
Still feeling great.
Okay.
Yep.
I do have a question for you later in the week. But see, you're not the case study. Because you kind of left the Lions. Like, I wonder if you're a hardcore Michigan fan and a hardcore Lion fan. Would you trade what went down last night for a destruction of Stafford in your first home playoff game in 30 years? I wonder.
I would say no.
Okay.
Because he's going to be remembering this with his son for the rest of their lives. You won't remember us.
Which one?
There's
12 of them.
The other son.
The good son. They're all good.
No. We know which one's the good son.
They're all
Okay.
good.
We know the good son.
Will you say something, please? 97.1. All right, National Title Tuesday. We are going to get more of the people. We are going to get a football today. David, what do you want to do at 3:45? You're the only national champion in the room. What football today do you want?
We are going to do the NFL Receipts Playoff Edition with Rico.
All right, I'm down. And then what? Save the too early top 25 for later in the week?
We'll
That's
save
cool.
that later.
I like that. All right, let's get a couple ticket texts. I don't want to get too far away from those. What are people saying? Let's hear it.
And I love this text right here. Eric in West Virginia says, I listen to you guys every day on Odyssey. I've been in West Virginia for 10 years. That was a low blow. We all have teeth here. Go Lions.
Mistakes were made.
We'll throw a flag on ourselves.
Mistakes were made.
Someone else says, JJ could stay also for health reasons. He's not going to take the NFL hits if he stays at Michigan.
Oh,
That's
listen,
fair.
I just would feel like if I were drafting him, he's got to put 20 pounds on. He is just very slight, man. Like, if you're allowed to run him, his effectiveness goes up. I thought it was brilliant by Sharon Moore. Getting him out on the read option and then running that QB power. It's the same damn play they ran at Penn State. But you sprinkling it in helped reignite the offense. But, yeah, he's got to hit the weight.
Yeah, he can't take those hits in the NFL for a long time. Someone says, I am elated that my team won the Natty. I don't care if they cheated. It just means they are in the muck with everyone else. We were probably there all along and didn't want to admit it. That is from Bambi.
And you know what? If you winning a Natty means I never have to hear the nonsense about your faux elitism, I will make that bet all day. I've spent my entire adult life dealing with you jackaloons. Oh, leaders and bets. Stop. Oh, well, we don't do what the SEC does. Stop. You do, and it paid off. End. Buy your little leather-bound book from SI. Buy a sweatshirt like David. Have a kid like David. Do whatever you like. Can I go to the people?
Go to the people.
All right, let's do it. Let's go to Greer. Up next, 97.1. Hello, Greer.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I've got 3 quick points. I'll make it timely, then hop off here.
Okay.
First, I want to congratulate Rico on his prediction, 38-24 Washington. You were close, man. You almost had that one.
Uh-oh.
Second.
He's waiting all night for that one. Go ahead. Give us a second one.
Second, I want to let you know what immeasurable joy it fills my heart with, knowing that you two will never, in your lifetimes, get to experience what Michigan fans are experiencing right now.
Yeah, that. I would feel good about that. For a rival never to win a Natty, yeah, you should feel good.
Yeah.
It's called
Feels
sports,
great.
Greer.
Yeah.
Yep. Lastly, a genuine thanks to you guys, because the only thing that could make a Natty any sweeter is getting to listen to you two whine like a couple of bitches about it. Go Blue.
Actually, Greer,
thank you.
There is one thing that's better than that. You dialing up every day listening to us. Appreciate it. Go Green.
Oh, no. And then he hung up. Why? Boy, I tell you, Greer had a lot of pent-up frustration.
Somehow or another, while David and other Michigan fans were celebrating with each other, he was in his notebook. Oh, yeah. You know what'll be good? I'm going to call these jerks, and I'm going to say this,
Can I just?
and I'm going to say that.
No, I'm good with it. Can I ask one question? Because here's what I don't get. David, be the arbiter of justice here. Who's whining today?
I thought you were going to say who's we.
Oh, no. If you want me to play that drop, you don't have to ask.
Who?
I got you. Who's whining?
I really haven't heard the whining, per se. Maybe not happy about it.
Oh, time
but
out.
not whining.
Hold on. David. Were you pounding your chandelier when OSU won it?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
No.
Did you have an endless erection when State was winning the Big Ten every year?
No.
Okay. You've stumbled on the secret of sports. Right. I don't have to be happy when my rival wins it.
You shouldn't be happy.
Right. If anything, I'm more angry that Washington went out there and crapped the bed.
Nice prediction, brah.
Yeah. You were close.
You were close.
Close one there, buddy.
Okay. I'm just happy that
I enjoy it.
Last night you were thinking about me as you went to bed.
No, don't do that. That's not fair to Greer.
Apparently,
That's not fair.
Mike, this was pent up. He waited. He wanted to say this.
Listen,
that's cool. I gave your team props and said,
buddy,
you didn't need to do this.
Buddy, what's the rule of this? What have I told you from the very beginning about this game we play? They don't have to agree.
You said don't threaten anybody.
Oh, no, I said they don't. Man, it's the golden rule. Listeners don't have to agree with you. They don't even have to like you. Just listen.
Right. That's why I was like, that was the best thing. You listen every day.
I just don't know why he hung up. It's like people think you were going to flip on him or something. Don't hang up. It's like caller Robin earlier. Don't hang up.
Because he got his hits in, and then he was like, oh, I'm leaving. I'm done.
I'm out.
He pulled the George Costanza. That's it. I'm leaving.
He pulled a Cat Williams.
He did.
By the way.
And that comedian over there.
David, flying back last week, I listened to all. It seemed like a 2-hour interview with Shannon Sharpe.
It was.
I listened to the whole damn thing. I was riveted. I couldn't get enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of interesting things that he said. And some of the stuff I'm like, okay, it's easy to say from your perspective because you don't
I just
have
want to know
a
when
successful career.
When can Jim and I start drinking on our pod?
You can.
Just rub your knees like he kept doing. That's
Dude,
what you gotta do.
they were hitting the good stuff too.
Oh, you guys can. There's no rules. You and Jim could get a bottle and go for it.
It was a good interview. And Cat is all-time funny. All-time.
Yeah, from what I read, that stuff sold out after that interview. The Shannon Sharpe stuff that they were drinking.
Yeah,
it sold out. People were like, "I want what they were having."
So hey, as I always tell our salespeople, I guess it's a message they can't get straight. It's called product placement, and it works. Mm-hmm. All right, Kenny's back on the phones. More satisfied customers. 248-539-9797. On you. All right, America's favorite place to watch football. It is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games in one of the craziest venues out there. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the biggest outdoor sports book on the globe. At Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Let's go to the National Championship Update Desk with David Hatchetman Hull. It's time for football today.
Nope, David is passing the microphone to me.
Time out then. Let's go to the Horse Bleep Football Program Update Desk with Rico Beard.
Oh, that's just mean and hurtful.
The You're Not Michigan Update Desk with Rico Beard.
Well, let's
the
do
You're Never Gonna
Can't-
Feel the Joy That We Feel Today Update Desk with Rico Beard.
I know. What will we ever do? All right. The NFL playoffs.
Yes, Rico. What do you want from me?
Let's do a receipt section that we'll bring back in a few weeks.
Oh, great. A chance for Rico to paddle us to death.
No,
All right. Here
or
we go.
you know what? You got it right. So,
all right.
We'll start off very simple.
Mm-hmm.
Will there be a number 1 seed in the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Mikey says yes.
Yes.
Kenny says yes.
What does national champion David Hull have to say?
Yes. Can I give a caveat?
Okay.
There'll be 2.
Wow. Okay, David, that's another question, but okay. Thank
Someone's
you for
been
answering
feeling their trophy a lot, haven't we?
that. I will go with yes as well. Will a 6 or 7 seed win a game this weekend? You have Pittsburgh at Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
You have Miami at Kansas City. Rams here at Detroit. Green Bay at Dallas.
Yes.
Mike's going yes.
I think I'm going yes, too.
Good man.
Yes.
All right. I'll make that a clean sweep. Okay. How about this? Over under upsets this weekend, 2.5.
I'll take the over.
Kenny's going over. Michael?
It's a good number, isn't it? God.
Well, Kenny, I'm going to go
I'm
over.
sorry.
It's radio. I'll go over. David?
I'm sorry.
David
Yeah.
from the national
I'll go over.
David's going over as well.
Under.
Michael's going under.
Had to think for a moment.
Okay. I think I know what David's answer to this is no. Will a 4 seed or lower be in the Super Bowl?
No.
Your 4 seeds, Houston. You're looking at Houston, Cleveland, Houston, Miami, or Pittsburgh, or Philly, Tampa, LA, or Green Bay.
I'm going to say no.
No.
He already answered that. So
I'm going to go no as well.
Wow. I think he just called you stupid.
no, he already marked the answer.
You'll never win a natty. You are stupid.
I already know. I'm gonna go ahead, Mike, and mark down your answer already.
Okay.
Will Philly win a game in the playoffs? Michael says no.
I took the over on upsets, so I'll say yes.
That's one of the upsets I was also thinking. So yes.
Wait a minute, but the Bucks are the higher seed.
The Philadelphia Eagles would upset
Will win,
Tampa
just
Bay.
win a game.
You're picking Philly to win?
Yes.
Wow. Good luck.
You know what? I'm going to say no because this team
They
has
look like they quit.
limped to the finish
They
line.
look like they've quit.
Yeah. Okay. Will the Lions make the NFC Championship game?
Just go to someone else first.
Kenneth!
You can call me a bad fan, but my goal is win one playoff game. They will win a playoff game, and that's just about it. So no.
So the Lions fan says no. I'm saying yes.
Really?
Yes. They will make the NFC title game.
I'm going to say no, they won't make the title game. Mike, are you ready to play with join the party? Okay, the next question.
No, this is a struggle.
I feel like I've asked good questions. The fact
You
that,
have.
Okay.
I still feel like if they have to go to Dallas again, Dallas will play a whole different game and they'll lose.
If they have to go to Dallas.
I'll say no.
If they go to Dallas.
What are you picking, the Packers?
I said over on the 2.5 upsets.
Oh my! All right, I'll say no.
Who will be the most disappointing player in the playoffs. That one person that you were just like, yep, pull the Michael Penix, and you're like, wow.
Jalen Hurts.
Michael says Jalen Hurts.
Brock Purdy.
Wow, Kenny, that was just hurtful.
To the spine.
That's just
Well, I kind of just hinted at it. It's going to be Dak Prescott.
I'm with Mike. I'm going Jalen Hurts. Kenny, you know what? Not even going. Which number 1 seed loses first?
Well, the Niners. I just said Purdy would be a disappointment.
Kenny, I'm not listening to you.
Okay.
Now, what
That's
what if they meet in the Super Bowl?
Then somebody has to lose.
Then the Ravens will lose.
Okay, Mike says Ravens.
Yeah, it will be the 49ers who lose to the Ravens.
Do you like how David has it out for you today?
I don't have it out for him.
Both of these guys.
I have no.
You piece of Spartan swine.
I said they're making the Super Bowl. There you go.
Not good enough. You see how angry I am just over Washington losing?
If the Niners make the Super Bowl and they lose,
I'm not coming in that next day. I'm just telling you now. You guys will be doing the show. I got the Ravens.
Fair.
Chiefs make the AFC Championship game.
Nope.
No.
Not even close. No.
I think Miami can beat them.
I think so too.
Freezing temperatures or not. Plus, I want them to win so I don't have to listen to Costa about Tua anymore. Get so sick of that routine.
I have yes. Playoff MVP.
Lamar Jackson.
Whoa.
Well, hold on. Well, to win the playoff MVP, though, he'd have to make the Super Bowl. Yeah, But then, does the playoff MVP get given out?
No, this is ours, right?
Yeah, this is just ours.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
Like who? Like the person that just like, wow, he carried his team all the way to the Super Bowl.
I think that, you know what? I'm going to try to keep it positive. Maybe this is the year Lamar Jackson gets it right in the postseason.
Yeah, I had at least one number 1 seed going to the Super Bowl. That's going to be the Ravens. I agree with Mike. It's going to be Lamar.
This is the year Scott Frost gets it right.
Can you get the MVP for winning one playoff game?
If it's a
If it have a
dominating,
crazy
like
performance?
if you put up like a 400-yard game, yeah.
Okay, well then I'm going Mason Rudolph.
David's
They're
throwing
pulling
away his vote.
They are pulling the upset in Buffalo.
David's voting for the Green Party.
This
Okay.
guy's, yeah, honestly, nice libertarian vote.
You know
Up
what?
next, David's a Democrat in Utah. That vote just went right into the incinerator.
For you, Kenny, I'm going Brock Purdy.
That's a waste.
Okay, we'll see.
Rat Purdy.
Most overrated team in the playoffs.
Bills.
I would have to agree with you because of my MVP choice, the Bills.
It's Eagles or Chiefs. So how do we grade this? They would have to be a team that
You
doesn't
lose-
win a game?
Not only do you not win the game, but then you just get bombed.
Well, okay, I'm not predicting a bombing.
No, I'm saying like if there's a tie, it's like, okay, who had the worst record?
I'm going to say the Eagles. They look completely broken.
Yeah. I'm going to say the Dolphins. I'm going to go Miami.
It's a good one. They've collapsed. That's a good one.
Surprise team of the playoffs.
Cleveland Browns. I'm picking them to win their first game, and it wouldn't shock me if they won two. That defense is absolutely, it is the Michigan defense of the NFL. They are absolutely ruthless. And apparently Joe Flacco has turned the clock back to 2012.
Can it be a bad surprise?
Oh.
I'm surprised at how bad the Bills are going to look because they were my disappointment team.
No, that's the overrated team.
Otherwise, then I'd have to
Good
agree with
surprise.
Mike.
Good surprise.
I think it's the Browns.
Good surprise would be
Steelers?
the Green Bay Packers.
Oh.
Well, you are all in on this.
You know what?
But no one will remember that I picked the Lions to go to the NFC Championship game. No one will remember
Oh,
that.
I got it. I wrote it down.
Okay.
I'm going to go Tampa. I think Tampa will beat Philly and be that surprise team. Who's in the Super Bowl game, boys? Not the winner, or do you guys just want to do the winner? You want to do the game or the winner?
You can do the
I
game.
think I answered it.
You
do the
did.
game and
Yeah.
winner.
Okay.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
We got enough time, right, David?
Let's go back to
David has Ravens and Niners.
I'll go 2012. I think it's going to be chalk. I'll do Ravens, Niners, and the Niners finally get this done.
Ravens, Cowboys, and the Cowboys fold.
Cowboys in the Super Bowl? Yes. Kenny Cott. You should bet that Super Bowl exacta on FanDuel.
I'm not going to do that.
Why? They'll give you an unbelievable odds.
Because I'll be wrong. Rico will hit me with the chair because of the receipts, and then I'll lose money at the same time.
So you're taking the Niners, Mike, right?
Yeah.
David, you're taking Ravens.
I'm taking the Ravens. Yes, same result.
Kenny
as
is
before.
taking the Ravens.
Oh, it's a hardball postseason.
I'm going Niners, Bills.
Wow. Okay.
And I get to have fun and enjoy football again. That is your NFL playoff receipt segment. 97-1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Business finished. It's been declared Wolverine Day across the state as Michigan celebrates a perfect 15-0 season and their first national championship since '97. Of course, the attention now shifts to Jim Harbaugh's future, and as Peter King told us this morning, the NFL is calling. Meantime, the national champion Wolverines are not the favorite to do it again. FanDuel has got Georgia, Alabama, also Ohio State as the top 3 favorites for next season. Michigan comes in at 5. There are now 6 head coaching vacancies in the NFL after the Titans fired Mike Vrabel this morning. Those other openings, the Chargers, Raiders, Falcons, Panthers, and Commanders. Lions head coach Dan Campbell told us this morning there's no update on Sam Laporta's knee injury. He does say that we should know more over the next 36 hours or so. Khalif Raymond is in the same boat, while JMO, he'll be back at practice this week. Detroit 3.5-point favorites over the Rams. And the Pistons look to snap a 4-game losing streak. They play the Kings at LCA tonight. They will have to do it, though, without Cade Cunningham. He's out the next 7 to 10 days with a knee strain. Tip off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. Great to have you. A national championship celebration. David sitting live at the national championship update desk. And we're going through it. And one thing we haven't really gotten to is the Harbaugh stuff. So we can kind of add that to the mix in the 4 o'clock hour, which is, do you believe last night was his last night? And it's not a should be. I just have always believed he would have a tough time coming back. He would have a tough time with, look, the reality is the NCAA's got a hard-on for him. I don't think he'll be eligible to coach. And if you're ever going to go to the NFL, if the NFL's ever going to be interested again, you're 60. It's now. You just won a national championship. It's now. You're also in an offseason where there's probably, 6? How many jobs? I mean, hell, Vrabel got popped today. Right. New England's open. The Charger gig, the Atlanta gig, the Washington gig. It would just seem to make sense. Look, if you're asking me in a perfect world, he would never leave. Perfect world, you just stick around. But it's not. That's not how life works. So, yeah, I would love to know for Michigan fans. And I'm not even asking you whether you care or not, because I think Sharon Moore's fantastic. It's just a matter of, do you believe that was Harbaugh's swan song? That he can go out, Jordan against the Jazz, Byron Russell flying across the screen.
He delivered. Yeah, he delivers you the championship that he said he would bring to you day one.
Now, Kenny, I am being this is very special. So I'm going to do something, and I want to apologize to the listeners who have stuck with us here. I know you've waited, and I am going to get to you. I have to put someone to the front of the line. We started the show today. I was told by Kenny we had a very angry caller. It was a caller named Robin. And either she hung up or the phone disconnected. But 2 hours later, Kenny you're nodding. Robin is back. Then we're going to move Robin to the front of the line because I would like to know what she is so upset about. Robin joins us in the 4 o'clock.
Hello.
Robin. Hey, Robin, you're on the air.
Yes. I called and didn't hang up. The call must have dropped or something. I was in the car and tried calling back, and, those lines were busy. Call again. Had to do some stuff, but I wanted to come back on there and say, to me, I'm a Wolverine fan, and I love my program, and I love what it is, and I'm embarrassed and so heartbroken by all the things that were going on with the cheating scandal, and I understand that, but I want it to play out. I want to find out what's going to be happening with that, but it's just so disingenuous, and I just feel so badly when, let it play out, and to constantly hear, when someone calls in, these Wolverine fans that call in and don't have any kind of understanding about what the infractions are. It's a historic infraction. we understand that. I'm just hopeful that, actually, I hope that Harbaugh has to end up leaving and go to the NFL so that we can just figure out what kind of penalty we're going to have, and let's get on with it. Rip off the Band-Aid, rub some dirt on it, and let's get on with the game.
Okay.
I totally agree.
Yeah, we've been saying that all day.
I thought I was getting yelled at. I actually agree with Robin.
So what has happened is she's calmed down substantially since the first time I've talked to her, Robin, and that's okay.
I'm good with this.
No, I have not. You know, it's just, I just get so frustrated with, quit rubbing it in my face. I understand that there's going to be repercussions, and we deserve it. And then for you to say, I almost feel like that you're lumping me in with these radical Wolverine fans that have no sense of reality, that are calling in and don't understand what's going to happen. I understand that. And I think a huge majority of the fans understand that. We want our program back. We want the integrity back. We want the honesty to be back there. I grew up with 4 sisters, and, I was my dad's sports fan. I watch sports because I love the athleticism of it. I love seeing people run that fast. I can't run fast like that anymore. Sports has totally changed. A big portion of your thing, now it's all about parlaying this and that and who you're betting on. That's not sports to me. I just want to know what's going on in the game, what schemes they're doing, how they're playing, what's going on with the game. Don't give me all this other sideline baloney. It's not what an old-fashioned fan wants to hear.
Okay, then. I don't know what we're doing here. I actually agreed with most of what you said, Robin. I don't know why you're so mad.
Right. We just heard that you said we were beating a dead horse.
I was excited to talk to you because Kenny told me you were so passionate, but I actually agree with most of what you're saying. Now, if you don't like hearing what we're talking about, well, a couple notes. Free country, but
what just happened?
I don't know. She apparently doesn't like hearing about parlays.
Kenny,
help me.
That's 2.
Go Blue. Kenny. 2.
Yeah, no, she understands. She just doesn't want it brought up to her, and parlays and stuff. Food and clothes.
Okay, that's enough. That is enough. We're going to go to Dave, 97.1. Kenny might want to be involved on this. David, how are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's
Love
going
the
on?
show. Caller Robin, infractions, tomato. Okay, let's move on. First, I want to give a trophy to Mike, and then I have a question. Mike, I want to give you the trophy for becoming the most objective sportscaster in Michigan this past season. It's been a joy. I've been following you since you were talking in diapers.
Oh, thank you.
And you are top of the list now. You have become so objective. It's amazing.
I'm waiting for a butt in here or like a punchline.
No.
Okay.
No, there's no butt.
Okay.
Except I'm standing in the rain taking a leak right now because I've been on hold for an hour and a half.
Oh,
That's
my.
just how popular you guys are.
All right.
I do have a question based on, well, you guys just covered it, on the early odds for next season's Natty. Based on players returning and coaches in the portal, who do you guys think are the top-ranked conferences next year? My take is I got Big Ten number 1, SEC number 2, Big 12 3, whatever they're called, ACC.
Let's
AAC,
simplify
I don't
this.
know.
Let's simplify it, Dave. I think for the near future, it's Big Ten and SEC, and then a galaxy to the next conference.
Right
now,
Totally agree.
Who's better?
I would give the nod to the SEC next year, but we got to wait for the dust to settle.
I don't even know where all the players are, Dave.
Right, but I
I
think
know.
the SEC with Georgia would be leading the pack. For the Big Ten, your best quarterback would probably be Dylan Gabriel for Oregon next year.
Agree.
And then after that, who?
I need to see, does JJ stick around? That would greatly alter my perspective on Michigan. Dave, I don't know how to answer it. It's funny, Dave. Like, David had a football today he wanted to do with a way too early top 25. And what I said to David was, David, how the hell am I supposed to even get into this? We don't even know what the rosters look like. Like, it's
Right.
so fluid.
But you look at like USC, they're going to be starting over. Ohio State, have no idea. UCLA, don't know. Washington, shrug shoulders, I don't know. So at least I know what you probably get from Georgia and Alabama. So I would say next season, I would lean towards SEC.
You know what, Dave? I think Rico's on this, is that you have Carson Beck back, and all slander aside, Milroe being back, you'd like to think he'd learn how to throw a forward pass. If those two
and Quinn Ewers.
Oh, my God, they're in the SEC now. This is why I hate this sport. Stop moving these teams all over the place. I'm going to sound like John at that pep rally.
So, yeah, you got probably the 3 best QBs there.
Yeah, it's probably that. I mean, the Big Ten, it's just so hard to – your SEC like LSU, that's total flux. I mean, Kelly blew out his whole defensive staff. They got a new quarterback.
No, I mean, I would go to I think the Big Ten, Mike, the Big Ten champion will probably have 2 losses next year.
Just what, parity?
Yeah, they'll cannibalize themselves. When Drew Aller is going to be an elite quarterback.
Oh, God, I don't. Okay. I'll believe that when I see. I just can't with that kid.
Right, but I'm saying you Drew Aller, is Aiden Childs going to live up to his hype?
Let me help you.
No, but what I'm saying is, as far as quarterback goes, it's Dylan Gabriel and
so if you're
don't know.
So like it's another.
And if you're right now, if JJ comes back, then it's Dylan Gabriel and JJ. But if JJ leaves, it's just Gabriel.
Yeah, and a lot of it's NIL has changed. If you're making 7 figures at Michigan, and now you're a national champion, if JJ went to them and said, listen, I need 2.5, what are they going to say? They're not going to say no. You paid a kid, and you'll make more than you'd make as a second-round pick. I don't get sorry, this is not slander. I'm just shooting you straight. I don't know a person involved with football that'll watch J.J. McCarthy in these last 2 games and go, I have to take that kid in the first round. He needs work. He needs time. And the system doesn't allow him to develop. No. There's ability there. No, but I gotta see it.
He looks like the type that you draft in the late rounds and you put him on the practice squad and hope that he develops.
Or, hear me out, Jim goes to Vegas and takes JJ with him.
On the practice squad.
No, first round pick.
You fired Pierce for that?
I don't understand why Antonio Pierce isn't getting that job. It's like he was built in a lab to be the Raiders head coach.
You know what he is their Dan Campbell.
Yes.
They live off of his every word. His post-game locker room celebrations, it's like watching Campbell. They're spirit animals.
If I'm Jim, I would either beg to get the Bears or Commanders job so I can draft my QB, or I want the Chargers job so I can get Justin Herbert.
See, I would go
if you're Jim Harbaugh and you're leaving Michigan, it has to be for a chance to win something.
It can't be for Carolina or Tennessee.
Oh, my God,
yeah.
no.
See, I would go with the Commanders because that gives you a chance to build something and you don't need results right away.
That's fair.
You go to the Chargers, you better win. If you go to the Bears, you got to make a tough choice because if you get rid of Justin Fields and he blows up, yeah.
When your furnace goes out, maybe your furnace blew up, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they got you covered 24/7, locally owned for 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it, they got it. If Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they're going to take $100 off that next day service call. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. You know, David, I think what we should do, I'm going to go talk to Jimmy. We should have sounders that personally congratulate you on David Hatchetman Hall being the first national championship executive producer here at 97 on the Ticket.
No, we don't need to do that.
I think we do.
We don't need to do that.
David, you had a child on the same night as the Natty.
I did not have a child, okay? I did not.
I mean, it's not announced yet, but we know you took a shot on goal. I mean, come on.
Shoot the puck!
Right, post pattern was open, and David fired a laser in there.
Yeah, unlike Penix.
So David was shoot the puck guy on the glass.
Kenny's favorite guy. David, some of the ticket text coming in. And again, we've largely stayed away from the Harbaugh thing. It's not even in an ideal world, you just stay. But I don't think it's ideal because the NCAA, they're not taking your title away because it's a CFP thing. But they're not going to let Harbaugh coach next year. They're just not. I mean, you think about this.
So they're not going to do what they did to Louisville and just say we're going to vacate the title?
Rico, I don't know. I don't care. I got what I wanted out of it, which is the asterisk. So my point is this. What's best for the university is probably Sharon Moore's a rising star in the game, and the players love him, and he's a dude, right? Like, he understands. I thought he was great at Penn State with some of the decision-making. I think you just move forward with Sharon Moore because here's the deal. Look, the level 1 violation he's already up on for the illegal recruiting visit with Cheeseburger, a.k.a. JJ, they preemptively got him 3 games.
Right.
The school.
Yeah.
And the NCAA went, no, thank you. So that's that one. That's before you get to Connor Stallion's dress-up party. I don't see a scenario where next year's not a repeat of this year. And it's like, is he going to put up with that? Versus he hired Don Yee, which is Tom Brady's old agent, NFL power broker. And then you already heard a report a day before the national title game that the Commanders and Bob Myers have already reached out for permission.
I don't think he comes back, Mike, because
job accomplished. Right. He won it all.
When I thought he was coming back, he was saying things that led me to believe that. But now, let's not talk about the future. Let's just talk about the present.
What do you make about his comment last night to Scott Van Pelt? We're going to move spring practice back a month, and we'll have really nice weather in Ann Arbor. Would that lead you to believe he wants to come back?
No, I think that's just him kicking the can.
Okay, then.
Saying, you know what? Basically, I'm going to take a little bit of time. Don't ask me about the spring. We'll get to it when we get to it.
Hey, here's what happens when you win a natty. And whether it's Harbaugh, Izzo, or anyone in between, you earn a right to do whatever the hell you want to do.
Yep. It's good to be the king.
But make a decision now. Because if 10 and 125 is on the table to stay at U of M, and they're cool with you being suspended next year, I would just stick around. But college football coaching ain't for everybody anymore. It's a pretty miserable existence.
See, I think some of his comments last night tells you that he really wants to win, man. He was talking about, I can now sit at the big boy table with the family because his dad has a championship, his brother has one. I think he really wants to get that Super Bowl so he can match his brother.
And somehow or another, I actually imagine there were 2 tables in the Harbaugh household.
I think, yes.
I know it's not, but I just, no, hey, Jim, what are you doing at this table? Sit over there.
Oh, stop it.
Guys, seriously, I'm 68. I don't care. Back over there.
David, take a text.
Someone's saying they're answering your question. I believe that last night was Jim Harbaugh's final appearance as the University of Michigan coach. For reasons, one, he realizes that if he sticks around, the NCAA will chase him and vacate the championship.
They've always wanted him. And I feel like if he's the sacrifice, they take it easier on you. This ain't about right or wrong or what I want. I'm leaving all that out of there. I'm just telling you how I think it plays out. If they chase his ass out of the sport, they kind of feel like they won.
You come back to Michigan and you got to miss 6 or more games next year.
I know.
I don't think he would put up with it.
I don't either. And if the NFL actually wants him now, look, hiring Don Yee was significant. That's an NFL agent with NFL ties. He didn't need to hire Don Yee to negotiate a deal that's been on his desk.
Here's the thing. You keep saying he's going to take JJ with him. If he goes to the NFL, the question is, take Mentor with you.
Oh, I would.
As my DC? Yeah.
Heartbeat. Minter's going to be an NFL DC the minute Mike McDonald leaves, and then the internship program, he goes back to the Ravens.
Yeah.
Mike McDonald could be a head coach this offseason. Minter may leave and go pro regardless. Sharon Moore, to me, is the future of Michigan football, regardless. That's not a shot at Harbaugh.
No, I just hope that they give Moore a runway and realize you're probably not going to win the title every year, so he doesn't suck as a coach because, oh, my God, we haven't won the title in like 2 years.
Oh, then you sound like Kenny.
Yes. He's a good coach. They play for him. Give the man some runway. Let him develop his own thing. David, that's me saying nice things about your school.
David, the ticket text, please.
Yeah, someone says, if I steal something and the cops catch me, can I claim to be a victim like Michigan has?
Hold on, no. David, what was the deal you made in October? You don't.
Oh, I sold my soul in October.
No. You don't get to get mad at people like that. Because listen, let's be real about this. As sports fans, sports is not real life.
Correct.
Okay? You'll do things as a sports fan. You'll accept certain things that you would never accept in the four walls of your own home or as a father of your 7 kids.
9.
12. Well, triplets last night?
Soon to be. Oh.
I'm just going to read this.
JJ, Blake, and Donovan.
David called a little late motion before the snap.
I'm just going to read
We
this
all
text.
looking sexy out here.
David was welcoming in the orgy era.
You know what?
I was born for the orgy era.
You win.
David last night after the natty. Nope.
Roberts.
It's right next to this button.
So basically, you're saying David had his own championship trophy.
Yes.
Ooh, we almost didn't say Roberts there. I was a little worried for a second.
Well,
hey,
can you guys do me a favor?
you
We've
wanted
got to
to-
get those 2 buttons away from each other.
Well, that doesn't get you a kid.
248-539-9797. All right, we'll get back to your phone calls. We'll be timely about it. We'll do it next. 97.1. All right, let's get back to the people. All things Wolverines today. Kind of reset it at 5. Get to the Lions starting tomorrow with a twist. I do have one kind of hybrid Lions U of M thing because then our attention, it definitely turns into Stafford, and I'm very nervous, and I don't like it. Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, Paul?
Hey.
Good. So, all right. So, did we cheat? Absolutely. Am I a diehard Michigan fan? Absolutely. Am I an alum? Absolutely. Do I care? No.
Right.
Yeah, we cheated, but who cares? Because I'll fully embrace the villain role. You guys are right. And, you know, for all you Walmart Wolverine cultists, we didn't cheat. We didn't do anything wrong. Go pound sand. You're making us all look bad. Just stop it. You know we cheated. Stop living in denial. But you know what, Mike? I do not care.
No.
Because we won a national freaking title.
Paul, Paul, you're the type of person I would buy a drink for. I don't have an issue with you because you don't play pretend. I told you there was only one Huckleberry that was going to upset me today, and it's what you described in your call. I don't have time for it.
Actually, you know what, Mike? I want those guys to call in because I laugh my ass off when they call in.
Okay.
Because you just tear them apart. It's so funny.
Well,
it's so funny.
It is good. It's cathartic. It's good for the soul. And I mean, obviously, Rico and I are men of the streets. Our football program sucks. But yes, it's like, man, celebrate it. But just come on now.
Yeah,
Water's
just
wet,
own it.
Sky's blue. You don't need to play pretend.
Yeah,
Paulie, I'm with you, buddy.
Paul, you're one of the people that I text this morning and said, hey, congratulations.
Right. I mean, I told you, I got my one buddy. He went to U of M. I texted with him last night. There's no stress. Even he hit me back. He goes, listen, it's a great time. I'm enjoying it. I'll probably get a little drunk tonight, but I know there's an asterisk. But whatever.
I was
like, we're good.
Like I sent David, as much as it pains me to say, congratulations. You won the Natty. That's the best you're getting out of me.
What's wrong with that?
Right. No, and I'm saying, but there are people, and they were all like, they laughed. And was
but
like,
you
hey,
get some
congratulations.
Michigan fans, they want to turn it to Coming to America. Oh, the royal penis is washed. I mean, what do you want?
It's
like if the Red Sox win a World Series. You think I'm throwing a parade?
No. My friends, they were laughing. It was like, no, thanks. I know that was hard for you. And yeah.
No.
And
I got to be honest. If they did it totally clean, it would have been much more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
This actually is like the perfect hybrid that if I have to live in the hellscape of Michigan actually winning a natty.
Because if they did it perfectly clean, Harbaugh, JJ, and the coordinators are back.
Well, you know what? I'm glad you just segued. I'm going to move somebody to the front of the line because E believes that is what is happening.
Oh.
So I'm putting E on next.
E.
Perfect timing. JJ said it best. First and foremost, yes, the science, whatever that is about, when we played Penn State, there was the rest of them games from Penn State on out, it was there. We was good. We was clear. Back to this. JJ said it best. Harbaugh's coming back. JJ didn't have a good ending of the season to go to the NFL. He's coming back. We got Edwards coming back. The other running back coming back. Corum, he's gone. Half of the defense coming back. Big Mason Graham is coming back. The Spartans in trouble.
Hold on. First of all,
I'm listening. Go ahead.
First of all, I don't even know why. Spartans in trouble?
I think
Spartans are in trouble against Richmond, probably opening the season.
I think
come on.
It's just a knee-jerk reaction.
Okay.
It's a rival. He's talking about the rival.
We haven't earned the right to make E's hit list.
Well, you know what? I take it as a badge of honor that he included us in this.
Oh, I'm flattered.
Go ahead, E.
Texas in trouble. The reason why I'm including y'all because I know y'all big Spartan fans, and that's why y'all not giving us all the credit we deserve today. We're national champs, 3-time Big Ten champs. We're going to go back-to-back. We're going to win next year.
Woo!
We're going to beat Texas when Texas come here next year. Y'all talking about the SEC, the Alabama and Georgia. We ain't worried about them.
Oh, my.
We're back.
Oh, no, E, I gave you full credit because I said you didn't even deserve – you didn't need to do what you did. I realized when I watched the end of that game, you were a damn good team. You didn't need to do all of that extracurricular stuff. You would have still won the title.
But you did it.
Yeah. So I'm giving you credit. I'm a little disappointed that you felt that you needed to do the extra things, and you didn't.
Yeah, I'm not going down that road with you. I told you the ground rules, buddy. Everything else is fine, but, dude, you didn't can I just say this one more time to E? Your school suspended your coach the first 3 games preemptively in an effort to broker a deal with the NCAA because of how badly he broke the recruiting rules to make sure JJ was coming to school. Okay, you don't get to say you didn't do it. And then the Connor Stallion stuff. Like, I don't care how many beers Michigan fans buy that cat. That's a weird culty thing. Like, I would never want to be associated with that weirdo. But here's the deal.
Oh, no. Weirder video, him getting the beers or the people in Ann Arbor burning couches.
Well, I don't get the couch burning thing, and I went to Michigan State. I don't understand why we're attacking the couches. What did the couch do to you? Why do we light a couch on fire? I don't understand.
I think it's
now you're out of couch.
It's a rite of passage. Well, and you may want to learn how to light the couch the right way.
Did they struggle?
Yes. And he almost set himself on fire.
Oh, no, that's not good.
Looked like he was trying to pour some type of accelerant.
Oh, no.
While he had the accelerant in one hand and the lighter in the other.
Bad idea.
Right.
Leaders and best.
Now, see, David, unfortunately, you don't get to say that phrase
And then he lit it.
For couch burning, I do.
Right. Then he lit the couch and flipped it over. And it was like, okay, wow. I don't know.
Kenny, you ever light a couch on fire? You seem like the type.
See, you should have just.
I'm sorry.
There we go. All right. No, I have never lit a couch on fire.
You don't do that at OU when Campy loses and fails to make the tournament every year?
We all just roll our eyes and go, another one. Okay.
Come on out to the arena.
It's a fine place.
Come see that blacktop. No. The floor. It's a blacktop.
The court is black. Kenny is quick. The court is black. It's called the blacktop.
Let's go to Jordan, 97.1. What's up, Jordan?
I'm so sorry, Jordan.
It's fine. It's fine.
Man, you guys bringing me on right at the perfect time.
What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm not delusional like your colleague on the station, Mr. Jansen. I know we cheated. I don't care. I'm glad we got the natty. The one thing that I will say, man, about Harbaugh, I really hope dude's gone after this year, man. Like, for as good as that team was, that dude took way too much attention away from those great players, even after the game. Like, you win the championship and you ask your dad, like, it's all about Jack. It's like, he wasn't on the field. He's not on this team. It's not his moment. You don't got to bring everything with your dad and your brother. It's not about him. And as long as he's here, I feel like that's how it's always going to be.
Yeah, okay. Jordan, here, let me say this for the people in the back. I have said for years, all right, once he had won the Big Ten and started beating OSU, you probably stick around. I didn't understand the NFL thing because the NFL's a rough ride. But if we're talking about what's best for Michigan, if we factor in part of what you're saying, we factor in that if he's there, the NCAA going to come after him hard, right, wrong, or otherwise. And really, when we think about it, how many coaches in college football have a 10-year run? Harbaugh would be entering coach year 10 next year. Mm-hmm. Think about it before you answer. They have what we presume to be a rising star on staff who players love, understands what they're trying to do, and really embraced what Michigan football is, which is we're going to pound the living dirt out of you, right? It might be the right time for all parties. I'm not mad when Jordan calls up and says that. If I were a Michigan fan, I'd be like, you know what?
It's a good time to break.
Have Harbaugh go out on top.
Yep.
Mission accomplished. It'll lessen what the NCAA does to us, and we hire a young, energetic guy who already knows what we do here.
Everybody's happy. You don't have to change a culture. You don't have to do anything. You keep this thing going. Yeah, this is the perfect separation right here, right now, Jordan.
David, do you agree with that? From the national championship update.
Yeah, yes, I do. I do agree with that. Yes.
Like the time is just right.
It feels everything is right. You finally won. Everything is there.
It's rare when you get the win-win, and you have that right now. You gave us a title. If you leave, the NCAA is not going to be hard on us. And, oh, by the way, Sherrone Moore can just come in here and keep everything status quo.
And you kind of
You're
already
not bringing in a new offense. You're not
Right.
bringing in a new defense. You're not doing the whole Rich Rod thing where I need my own players. You've already got your players here.
and you already know what he can do. He
Yeah.
led the team in wins on the field already.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a question we asked the Michigan fan. And as I said, you guys do whatever the hell you want to do. You're national champions. You can shake your ass, do whatever you like. You just don't get to play pretend now. But maybe that's the question as we enter the 5 o'clock hour. Is it the right time for all parties involved for Jim to go to the NFL? Because if he comes back, it's going to create chaos. The NCAA is not going to have that.
Yeah, because if he comes back, all of these questions and the innuendos and all of that, it doesn't go away.
Oh, my. Hold on. Play it one more time for me. Yeah, I'm going to need that on the board.
I didn't know you watched the game with David last night. What are you doing?
Come on, man. All right, can we focus, please? There was a serious football game last night. We'll get back to Rico's opted out. He's hit the portal. He's done. All right, Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville Lumber, Trex decking, railing, lighting. They got it all. They stock all varieties. It's in their warehouse, mile down the street. All right, it's just that simple. Some of it as low as $1.59. So deck season is all year. They install all year long. If you need someone to build that deck, they'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do is call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
97.1 The Ticket. I'll read some ticket text here. Someone says
Thank you,
the
David.
people saying they
Had the
don't.
bad bite going on there.
All the people saying they don't care if Harbaugh leaves are a bunch of idiots. Hope you all enjoy going 7-5 next year.
No, see, you have Sharon Moore. How are you going 7-5? You have a defense. Trust me. I was trying to convince Will Johnson's fan, hey, you may want to just go to the XFL. Don't go back to Michigan.
Yeah, the foundation is there. It's set up. It's so different than what it a little bit different than what it was when Harbaugh first got there. Now, I know they had talent. They needed to be coached.
If Moore comes back, you don't have to change anything.
Nothing.
You recruit the same way. He ran the offense. He controlled the offensive line. How are you going 7-5 if Harbaugh goes away? That's your people. That's your fan base.
You know, some of them are a little weird. As a Michigan fan, I want Harbaugh to stay at Michigan.
You okay?
I wavered back and forth about how I feel about him.
I'm sorry.
coming back.
What was that? Was that your conscience trying to creep out?
I wavered back and forth about how I feel about him coming back, and I have to say I want him back. It will be real easy to go backwards as a program. There's another one.
Yeah,
He's
but you
worried about.
can't operate out of fear here now. Because, look, here's the other side of it. I mean, certainly we don't have a national title, but did D'Antonio stay too long? Yep. Does it look like Izzo's sticking around too long? Yep. You don't want to get to that.
Jimbo Fisher.
Okay, that's just fraudulent behavior.
No. I'm saying like at Florida State.
Yeah, I just feel like Jim did it. It took 10 years, but he did it.
Every
and
coach
the
has an
circumstances, the universe is kind of telling you to move on. No?
You always want to leave before you become a burden. You want to leave on top or close to on top that people still remember the good times and not how you destroyed it at the very end. That's what you want to do.
Rick in Arizona says JJ needs to stay to improve the draft stock and show more. Jim can stay or go. I'm just tired of hearing it every offseason.
I fully understand that. The JJ thing, listen.
I don't see how it's even a question.
What?
If he's going to stay or go.
JJ or Harbaugh?
JJ.
Well, here's the thing. Look, I'll always advocate for a player, right? Let me use an NBA example. There are guys drafted every year who I am left in disbelief received a first-round grade. Mm-hmm. But if you get a first-round grade, you go because you are getting a 4-year guarantee with a 5th-year option. And if you can be a first-round pick in the National Football League, you do it. What I don't understand is how people are bestowing the grade upon him. Don't use the win-loss record, please. No. Look at pass attempts. Watch games. I mean, when they needed JJ last night to make plays, he largely was the reason that stayed a 17-10 game throughout the third. He was awful.
Yeah, the 4th down throws were just – I mean, Washington made some great defensive plays, but –
Yeah, and before you hit me with the Colston Loveland thing, let's be very clear. That's one play, and there was an egregious hold that wasn't called. That's not wambulance. You win the game. I'm making a point.
And look, there's going to be other – the beauty of the Lions playing so well, I know we're not talking Lions. We don't really – dig deep into the mock drafts, but I'm looking at the CBS one. JJ's not in there for the first round.
He shouldn't be.
But you know what, David, can I have like 30 seconds? First pick of the draft is Caleb Williams.
Okay.
It's the Commanders. They swap picks with the Bears. They send the Bears a first-round pick for next year. Bears take Marvin Harrison Jr. The Patriots take Drake May. The Cardinals take
Joe Alt?
No. Oli
Fashanu.
Yeah. Oli
Penn
Fashanu.
State, left tackle. Okay.
The Chargers take Joe Alt. And with the 6th pick overall.
Do the Giants take Jaden Daniels, please?
The New York Giants select from Louisiana State University quarterback Jaden Daniels.
I mean,
see, it's not over for you, buddy.
No, I've only got 4 months of begging that some stupid mock draft is right.
Brock Bowers goes, but yeah, there is no JJ. And for the record,
who do the Lions take? Go ahead.
I was just about to pull it up. The Lions select.
Let's get it out of the way.
You saw him last night, Braylon Trice, edge rusher for Washington.
Wow, they have them drafted at 28.
David. You take another corner. You take Lassiter from Georgia with pick 23.
Kenny says he's a bum.
I mean, we still need offensive line, but whatever.
All
It's
right.
early, though.
Guys.
Whatever.
And the Niners take Chop Robinson.
Tremendous.
But I say that to say, I think the water's finding its level. JJ should go back.
Let's go to Tim, 97.1. What's up, Tim?
Hey, guys. Hey, Mike and Rico. Love your show as always.
What's up, sir? How are you?
I'm good. Hey, just 3 quick points. Great show today. 1, Harbaugh. 2, JJ. 3, Drew Aller, if you can believe it. But 1, Harbaugh, I think he wants to go to the NFL. And I think, if the Spanos family makes a great offer for him to go there and coach Justin Herbert, I think he should take it, and he will take it. Second, to me, guys, is the Bears. They got the number 1 pick, might be a good choice. But I think Harbaugh's smart enough not to take that tire fire with that owner in Carolina or the flat line that is the Washington Redskins. And then JJ, I think he should come back for another year, but the question I had for you guys with JJ is he's a rare thing. He's a game manager who's a dual threat, and I see JJ as like a 3rd-round pick by Baltimore or Kansas City to develop as a stopgap backup behind Lamar or Mahomes. That's what I think.
All right,
and then finally, Mike, I want to ask you, Drew Aller is a fraud. He is not going to be – he's a rich man's Christian Hackenberg.
I don't like
him.
him.
What do you think about that?
No, I listen, Tim.
Hold on. Wait. There you
yeah,
go.
Look, I'm very clear about it. I don't care what you were ranked in high school. Once I begin to see you play at the college level, I have never walked away from watching Drew Aller and gone, that's the dude. Now, you want to blame it on the offensive coordinator. They went out and got Andy Kodanicki, the guy from KU. You want to tell me next year he can do X, Y, and Z? Fine, but the deal you make is this is the last stop for Drew Aller before you just become a guy I'm trying to replace. Mm-hmm. As far as JJ, I will stand by exactly what I said. Don't take this the wrong way. He won a natty. He has had an unbelievable career, and he's enjoying himself, and he's making great money. But if you're talking about developing into a pro, he went to the worst place to do it. Don't get mad at me. Your system has never, is not now, and will never be about your quarterback. Versus if I go to a place like Oklahoma, if I go to a place like USC, every effing QB that plays at those schools goes top 5. Why? The system's tailored for them. I could see JJ at a place like Ole Miss. Grip it and rip it. Run, throw, 40 touchdowns.
Well, that's what I said.
So that's not a shot at you guys. I'm saying when you call up with this JJ stuff, I'm the one who's been telling you since the beginning, you can go to Michigan for a lot of reasons. You can get a great education. You can now win a natty. You can get paid. Maybe, hey, I'm weird, you're weird, let's play together. Harbaugh and him. Bottom line, it ain't a place to develop QBs. Sorry. I shouldn't have to apologize for it.
Well, see, that's why I said
sensitive.
Now that he's won the title, do you just kind of look out for yourself and you go to someplace like
I don't want to do that show. Please, God, no. Don't do it. Okay. No, if he wants to come back to school, and again, not everyone works the same way. Not everyone's wired like that. Maybe it's just secondary for him and he's enjoying his life and he's making great money. Go back. What would it? You think the Champions Club wouldn't pay the kid $3 million to come back to school?
I'm sure they find some money.
Yeah, we'll find a few scraps. You make more than you would as a 2nd-round pick. I have no qualms about it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, him.
They need to throw the ball a little more if he's going.
Yeah, him, 55, Will Johnson, and probably Donovan. Probably going to make a lot of money. Donovan made himself some money last night.
248-539-9797. We roll on to hour 4 of National Championship Tuesday. David at the National Title Update Desk in a margarine-colored sweatshirt. David, let me ask you a question. As a man with a national title, would you accept a more fashion-forward piece of Michigan gear from Spartan Swine like myself if we make the guarantee I never have to look at that particular piece of Michigan gear again? The yellow is egregious.
I don't know, man.
Can I buy you something navy blue?
What if I get you the blue hoodie with the Wolverine with the navy hat, the little hat on?
I like that logo. Yeah. You know what? Then I would never wear this here again. Yeah. I'll accept that.
All right, cue it up. We'll make it happen. I just don't want to look at that anymore. Kenny, what is it you want people to go and check out? Okay, then. 248-539-9797. More of your calls coming up next. 971.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Pistons look to snap a 4-game losing streak against the Kings at LCA tonight. They will have to do it, though, without Cade Cunningham. He's out the next 7 to 10 days with a knee strain. Head coach Monty Williams, he says that replacing Cade's production, it's really going to take everybody. The Pistons, though, they do have a chance to turn things around with the comfort of home. 8 of their next 10 games are at LCA. Tip-off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. It's been declared Wolverine Day across the state as Michigan celebrates a perfect 15-0 season and also their first natty since 1997. The Wolverines, though, they're not the favorite to do it again next season. FanDuel's got Georgia, Alabama, and Ohio State as the top 3 favorites for next season. Michigan comes in at number 5. And there are now 6 head coaching vacancies in the NFL after the Titans fired Mike Vrabel this morning. Those other openings, the Chargers, Raiders, Falcons, Panthers, and Commanders. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. It has been a rightfully so Wolverine day. And there's only been one rule. And I'd say 99% of callers have stuck to it. We've had a couple of goofballs. But the bottom line is the only rule, do whatever you like. Just don't do what your coach did on that podium. Do not come up in here trying to look for absolution. Don't come up here saying you didn't cheat. You could say you cheated and you don't care. Respect. Buy you a drink. You could say it feels great to be a national champion. Also, that works. Just don't be a cultist and play pretend. That's just not what we're going to do here. Now, we've talked several things, including Rico, if you want to reestablish, I think the backbone of it is you were probably good enough to not have to do this. Yep. But you did.
Yeah.
And also the Harbaugh thing was last night Harbaugh's last game. And how you feel about that is up to you. Whether you want it to be so or not, that's really secondary to, is it? He hired Don Yee, Brady's agent. He said something last night about moving spring ball. Does it lead you that maybe he wants to come back? But remember something. If he comes back, I think the NCAA is going to be worse on you. If he leaves, much of what they were after might leave with it. Again, not about what's right or wrong, about what we perceive to be real. But Rico, lay the groundwork for me.
No, what you saw last night was a team that basically didn't need to do all the extracurricular activities they did because they went out there and they handled the best quarterback in college football. The week before that, they went out and beat the gold standard of college football. And before that, they ran through the Big Ten. They didn't lose a game. They were the best team out in the field. They dominated Washington. You didn't need the extracurricular activity because it took away from what you should be feeling right now. It shouldn't be we won, but it should just be we're the best team. We're dominating. We should be talking about is Michigan, could they compare with this championship team and this championship team? Instead, this hasn't gone away and it won't go away. And then on a side note, Mike, you know what? Maybe you were ahead of your time. I like to say I'm always ahead of my time.
Oh, boy.
Let's bring the booty lounge to Michigan State.
Oh, just cheat your ass off?
Yep.
I mean, it feels that way.
Because it'll just get called distractions.
Well, now, hold on. Now, in fairness, I will give the broadcast credit. Hell, Fowler, in one of these penultimate moments, is like, hey, a lot of people are going to consider it tainted, but Michigan's the national champion. I'm like, whoa, Chris Fowler. He ain't getting Christmas cards from the Colt.
No, that was right up there with the end of the Kansas City game with Tirico when he called his thing.
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't like that one. Don't give me an asterisk because Kelsey's hurt. How about an asterisk from a 3-year scandal? The bottom line is it doesn't matter what happens from here on out because if you watch the game with your friends, you have those memories. If you were there, I had a buddy who went last night. That's all sports is. Largely, sports is nonsense. But if David has always had the right perspective. I've told you since October. Here's how we'll play it, guys. You're not going to like what happens afterwards, but you may as well go win the damn thing now. Because, look, it was never about what was right. What was right is you never should have been allowed to play. But I told you that was never going to happen. So, with that established, as Tom Berenger said in Major League, win the whole effing thing. And you did it.
You did.
And you did it convincingly because Rico's team is fraudulent and Michael Penix is a penis.
Stop.
Well, why the hell did they have Ray Charles out there last night?
He had a bad game. Just leave it at that.
Okay. I know you're sensitive. I'll leave it
Yes.
But
what?
I wanted to just get the only national champion in the room, Mr. David Hatchetman Hall, in his Kerrygold butter sweatshirt. David, if you would, was last night Harbaugh's last game, and just take us to that moment. You realized you were going to see a national championship in your lifetime. Take us through it.
Yeah, that was an amazing moment. The Sandersteele interception.
Is that when you knew that it was going to happen?
That's when I could believe. Yeah,
the interception.
That's when I truly believed that it was over. The championship was happening.
That's when I was on Amazon buying a new remote.
Rico was busy lighting his own home on fire.
But I sat back and just was, wow, I was like, it happened. I didn't think it would. for years. It took Harbaugh so many years to even, win the Big Ten, to even get a chance to go to the college football playoff. I wanted him gone after he took a pay cut, whatever. I said he's here. And he finally did it. We're not going to discuss why and how he got there, but he got there. And I do believe that was it for him last night. It is over. I think he's going to the NFL. I think it's something in his heart that he wants. I think he wants to even up his brother and win the Super Bowl just like him. I think that's what he wants. So I think he's gone. That's it.
Hatchet Manhole has spoken.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jim, for everything you've done for us.
After you slandered him for 8 years.
I mean, but here's the thing, though. No, but if he leaves now, you're not really going to care what punishment's going to happen.
Oh, no.
Now, if he stays, it's just going to tick you off because now it carries over. But
Rico,
he's in the honeymoon period.
Rico, I think if he leaves, a lot of what the NCAA wanted, this isn't about what's right. This is just about what's real. If he's gone, I think that you will avoid most of the sanctions.
I agree.
And you also, look, no disrespect to anybody, but Sharon Moore is not interested in being the right-hand man for much longer. Sharon Moore is going to get a Power 5 job.
Yeah, I think
so. Why not make him the coach at Michigan?
I think he stuck around this year because of the uncertainty. But you get one more year. Kind of like Ben Johnson with the Lions. You get one more year with him. Make it count.
All right. Let's get to the people. Chad, 97.1. What's up, Chad?
Hey, Mikey, thanks for talking college football with my college football guy. When I called, Kenny illuminated me. I asked Kenny, and he told me, I'll tell you what they're going to say. And he's right, you're right. And I said, what I don't understand is, why is it okay for Auburn to buy a natty? Why is it okay for the SEC to get Bernie Lomax eligible? We all know Urban Meyer wasn't clean at Florida. We all know the SEC dominated the landscape because they cheated. And finally, Jim said, you know what? We're going to roll around in the mud, too. The only way to beat them is to join them. And to the old lady that called and said she wants her integrity back, bless your heart. Honey, it's not 1960. It's not a 10-game regular season. Okay, it's not Woody and Bo anymore. You got to navigate a 12-game regular season. You got to go through a conference title game, a semi, a final. You got to win 15 to win that thing. Integrity gets you 8-5 and a beat-down loss in the Outback Bowl. I had enough of that. Let's stop with the integrity. We play like the SEC does now, and that's why we can beat the SEC. You want integrity, you go to that game and get pounded by Georgia, okay? We should apologize for nothing. We will apologize when Cam Newton gives his title back. That's how I feel about it.
And, Chad, that's the deal. You don't pretend.
Chad, you get the slow clap.
You're not pretending. You're not doing what these weirdo Michigan fans do with their whole faux integrity and faux elitism. You're saying we're just as bad as everyone else. We wanted to win. Whatever punishment happens, F it. I can at least respect that. I just don't get why some of your fan base can't roll with that.
Because they don't understand. I think a lot of them just don't understand how it works, how the college football works. I think part of the reason why Tom can't get over the hump anymore is because he's so clean. Tom is 100% clean. He won't roll around in the mud. And when he winds up butting heads with Kentucky and Duke, he can't get it done because they played dirty. Louisville plays dirty. The ACC plays dirty. And if you want to win natties, you got to play dirty. It's
Chad,
just the way it is.
I agree. I'm just telling you. Rico has promised me that when Kareem Abdul-Jabbar comes back, it's all going to turn around. Jackson Kohler's going to save the season.
Hey, I got to tell you, as a diehard Wolverine, I love Tom. He's a class act, nothing but integrity, and he does it the right way. And there is something to be said about that. And it's something that Michigan State fans should be proud of. But I don't think Tommy's getting number 2 unless he decides to play a little dirty.
You know what, Chad? Integrity takes you so far. And either you get really lucky or you just say, I don't care.
After I saw Kansas in the FBI wiretap deal, I could use LSU. The difference is they cheated to make an NIT. But when I saw Kansas get away with it, and I see Michigan get away with it, what is the impetus to not do it? I'll listen to all the fans who yelled at me when I said Tom should have been doing it 10 years ago. I don't know what to tell you. And you go, well, why did you kill us about our cheating? Because you pretend that you're better than everyone else. Of course I'm going to bomb your ashes. There's a difference. I don't pretend I'm better than anybody else.
And you know what? Most of the callers today have been just like Chad and just, yeah, we're dirty. We won, and I don't care. I'll respect you to the dying day because you're not saying we're better than you and we did it the right way.
Or just doing the
won.
weird thing about, well, we didn't do it. Well, there's no advantage. No,
Well,
stop.
let it play out.
Oy vey. All right, that is.
Let it play out.
Are we going to do a freezing cold takes edition of this show? Because that would be a 1 seed. The more it played out, the worse it got.
Mike, take him to church.
Okay, then. Hey, when the IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need legitimate representation. You need Abraham and Rose. Maurice and Jerry, experience. Jerry used to work for the IRS. They know all their tricks, all their angles. They know how they're going to come after you. They'll get between you and the IRS and help solve your tax problems. Save your dollars. Spare yourself the headaches. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, let's go straight to the people. Get a little football today coming up bottom of the hour. Marcus is going to lead us off. Marcus, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir.
First off, I want to congratulate the 2023 Michigan Wolverines on a national championship. Very happy about that. Something about that game last night, though, and I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it.
Okay.
Didn't hit as hard as the Alabama game did. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because something about beating Saban, something about beating the SEC just seemed to hit more deeper than beating this Washington team. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a national championship, it's a huge win, but the way it played out, because I didn't expect it to kind of end the way it did. I mean, I did talk to my dad previously before the game, and I said, I could see Michigan winning this 35-21 if the defense shows up, and they won, by that 13 score. So it's pretty close on the money. But I don't know. Something about that Rose Bowl, to me, just signified that if they were to win that game, that they would win the national championship. Because in my opinion, I think Alabama was the more physical team. I think Milroe was a better quarterback. I think Alabama had more weapons, honestly. And the fact that it had gone to overtime pretty much said everything
See,
you need
Marcus,
to know about why they were there.
Marcus, I would say this. I think you feel that way because Alabama is the gold standard. Alabama, no matter who's the champion, everybody always says, we want Bama. You went out there and beat Bama. And I don't know if you're old enough to remember, but it's like in the 80s when the U.S. hockey team defeated Russia. That's not when they won the gold. They didn't beat Russia. That was the semifinal. It was another game after that nobody ever talks about. But you went out there and you knocked off Bama. That's why you feel that way.
And it's a great feeling to beat the SEC. I mean, if you can take down the top dogs, Georgia, Alabama, LSU, you beat those teams, pretty much who's going to stand in your way?
Yeah. And that's why I said, you knocked off Alabama, and then you went out there and you took down the best quarterback in college football. You earned it.
I mean, I was excited about the national championship, but I'm not joking. When we beat Saban, I was actually in tears. And I didn't think that my reaction would be that way.
Because, Marcus, think about
until we won the national championship.
No one outside the SEC beats Alabama. That's why it felt that way.
Marcus, let me ask you a question. Do you believe last night was Harbaugh's last game, or do you believe he's coming back?
Here's the thing. I'm looking at two different things. One, I definitely think it's going to be interesting to see all the sanctions play out and to see if he leaves and pulls a Pete Carroll and gets out of Dodge before he gets hit and goes off to the NFL, which he very well might. And if he does go off the NFL, I mean, I can't really hate him because he did what he said he was going to do. He brought a national championship to Michigan. He won 3 Big Ten titles. He beat Ohio State 3 years in a row. He did exactly what he said he was going to do. I mean, he may not have had a winning record against OSU, but he fulfilled his mission. So if he goes to the NFL, and honestly, in all honesty, I couldn't be mad.
No. Once someone wins a national title, I think they have carte blanche to do whatever they want to do. I don't have an issue with it. What I had an issue with is while he was trying to escape out of here while failing. Just sign the damn deal and stick around. We're out here on National Signing Day going to have a sad burger in Minneapolis. Just didn't make any sense. Now, you want to flirt a little bit? You want to go out and go to dinner? You know, as Kenny likes to say, take a look at the, you want to go out and do your thing. Go do it. You won the Natty. The hell am I going to say? The one thing I would advise, if I were a Michigan fan, I'd be angry if he ended up in Carolina. You left us for that? You can't go to Carolina and work for David Tepper. You cannot. I would advise Don Yee to drive here and lay down in Jim's driveway. You will have to run me over to sign this contract.
I think, if anything, what you're going to see is Washington, because I think Washington probably is going to either hold at the number 2 pick or try to move up to get the number 1 pick. And you can draft your quarterback, and you get the chance to start all over.
Go to Vegas, and you bring JJ with you.
No.
That's the play.
Because Vegas has their coach.
But you're telling Mark Davis that. We know Antonio Pierce should be the coach in Vegas. Mark Davis, hey, if you rock that haircut for 30 years as a billionaire, we know you're insane.
How you got to make it personal?
He rocked a bowl cut.
He's trying to bring sexy back.
Well, now he shaved it. So it's like, I don't know, but he's crazy. They didn't give the job to Bobby Bergeol a few years ago. Look what happened.
It's true.
They hired McDaniel. What was that guy's name? Tony Bisacci.
Yeah, Richie Bisacci.
Whatever it was. It was Michael Imperiolo. The point is, now you have another interim guy who these players love. But I'm telling you, there's a thing with the Harbaughs and the Raiders.
Yeah, it's Rich Bisaccia. Yeah, I was right.
Bobby Bergeau.
Was that because that was a team that played the Chargers, and if they tied, both would have made the playoffs.
That was the team that damn near beat the Bengals in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Bisaccia took them to the playoffs.
I remember.
For me to jobs, if I'm Harbaugh, I want the Charger job.
Nah. I think if you take the Commander's job, you give yourself some runway.
I don't
need
need
expectation.
Runway. I need Justin Herbert, another one of your overrated West Coast quarterbacks. What you did to these people with Michael Penix, you're a disgrace.
Yeah, one bad game.
And it was atrocious. America needed it.
You know what? Everybody can't be Tommy Cutlass.
Let's go to Lance. 97.1.
Everybody can't be Tommy Cutlass.
Lance, what's up?
Hey, on Penix's game last night, I think a lot of that can be, and I'm a Michigan State fan, a lot of that can be attributed to the defensive pressure that the front four Michigan is putting on him.
Oh, yeah.
I think I shook him up early in the game. He was not expecting that.
Yeah, and some quarterbacks are okay against pressure, and others are Penix.
Wow.
Yes. Yep.
Wow. Because every other quarterback had great games against Michigan. We all can't be out there going, hey, yo.
All right, next.
So while I was waiting for you guys, I don't think Harbaugh's going to come back. I think you're right. NCAA, hopefully everything just goes with him from a Michigan fan perspective. Everything goes with him. The cheating scandal sort of goes with him, and it sort of fades away. Not to mention, what happens if you come back next year and you're 8-4? So that now really looks like Connor Stallions really just had a lot to do with all of your victories. But then, while waiting, I'm looking at the schedule for them next year, and Mike, you always say they've got 10 built-in wins. Michigan's schedule next year, I don't see a loss. They've got everybody that's decent at home.
Mm-hmm.
They play Texas again. They play Oregon at home. They play at Washington, which isn't going to be the same team. So they get to play two playoff teams from last year. If they win and then they go into Ohio State and they beat Ohio State, all of a sudden now Jim Harbaugh isn't just like they win a national championship. Now all of a sudden maybe he's arguably one of the best football coaches in the history of NCAA. I know it's a stretch.
No, it's okay. I'm not Lance, don't take it the wrong way. It's just like when David brought up the way too early top 25 next year. Can I see what the rosters look like before we go? Like Rico ruined the sport of college football. I don't even get to know who the players are before August.
So yeah, I know. If you can get me going on that, I also I'm a sort of like you. What happened to college football and the signing days and the transfer portal after spring games and everything?
That's a joke.
It drives me crazy.
It's a total. I know it's a joke. But again, let's here, as John would say, let it play out. Let me at least get to see who's on the roster. My feeling on U of M's different. Does Jim come back? Is Jim available? Is JJ back? Like, do players run it back to go back to back? Do they lose 19 starters? I don't even want to go there.
Yeah, who does anybody leave and hit the portal? Because their portal opens up for the next 5 days.
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah, them in Washington now, you're going to see maybe, 5 to 6 players from each team hit the portal. Chances are they weren't playing anyway.
I'm actually hoping with the new portal you could transfer out on a week-to-week basis and just play wherever you like.
Now, you know what?
Because you've ruined the sport.
Why do I even I don't even know why you put up with me.
Thanks for Michael Penix. What a blessing that was. David, do you want to do a few ticket texts before we do it?
Better than Quinn Ewers.
Truth. I got to own it.
No,
Quinn was terrible.
Here's what I want.
What?
Could you imagine if you could transfer midseason? That you see somebody playing for this team, and then next week they're playing for another team.
Nothing's going to surprise me as we move forward. I have no idea. David, go ahead.
Harbaugh's leaving for the NFL, and because of the new Big Ten, I believe Penn State, Washington, Oregon, and USC will begin to be the dominant teams in the Big Ten.
What type of drugs are you on? Okay.
Must be still celebrating the championship
That's
from last
right.
night.
That's right.
The MVP last night, in my opinion, was Jesse Minter. That scheme was NFL level, and Penix had no clue what to do.
I thought the officials were a good MVP choice.
All
as well.
right, I'm just going to read the
David,
next
come on.
one.
You got to have a little fun. You got away with a few huge holding calls, and then poor UW. Man, Penix was just trying to have a little fun. Phantom hold. I'm like, wow, I see how this is going.
Or Roma Dunze getting grabbed by the helmet and thrown to the ground.
I don't know what
No
you're
flag.
talking about.
David,
No punishment.
David, you're
No punishment.
Yeah, here, hold on. David, you're a national champion. It's okay to have a Cheshire grin and just say, listen now.
Things happen.
Come on.
You just hate to see
That's
it.
right. That's the approach. That's how it's done.
It was interesting last night. It was a few things last night.
Let's go to football today. We'll do it next. 97.1. Oh, hi there. John Jansen, weight loss fiesta, New Year's resolution, maybe to lose a few lbs. IW.us can help you with that. You could lose up to 20 pounds in 30 days, whether that resolution's to lose 10 or 100 or anywhere in between. John lost 10 in the first 10, 63 overall. Go to IW.us now. Sign up for the free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, free. They got it for you. You want to get on the plan that helped John lose so much? Go to IdealU.us. That's IdealU.us. Let's go to the National Championship Update Desk with David Hatchetman Hull. It's time for football today.
Nope, David is passing the microphone to me.
Time out then. Let's go to the Horse Bleep Football Program Update Desk with Rico Beard.
Oh, that's just mean and hurtful.
The You're Not Michigan Update Desk with Rico Beard.
Well, let's
the You're Never Gonna Feel the Joy That We Feel Today Update Desk with Rico Beard.
I know. What will we ever do? All right. The NFL playoffs.
Yes, Rico. What do you want from me?
Let's do a receipt section that we'll bring back in a few weeks.
Oh, great. A chance for Rico to paddle us to death.
No,
all right, here we go.
Or you know what? You got it right. So,
all right.
We'll start off very simple.
Mm-hmm.
Will there be a number 1 seed in the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Mikey says yes.
Yes.
Kenny says yes.
What does national champion David Hull have to say?
Yes. Can I give a caveat?
Okay.
There'll be 2.
Wow. Okay, David, that's another question, but okay.
Someone's been feeling their trophy a lot, haven't we?
I will go with yes as well. Will a 6 or 7 seed win a game this weekend? You have Pittsburgh at Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
You have Miami at Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
Rams here at Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Green Bay at Dallas.
Yes.
Mike's going yes.
I think I'm going yes, too.
Good man.
Yes.
All right. I'll make that a clean sweep. Okay. How about this? Over under upsets this weekend, 2.5.
I'll take the over.
Kenny's going over. Michael?
It's a good number, isn't it? God.
Well, Kenny, I'm going to go
I'm
over.
sorry.
It's radio. I'll go over. David?
I'm sorry.
David from the national
I'll go over.
David's going over as well.
Under.
Michael's going under.
Had to think for a moment.
Okay. I think I know what David's answer to this is no. Will a 4 seed or lower be in the Super Bowl?
No.
Your 4 seeds, Houston. You're looking at Houston, Cleveland, Houston, Miami, or Pittsburgh, or Philly, Tampa, LA, or Green Bay.
I'm going to say no.
No.
You already answered that, so.
I'm going to go no as well.
Wow. I think he just called you stupid.
No, he already marked the answer.
You'll never win a natty. You are stupid.
I already know. I'm gonna go ahead, Mike, and mark down your answer already.
Okay.
Will Philly win a game in the playoffs? Michael says no.
I took the over on upsets, so I'll say yes.
That's one of the upsets I was also thinking, so yes.
Wait a minute, but the Bucs are the higher seed.
The Philadelphia Eagles would upset
win,
Tampa
just
Bay.
win a game.
You're picking Philly to win?
Yes.
Wow. Good luck.
You know what? I'm going to say no because this team
They
has
look like they quit.
limped to the finish
They
line.
look like they've quit.
Yeah. Okay. Will the Lions make the NFC Championship game?
Just go to someone else first.
Kenneth!
You can call me a bad fan, but my goal is win one playoff game. They will win a playoff game, and that's just about it. So, no.
So the Lions fan says no. I'm saying yes.
Really?
Yes. They will make the NFC title game.
I'm going to say no, they won't make the title game. Mike, are you ready to play with join the party? Okay, the next question.
No, this is a struggle.
I feel like I've asked good questions. The fact
You
that,
have.
Okay.
I still feel like if they have to go to Dallas again, Dallas will play a whole different game and they'll lose.
If they have to go to Dallas.
I'll say no.
If they go to Dallas.
What are you picking, the Packers?
I said over on the 2.5 upsets.
Oh my! All right, I'll say no.
Who will be the most disappointing player in the playoffs. That one person that you were just like, yep, pulled the Michael Penix, and you're like, wow.
Jalen Hurts.
Michael says Jalen Hurts.
Brock Purdy.
Wow, Kenny, that was just hurtful.
To the spine.
Well, I kind of just hinted at it. It's going to be Dak Prescott.
I'm with Mike. I'm going Jalen Hurts. Kenny, you know what? Not even going. Which number 1 seed loses first?
Well, the Niners. I just said Purdy would be a disappointment.
Kenny, I'm not listening to you.
Okay.
Now,
That's
what if they meet in the Super Bowl?
Then somebody has to lose.
Then the Ravens will lose.
Okay, Mike says Ravens.
Yeah, it will be the 49ers who lose to the Ravens.
Do you like how David has it out for you today?
I don't have it out for him.
Both of these guys.
I have no.
You piece of Spartan swine.
I said they're making the Super Bowl. There you go.
Not good enough. You see how angry I am just over Washington losing?
If the Niners make the Super Bowl and they lose,
I'm not coming in that next day. I'm just telling you now. You guys will be doing the show. I got the Ravens.
Fair.
Chiefs make the AFC Championship game.
Nope.
No.
Not even close. No.
I think Miami can beat them.
I think so, too.
Freezing temperatures or not. Plus, I want them to win so I don't have to listen to Costa about Tua anymore. Get so sick of that routine.
I have yes. Playoff MVP.
Lamar Jackson.
Whoa.
Well, hold it. Well, to win the playoff MVP, though, he'd have to make the Super Bowl. Yeah, But then, does the playoff MVP get given out?
No, this is ours, right?
Yeah, this is just ours.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
Like who? Like the person that just like, wow, he carried his team all the way to the Super Bowl.
I think that, you know what? I'm going to try to keep it positive. Maybe this is the year Lamar Jackson gets it right in the postseason.
Yeah, I had at least one number 1 seed going to the Super Bowl. That's going to be the Ravens. I agree with Mike. It's going to be Lamar.
This is the year Scott Frost gets it right.
Can you get the MVP for winning one playoff game?
If it's a
If they have a
dominating,
crazy
like
performance?
if you put up like a 400-yard game, yeah.
Okay, well then I'm going Mason Rudolph.
David's
They're
throwing
pulling
away his vote.
They are pulling the upset in Buffalo.
David's voting for the Green Party.
This
Okay.
guy's, yeah, honestly, nice libertarian vote.
You know
Up
what?
next, David's a Democrat in Utah. That vote just went right into the incinerator.
For you, Kenny, I'm going Brock Purdy.
That's a waste.
Okay, we'll see.
Rat Purdy.
Most overrated team in the playoffs.
Bills.
I would have to agree with you because of my MVP choice, the Bills.
It's Eagles or Chiefs. So how do we grade this? They would have to be a team that doesn't win a game?
Not only do you not win the game, but then you just get bombed.
Well, okay, I'm not predicting a bombing.
No, I'm saying like if there's a tie, it's like, okay, who had the worst record?
I'm going to say the Eagles. They look completely broken.
Yeah. I'm going to say the Dolphins. I'm going to go Miami.
It's a good one. They've collapsed. That's a good one.
Surprise team of the playoffs.
Cleveland Browns. I'm picking them to win their first game, and it wouldn't shock me if they won two. That defense is absolutely, it is the Michigan defense of the NFL. They are absolutely ruthless. And apparently Joe Flacco has turned the clock back to 2012.
Can it be a bad surprise?
Oh.
I'm surprised at how bad the Bills are going to look because they're my disappointment team.
No, that's the overrated team.
Otherwise, then I'd have to
Good
agree
surprise.
with Mike.
Good surprise.
I think it's the Browns.
Good surprise would be
Steelers?
the Green Bay Packers.
Oh.
Well, you are all in on this.
You know what?
But no one will remember that I picked the Lions to go to the NFC Championship game. No one will remember
Oh,
that.
I got it. I wrote it down.
Okay.
I'm going to go Tampa. I think Tampa will beat Philly and be that surprise team. Who's in the Super Bowl game, boys? Not the winner, or do you guys just want to do the winner? You want to do the game or the winner?
You can do the
I
game.
think I answered it.
You
do the
did.
game and winner.
Okay.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
We got enough time, right, David?
Let's go back to
David has Ravens and Niners.
I'll go 2012. I think it's going to be chalk. I'll do Ravens, Niners, and the Niners finally get this done.
Ravens, Cowboys, and the Cowboys fold.
Cowboys in the Super Bowl? Yes. Kenny Cott. You should bet that Super Bowl exacta on FanDuel.
I'm not going to do that.
Why? They'll give you an unbelievable odds.
Because I'll be wrong. Rico will hit me with the chair because of the receipts, and then I'll lose money at the same time.
So you're taking the Niners, Mike, right?
Yeah.
David, you're taking Ravens.
I'm taking the Ravens. Yes, same result.
Kenny
as
is
before.
taking the Ravens.
Oh, it's a hardball postseason.
I'm going Niners, Bills.
Wow. Okay.
And I get to have fun and enjoy football again. That is your NFL playoff receipt segment. 97-1.
Six games, 3 days. It is as good as sports gets. It is Super Wild Card Weekend. It's an awesome betting weekend. All the props, all the sides, totals, SGPs. It's mania. It's one and done. It's FanDuel, NFL, match made in heaven. And with FanDuel, you're going to get 150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL and 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? 1-800-270-7117. All right, David, ticket text. And then, basically, are we just calling it 6 o'clock with Rieger since Wojo no longer works here? I mean, he does, but he doesn't.
No, it's just 6 o'clock with Rieger.
6 o'clock with Rieger.
Cookie's filling in on the Lions pregame show. Yeah.
Let me give you this before we go to 6 o'clock with Rieger.
No. No. Oh, no. Oh, hell no, David. You are not going to do this. You're going to select the drive that sunk my Colts bet and the Jimmy Cookies same-game parlay delight.
I had to.
You already Antichrist.
The guy is a rookie quarterback, and he went out and was 7 for 7 on this drive, and that is the Houston Texans. They 12 play, 73 yards, 7-13 to win the AFC South. So, yeah, that's the drive.
Yeah, here's a one-play drive for you.
I'm so sorry,
right there.
Mike.
Unbelievable. I still can't believe they took Jonathan Taylor out of that game.
That was stupid.
And if you're going to, first of all, go play pass if you're not going to hand it to him. Go a hard play action out of a run set if you're dead set on throwing it. Or hand it off. Or then, way down the line, we get to shotgun and we're throwing it to Petey Goodson or whatever his name is, who's caught 5 balls all year.
But what's worse is it's off a timeout.
I am aware.
What in the world are you doing, Steichen? Man. But that's your drive of the week. So sorry, Mike.
He chose violence.
I wanted the Texans to win.
Go to Rieger, the only professional left in this game.
6 o'clock with Rieger. When do the billboards come up? I love it.
Buddy, I just got to tell you better be sending an invoice to the other half of your show because he ain't ever here.
Yeah, he is. I'm sure he's partying in Houston.
Why? He's not a fan.
Oh, please. Come on. I saw Wojo with face paint and everything yesterday.
Wouldn't shock me.
Exactly. By the way, guys, a happy National Title Day. David, Kenny,
congratulations
Rico,
to you, Jeff.
Michael, thank you. Yes, what an exhilarating game yesterday, and we're going to talk about it for all of 35 minutes before Pistons basketball. Pistons, by the way, going for, their 4th win of the season.
Rieger, you know what's funny, Pistons-wise?
What's
like
that?
I know
the
this
team?
Well, no, that the further we get from it, the more absurd it is that the only win they have is against a team that traded arguably their best player the day of the game and did not get what they traded for, nor said player. And now the Pistons go right out to the West, lose 4 in a row. Kings tonight, you're double-digit dogs. Like, you're eventually going to start seeing the Pistons are 1-34 their last 35, etc. Like, that's going to be the new streak.
But they didn't own the record. So long as you got the 1, they're no longer a national score.
Whatever.
You know what I said? You know what you should do is we should have voted all the Pistons into the All-Star game and make the league watch this team.
That's really nasty.
I wonder if they're on national TV. The answer is probably no, right? But, fellas, I got to say, I still miss the losing skid. Because that was on the day of Lions-Cowboys. And I kind of feel the losing went under the radar, then they break the skid. And I mean, that was fun. Every game talking about if they're going to lose,
you know what?
if they're going to win.
There's going to be lots of new content. We got Lions in the playoffs, Harbaugh decision day. Hey, Troy Weaver's going to be allowed to make a trade, which is malpractice. Right. Maybe the Wings finish bombing out, and then we can really get to discussing the Iser plan. Come on, there's lots to do.
The Wings just swept California. What's the matter with you?
I'm saying 2 games does not make a month.
I would agree with you. It was
play
3
good
games,
hockey
though.
for a few weeks, and then we'll talk.
By the way, I was wondering, since Michigan won the national title,
Yes.
if you guys could work the word bet into your next show.
Bet will be here at 2 tomorrow?
There you go.
Okay, I don't know.
Where are we going with this, Jeff?
Leave it alone. Let him have his fun. He's a national champion. He's a champion in our eyes.
Is he?
That's right.
I know he likes basketball. I didn't think he liked football.
Rieger doesn't.
Well, I mean, listen.
Rieger
I'd
doesn't
rather
bother
them win
me.
than lose.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Mike.
Rieger was honest
but-
about things.
No, like when Michigan wins in basketball, Rieger gets full props because he's like one of the 10 fans that I know
Yeah,
that
I've quit
supports
that, though.
Michigan
It's
basketball.
over.
Is Juwan going to let Rieger coach the team?
Oh, you know what? Is that what they're doing? Because I will gladly
My
coach
God.
the team. Well, what an embarrassment, fellas.
Okay,
But
leave
we're
it
not
alone.
talking about Michigan basketball. We're going to talk about Michigan football and something that one of the callers on your show said that I was outraged and infuriated driving down to Little Caesars Arena. So we'll get to that.
Noted. All right, we'll talk to everybody
All right, guys.
tomorrow.
Happy Title Day. Enjoy.
97.1.